Thank you for making Saint Central
your black and gold home for the New Orleans Saints.
Who that say they gonna beat them Saints? Who that? Who that? Who that say they gonna beat them Saints? Who that? Who that? Who that say they gonna beat them Saints? Who that?
Yeah. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Long as I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. Sports Coma, yeah, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Somebody please better help. Running this thing like elf. I thank God every day I'm not a felt. Go to YouTube live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out your shame for the championship. Bucking on town, duck down. Falcons pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you could probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy and you probably smell the crooked referees on Roger Goodell. Yeah, running like this and I'm a who that. Every day I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. It's the Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like this and I'm a who that. It's the Sports Coma, this is where we do that.
You're listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys on the PRO Media Network.
All right, shout out to the mighty Who Dat Nation, man. We up in this thing representing the Sports Coma. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And now rocking with the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys, where we have intense, entertaining, educating, and enlightening sport talk from your favorite sports fam. What's popping? How y'all doing on this Friday? Hope you guys are having a fantastic day. Hope everything is good with you guys. As we get it going, man, the draft is here. Day number 2, we in the building, black and gold, all the way, baby. So how y'all doing, man? Y'all hit the like button. Feel free to, if you're on Twitter, please feel free to give us a retweet, man. We'll appreciate it kindly. Second round of the draft is on and popping. The Bills open up the second round of the draft by giving their quarterback a fantastic wide receiver in Mr. Keon Coleman. Physical, big, strong, physical wide receiver that will high point the ball, has a degree of speed to go with it. Got to work on his route running, but a very good, solid weapon to go with quarterback Josh up there in the Buffalo team. And they're trying to do this thing, and we need to get it going as well. So Keon Coleman, 6'3", 6'4", big physical wide receiver from Florida State, which is Travis Jordan's one of his top targets. He's off the board, and that is what it is. Now, of course, in this round, the Saints pick the 13th pick, which is the 45th overall pick in this draft. So the Chargers are on the clock right now, and they're going to kind of have this thing kind of turning very quickly. And the Chargers, we'll see what they got going. So shout out to the fam. Y'all feel free. There's a poll in the chat. Please feel free to hit that poll up, and y'all let me know if you guys, who you think the Saints should get in this day 2. All right, Lab McConkey, the wide receiver from Georgia, is off the board. So 2 wide receivers to open up. It's going to be a run on wide receivers in this draft, in this round, to be honest with you. And they get it going. So Lab McConkey from Georgia, a guy, very tough wide receiver, man. Made a lot of catches. Really good wide receiver. And the Chargers trying to get Justin Herbert after giving them some offensive line help, trying to give him some wide receiver help as well. So undersized, he's about 5'11", but the guy is tough as nails, runs good routes, catches damn near everything you throw to him. And Herbert's going to love this kid, man. They're going to love this kid. So Arizona's on the clock. Arizona picked up a wide receiver in the first round of the draft. Where did they go? Their need says cornerback. They did get a wide receiver with the first round in the edge position player. They addressed that. The need says cornerback, defensive tackle, and offensive guard. Now we know the black and gold is about 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe 10 picks from here, and look like it's going to run. So we're going to get to the Saints pick very fast, man. So Arizona, Washington, New England, Tennessee, Washington, and again, Green Bay, Houston, Atlanta, Las Vegas, and then the Saints in the second round. So that's what it is right now. Shout out to the fam. Appreciate y'all being in the stream, man. Much love to you guys. We are in day 2 of the draft, man. We're just trying to see what's popping with our black and gold. Hopefully the Saints can kind of get this thing turned around and get some talent. Now, Fuaga, the guy that they picked up yesterday, was a very good pickup for the black and gold. Love that pickup right there. It feels an obvious need at the tackle position. So outside of that, I think we're good. And we just need to keep adding to it. So shout out to you guys. Good to see you. I see you. Gundam is in the building. Big ups to Brother Gundam. Let's see who else we got. Brother Tory was popping. Brother Tory's in this thing. Who else we got? Young City is in this thing. OG Jerry is in this thing as well. Good to see you. All right. Goat says we need a receiver. All right. Yeah, Coleman was an interesting target had he been available. But hey, man, there's still a lot of wide receivers. Don't be surprised, like I said, that there don't be kind of a little run on them right now. There's a trade happening here as Atlanta's trading back up into the second round. Who's Atlanta trying to go and get? Could it be, I'm thinking the defensive end player. You see they got Fontenot on screen right there. Atlanta look like they're in some type of hotel convention room or something, with cheap ass shit on the wall, But yeah, they are in there, and they obviously feel like they got a pick that they're gonna make. And we'll see what they got going. So Atlanta traded in there, and a lot of Atlanta people didn't like what they did, and a lot of them believe that they didn't really reach any needs. So they gave up their 35th overall pick and a 6th round pick this year to receive the 43rd overall pick, the 3rd round pick, the 79th pick. That goes to Arizona for them to kind of do their thing. So Atlanta's on the clock, and we'll see what they're doing and who they're going for. Penix was the pickup this time around. If you're looking at it, you got to think to yourself that Atlanta probably trying to go defensive here. It's got to be some type of defensive pick, right? Because a lot of the people was pissed as the Michael Penix Jr. pick. As of yesterday, they wanted to see the Falcons go defensive. So, I don't know. If I take a look at some of the players available, I'm kind of looking at it and I'm saying what edge positions players are available where they can look at. Well, Marshawn Nealon could be Braswell from Alabama. Could he be the pickup for them? Is it Braswell? They said the pick is in. Is it Braswell, the defensive end from Alabama? Could it be him or somebody else? You make a jump. I'm thinking defensive end. That's what I'm thinking. They looking for. I'm thinking it might be Chris Braswell. That's what my guess is. We'll see what it is. They haven't announced it yet, but maybe they'll piss off the Falcon family base once again. But I'm thinking it might be a defensive end. All right. So big ups to the fam. Good to see the Queens. Dana in this thing. Shout out to the Queens in the building. Pelicans, Nola. Good to see you, fam. Appreciate you, brother Josh. All right. CB Allen in this thing, brother T Rob. I see you. Big ups to y'all. True Louisianimal. Good to see you, fam. Appreciate you. All right. Big ups to everybody. What's up, Beverly? Shout out to Bev. All right. Arch, what's popping, fam? Appreciate you being in here. He says Cooper. Dejan. Let me see. Jerzon Newton. Keon Coleman is gone. That was before you said that. I see what you said. Pat Paul is another one. Cooper BB. Yeah. Tyler Nubin. Chris Jenkins. Yes. That's Chris Jenkins. Braden Fisk is another one. Yeah. How about Tavondre Sweat? I hope they're not picking Tavondre Sweat. No Tavondre Sweat. Marshawn Nealon could be the guy, or perhaps I'm thinking it's Chris Braswell. That's what I'm thinking it is, a kid from Alabama. All right, brother Gundam, Bronze Flat Power God. Shout out to you, L-Dub, for real. Jim Johnson, good to see you. Reginald as well. Big ups to everybody, man. What's up, Tuck? Big ups to you. All right, Rougarou, what's popping, fam? Brother Reginald, St. John Butler, how you doing, sir? Appreciate you. As always, my brother. Zandale, what's up, Zandale? What's popping, man? Good to see you in this thing as well. Philly was popping, fam. Brother Pat Rich, what's up, brother Pat Rich? What's going on, man? How you doing, brother? All right, what's up, Jason? Big ups to you, man. And we'll see. So yeah, the pick is in. I haven't seen what it is, and they supposed to be announcing the damn thing. So let me see if I can refresh it. So it's a defensive tackle. The Clemson defense. Okay, I don't get this one. Roki or Hor. I'm not going to even try to do that. Roki O is what his name is. The big 6'4", 200 and almost 300-pound defensive tackle from Clemson. I heard about this kid, man. But him going that high to Atlanta, you know, boy, oh boy, you mean these people wanted a defensive tackle and they passed up Devontae Sweat in the second round, and it could be because of the DWI. I'm not really surprised by that, but Atlanta, man, they had Devontae. If they wanted the defensive tackle, Sweat was sitting up there. But I anticipate a slide because of the DWI in the early April. What's up, Kimberly? Shout out to you. My Ninja, brother Larry. Shout out to you. What's popping? Big ups to you. Good to see you in the stream. Chef the Flavor. Much love. Good to see y'all, man. Much love to all y'all, man. Tell me about it. How you doing, fam? Good to see all y'all, man. Appreciate y'all being here. Brother KT. What's popping, my brother? Good to see you in the chat. Q, do we trade back or trade up for a third round pick? I'm thinking I would say trade back, bro. You know what I'm saying? I think that the Saints, there isn't a player, right? I ain't gonna say that it's kind of wide open at this point. Is there a player in the second round the Saints are in love with? You know what I'm saying? Is there a player? If there's not a player that the Saints are in love with, then you could, if another team wanted to pick, kind of slide back several spots or so, collect an extra draft pick so you could fill the gap where you have the third and fourth round. Now, of course, you're going to package picks, two of the five picks, two of the fifth round picks to get back into the fourth round. So that's something the Saints have to do. They have to be kind of filling out to see if anybody wants that pick. If I was the Saints, I would have that pick for sale if I don't have a player that I love. Now, listen, only one player I probably would say at where the Saints will pick up in about 8 or 9 picks from now would be Devontae Sweat. Now, if he's there at 14, I'm taking him. I don't care about that DWI. Saints have a solid enough culture in the locker room where they can be able to kind of do that. But getting Devontae Sweat in the second round, I mocked that guy and said, yeah, the league, he'll slide a bit. If he didn't have that, he probably would have been the pick Atlanta would have made, because I think he's way better than this other kid from Clemson. I've seen the dude could play, but Devontae Sweat's on another level there, man. What's up, Kathleen? Shout out to you. Good to see you in the chat. Big ups to you, brother Earl. Good to see you. All right, big ups to everybody. Yeah, KT, man. Yeah, he traded up for a slot receiver. Hey, bro, whatever they got to do to get it done, brother. They just trying to get it together. That's Harbaugh over there, by the way. Don't forget that. That's Harbaugh over there doing the thing. That's Harbaugh. Harbaugh out there. He trying to get the team together out there. You know what I'm saying? And besides, you remember they traded. Didn't they trade Keenan Allen? Didn't they trade Keenan Allen? Keenan Allen's gone. They got rid of the Mike Williams. Mike Williams is not there no more. So they got to rebuild that wide receiver core. Tuck says, let the spirit of Buddy D pronounce that one. Indeed. Yes, indeed. Man, I'm not going to even try, man. They got a lot of African players coming in, and some of the names, I can work with some of the names, but some of the names they require some work, And just me right now, man, it's a Friday afternoon, man. Yeah, I got my cup right here full of good juice. Okay. So I really don't want to be trying to go. I'm not trying to go to school, trying to learn all these names. I'm gonna just throw out there, this is Larry O, this is Hakeem, S, whatever the case may be. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna just have to pardon me on that. All right, Shazam, shout out to you in the groove. Good to see you, brother. Sets in this thing as well. Big ups to everybody. Gator was popping. He says we just better pray that Penix doesn't pan out, because if you actually have a top tier, oh, he's going to pan out, bro. He's not. See, the thing is, people are upset with Atlanta because they made the move, but it was a good move to make. It was a good move to make because what they basically did was they're following the Green Bay Packer model, which has been proven to work. The Saints are stupid. I mean, well, let's just bring that back. The Saints are unintelligent in their picking for the future. They held on to Drew Brees way too long. They did not have a plan to replace Drew Brees. He could not play forever. And at the age of 39 years old, they was waiting on Drew Brees to decide on whether or not he was coming back, and his right arm didn't even work. And they didn't. These people are insane, man. They don't have a plan. They didn't have a plan for QB. They was going to ride Drew Brees on his back until he fall out. That's basically what we did. There was no drafting of a young quarterback high, not, a fourth rounder, a fifth rounder, a high ranking pick to bring in to learn underneath Drew. And then when Drew slides out, this other guy is the quarterback. Didn't do it. They're following the Green Bay Packer model, and it works. So, it is what it is there. And of course, you look at the Commanders are on the clock right now. And of course, they got Jaden Daniels. We'll see what they got going. Do they want to give Jaden Daniels some help? We'll see what the call is. But that's a very interesting pick by Atlanta. They did get some help inside. I thought edge rusher would probably be the thing. I could have swore Chris Braswell probably be the better of the pick. But, whatever. All right, GM Kev, shout out to you. He says Sweat can up in many mock drafts to the Saints. Yeah, I'll take him, Brad, at 45, man. When we pick at 45, I'll take him. T Dirty, what's up, brother? That's my dog. T Dirty, what's popping? Yeah, bro, it's been a while, man. It's time to get back at it, bro. All right, brother Reggie, how you doing, sir? All right, he says trade back, get a third. Yeah, I agree, bro. Man, but listen, if Sweat is there, you mentioned Newton too. I think Newton's still on the board, if I'm not mistaken. But the Saints need help in the interior. Well, not direct help right now. I guess we have that need high. But realistically, what the Saints can do is that they can slide passing to tackle. I know I talk about that every year. And this should be the year they consider doing that, because they have all of these players. They have all of these defensive ends, not just undrafted. We ain't talking about undrafted guys. They got guys that they actually put the first round pick in Peyton Turner, a second round pick on Isaiah Foskey. You got Cam sitting in the third slot behind Chase Young, who they brought in. Curl starting on the opposite side. So you got all these people. Passing is also in the mix. It's time for him to slide inside. So if they're looking at it like that, it could be said, we'll just use passing inside, and we'd be able to just trade the pick, slide on back, get an extra pick, and then we get down to the right when we get to the fourth round, we take 2 of our 5s to get back in the fourth, and then we have that, and then we just do what we got to do. But that's could be a factor that we look at. What's up, brother Lewis? How you think? How you feeling, bro? KT says, I hope get a punter. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. They crazy enough to do it. All right. Jace says, I really wanted McConkey to be Carr's Hunter Renfro. I don't even know if they would have took him, bro, if he was available. I know that, we talked about this on yesterday's stream, that Dennis Allen in the press conference said that they were looking at Bowers, and that goes that just when I talk about Jazon Newton, he's off the board to the Commanders. So there it is, bro. You just talked about Newton, and Newton's gone, and this is a good one, good defensive tackle. And Washington is doing a solid job in building a team up, man. They having some talent. They just got these guys. They just needed to get them to show up. And of course, the Patriots are on the clock next. And we still got the Patriots, the Titans, Carolina, Washington, Green Bay, Houston, Arizona, the Raiders, and then the Saints. So we got a little while to go there. All right, Jermaine, so you drinking some beer there, brother? There you go, bro. I got some juice up in there, brother. That's all I can tell you. All right. All right. Well, shout out to my boy Tori, man. Good seeing y'all, man. Brother Rock's in this thing. How you doing? Said Smart Pit last night. Q, we need the NFC roundtable with Low after the Falcons draft. That's going to happen, right? And it's more than likely we're going to probably have to get it going it's going to be next week sometimes, either next week or the weekend, that NFC roundtable is going to get going, because we're going to wait to see how the draft works out, how people feeling about it, and then we kind of do the roundtable It's about time for another roundtable, man. You know, those are always fun. You know, they was always fun. All right, yes, Savion Williams. I heard about this dude, man. I heard back in the 5th round. Yeah, don't he have a drop problem though? KT, isn't that dude has problems dropping with drops? Big Chief says you don't know if it's going to work. The Green Bay model is a bad allergy. Penix is 24-year-olds. He'll be 27. Or you don't know when he's going to play. Who says Kirk Cousins going to play the length of his contract? Kirk Cousins is old and coming off of injury. So realistically, it's a gamble. But the model is it's always been a good model to draft the quarterback behind your veteran. Why? Because it gives the drafted quarterback an opportunity to hold a clipboard and learn underneath. I haven't seen a model that worked better than that. Present one. Present one. I mean, you can feel free to disagree, but put some receipts up there. Validate your point. What model did you see that worked better than the Green Bay model? I mean, they consistently had year after year, they had great production from the quarterback position. Year after year, the majority of the time, these guys are in the playoffs. You know, they got a couple of Super Bowls out of the model. Don't forget when we're talking about the model, don't forget to mention all of the success and the Super Bowls they had. And of course, Polk gets drafted. Jalen Polk, another weapon with Penix, is now going to the join the Patriots, so they get another wide receiver. Tennessee's on the clock. So remember we talked about when the round starts, say, fam, it's going to be a run on wide receivers. And here we go. Wide receivers coming off the board. What model that you got that's better than that? You don't have one. All right, KT says, look at Devon Valley, 6'5" wide receiver from Utah. I've not, you got me on that one, KT. I hadn't heard about him. All right, Earl says, agreed, wasted opportunity with Breeze not mentoring our next great QB. We had opportunities, man. They didn't want to pull the triggers, what I'm saying. We had opportunities to get talent in the draft, and some of these guys we refused to pull the trigger on. You refuse to pull the trigger on, they kicking your ass every year. You can't beat them. You can't beat Lamar Jackson. You barely beating the Deshaun. I mean, whatever these quarterbacks, even Patrick Mahomes boys who Peyton swore he was going to draft. If he really wanted the guy, he would have went up there and got him. You don't think they heard something like, hey, man, you better jump on that? The Chiefs looking at your pick. Dude, I'm not going to be sick. If I know I want that guy and I feel like that guy's a top talent, I'm not going to sit there and just wait for him to fall to me. If I got to go up to get him, I'm going to get him. I got to go and get him. But it wasn't just that. It was year after year of missing time getting these quarterbacks. And now we sitting up here. We wouldn't have $150 million problem if we had did that. I'm just saying. It is what it is. I have not seen one that works better than that, man. I'm sorry. All right, James says, Q, that's what I'm telling people for weeks. Falcons going to get a QB. Everyone playing chess with the position is the most important. Penix was a smart move. They'll give us hell when he plays. Exactly. Atlanta don't like it right now, but these people are looking down the line. Kirk Cousins is a older quarterback who's coming off a major injury. You don't know what he gonna do in terms of if he gonna get hurt again. Remember what happened with Aaron Rodgers? Aaron Rodgers with the Jets, he older quarterback. I think the first series of plays he's hurt for the season. When you get these older guys that had injuries, you don't know how that's going to work. That's why Atlanta, who got his medicals, that got all the information that we don't have about the quarterbacks, the medical department, they could pull up all of the stuff. They know his whole full medical, in which we don't know. So if they taking Penix there with that pick, then obviously they feel like, hey, man, we better make sure we cover ourselves just in case this guy gets hurt again. Then we still, at least we'll get something out of it. We'll get our young quarterback who can get some reps and take us into the future with the weapons we have, and we could still be playing for something, as opposed to your quarterback gets hurt and then you have Nate Peterman, Jake Hayner, and Kelly Mond as replacements for Carr to keep the same season. Or if Carr misses an extended period of time, he's also coming off injury. If he gets hurt and have to miss some games, do we have a quarterback in the building that can win an extended period of games until he can make it back? Do we have that guy? You see? But that's what it's about. It's a crapshoot. You don't know what you're gonna get with these people, bro. Kevin says, "What's up?" GM Kev says we might go Q corner Q. All right. David says Q might need to sound check. Your audio skipping. Am I skipping, fam? Y'all let me know, man. Y'all let me know how I sound, fam. Am I sounding all right? Y'all let me know in the chat. Put one in the chat if I'm coming through all right, fam. Put one in the chat if I'm coming through all right. Y'all let me know how I sound here. Am I sounding good, baby? Baby, am I sounding good? Baby, put one in the chat. Baby, if you hear me, baby. Baby, if you hear me. And I'm coming through loud and clear. Put one in the chat, baby. Put one, baby, in the chat if you can hear me good. All right, that's what I'm talking about, baby. Baby, appreciate you. Baby, appreciate you. And appreciate you, baby. And you too, baby. Thank you very kindly. What's up, brother Derry? I see you, bro. Appreciate you as well. But listen, man, all I'm saying is, man, we had an opportunity, man, to kind of sit back. Yeah, you're right. That dog for bird. Nah, baby. Baby, ain't no. What's up, Antoinette? Baby, this is Reverend Saint talking at you, baby. Baby, let me tell you, baby, all I can say, baby, is, baby, it's been a long time, baby. Baby, it's time to get back to work, baby. Not work, but work. Baby, it's time to get back to work. We got to get it. That's right, Reverend Saint's pumped up. What's up, brother Keldrick? How you doing, sir? Appreciate you. Molly Mall was popping, fam. Yeah, but listen, fam. All I'm saying is, you know, when bro, listen. Atlanta mad, but they'll be up in there calling Fontenot and the other guy a genius. They spent a lot of money on an old quarterback. Now, like I said, it's a crap shoot either way, but they have more insurance to protect something if it goes wrong on their side than we do. I'm just calling it out. They have more insurance that we don't want to have competition in the QB room. We don't want to put any competition. Now, I'm trying to disparage Nate Peterman, but you know, I don't know. But it is not a long-term solution here. It's not. You know, so we'll see, man. Yeah, the Wolf Man. All right. Oh man, Tavontre Sweat's off the board. Them damn Titans, man. They got the guy, man. Tavontre Sweat is off the board, man. See, that's who Atlanta should have took, man. They should have took Sweat. You know, don't they got Keith Sweat from Atlanta? Oh, I don't know. But anyway, Tavontre Sweat's off the board, dude. Damn. Oh well. Sweat's off the board, man. There goes Sweat. That's right, T-Rob. We was just talking about it, bro. I'm gonna have to shut my damn mouth, bro. Remember yesterday, every damn time I talked about a player, if the damn dude get drafted by the next team, I'm gonna have to shut my damn mouth when they're talking about this and kind of keep, because these guys, like Sweat was a guy that I really wanted the Saints to get. Now we still are about 7 picks away. And I don't know exactly what the call would be in terms of the guys, but I don't know if there's a solid like day 2 pick who you can look at. If I was forced to pinpoint and say, Q, what's the next biggest need? People say, Q, we need a wide receiver there. I mean, they got quite a few wide receivers, but you know, is it really a need, the next biggest need? I don't think it's the next biggest need. I really don't think so. I know offensive line is still an issue. They still need some help on the offensive line. I'm not saying take 2 offensive linemen back to back, but it wouldn't be such a bad idea if they did take another offensive lineman to kind of fortify some stuff. But I mean, cornerback seems to be somewhere they can go. Why cornerback? Because you can get a really good cornerback at 14, a guy that can be a dime back for you right now. And if injuries started to happen to your cornerback lineup, the guy can be ready for action. So I kind of like the cornerback situation. People was telling me, Q, we need to go after another defensive end. I'm not going to say defensive end. I think later in the draft, perhaps you could probably throw another guy. That's why I threw out Javon Solomon in the mock drafts later on, you know. But I don't keep adding defensive ends, you know, for what? They already got people. And that's the Saints are not. It's a rationale. Like, let's just keep getting them and keep throwing it at the wall until it stick. No, we can't do that. Don't make any sense because you spent money on Chase Young. You got to see what he gonna do. You still got whether or not you like it or not. You still got Cam Jordan there. Then you have two defensive ends that have to be able to show their value. You got Peyton Werner, who's a first-round draft pick, and Isaiah Foskey, the Snowman, who's a second-round draft pick. So you can't keep drafting defensive ends. It don't make any sense. And you got other positions that need attention. You need a safety of the future next to Jordan Howden. That's a good pick. You can use another cornerback because you really need another cornerback while what's his name? Isaac Yiadom going to San Fran. You need another cornerback, so that can be a need. You still need some help on the offensive line for depth purposes. You can use another wide receiver, so depending on how the Saints look at this stuff, me personally, I don't see a player, and there go the Rams, took another really good, solid defensive end, Braden Fisk from Florida State. The Rams are building up that defensive line. They had Javon Curse, they took, and now they got Braden Fisk from Florida State. So they got two Florida State guys there. Curse said, man, draft my boy Braden Fisk. Yeah, there it is. So you got two Florida State guys playing with the Rams, man. How about that? He got his boy up there with him, So if you're the New Orleans Saints, I mean, you could afford to trade this pick to accumulate more picks, and hopefully that's what they're doing. They're looking on trying to see if they can sell the pick. But if they can't sell the pick and get something that they want, my call would be get a cornerback. I would say draft the cornerback. I really would. Now, defensive tackle is also a position too. But like I said, depending on how they're looking at it, with when you see our guy Floyd with sweat sliding off the board, you can afford to kind of get a D tackle in the third round or the fourth round because they got quite a few of them the Saints mocked and like the kid out of North Iowa. He's another dude that could be available, and he won't get picked until probably third or the fourth round. So we'll see what's going on there. All right. So anyway, all right. Yeah, Fisk. Yeah. So two Florida State guys going up there, and Aaron Donald retired, and now they got two. They be rebuilding that line, man. That's got to be pretty fun if you that guy. If you a Florida State defensive end and you go from Florida State to the Rams. I got to be pretty badass, man. You're going right to a spot where you're going to have an opportunity to start for the Rams. They're trying to keep that pass rush and that defensive line intact. Philly's on the clock. The pick is in, and we'll see what Philly got going on. Remember, they picked the cornerback last time around. They got other needs. They might go offensive tackle here. We'll see what's going on. Yeah. All right. Saints for Life say he's a 3 technique. Yes. Thank you for that, bro. KD says he tried telling y'all we can say names. Everyone we want is basically gone. Yes, indeed. So KD, you thinking like, hey man, trade it back, take it and trade it back, get more picks. How about good call, Ramsey? Kool-Aid. Is Kool-Aid McKinstry still up there? Hold on, that's a good one there. Is he still up there? Hey, Kool-Aid, is he still up there? He sure is. Damn it. I just said his name. You know what that means? Philly gonna pick. No, they ain't gonna pick him because they took a cornerback last. So yeah, he should be safe. But yeah, there's some guys still on the board to look at. Kool-Aid, McKinstry, but we still several picks from where the Saints need to be to look at them. TJ Tampa. That's one of me and KT was talking about. TJ Tampa from Iowa State's another guy there. You need a tackle. Big Chris Jenkins. That's the son of Big Jenkins used to play for Carolina. Mason Smith he's an LSU Tiger, which means the Saints won't draft him. He's still available on the board. Tyler Nubin, who's a safety that can help us. Also from Minnesota. Could it be a Minnesota connection with Jordan Howden? Could Tyler Nubin be a guy that they pick up as well? Because we could use a safety of the future. So there's a few things out there that we can look at. I don't know if we say running back. You see Trey Benson, is it still available up there? I don't know if we go running back and all that kind of stuff, but there's still some people still available that's out there that could help you if you need some wide receivers. Jalen McMillan is available out there. If you need another offensive guard, Christian Haynes from UConn is available. Troy Franklin from Oregon. Cornerback Mike, what's his name from Michigan? Mike, how you pronounce that name? Senristril. I don't know. I probably butchered the hell out of that, man. I'm just say Mike S. I'm just gonna say Mike S. Yep. Or Cooper Beebe is still available. I know KT them threw that out there. So there are quite a few people. Jerry Rice's son, Brendan Rice, is still available. I don't know if he goes. Probably go later on. Cam Hart, the big cornerback from Notre Dame, he's another interesting character. So they got quite a few people that's still available when the Saints go. To be interested to see which one of these players the Saints will be more inclined to look at. As you take a look at some of what they will call, what some of them will call us the Saints' needs or key needs. All right. So anyway, fam, sorry about that. I had something start turning and going off at the same time. But anyway, I was trying to look at the statistics, the poll. Right now we have over 180 plus people on the poll. And I asked the question, which position should the Saints address on day 2? I put wide receiver, cornerback, defensive end, and safety up there. Man, are overwhelming, almost 200 people. Shout out to you guys in the building for voting on the poll. They over 100, almost 109. They're still voting right now, almost 200 people. They said 59%. It's tough to go against the nation, but 59% out of the poll said wide receiver should be the next position the Saints a target. Next position. Like I said, if you take a look at the need analysis is provided by, this is NFL Network's idea. They said offensive line. They said wide receiver, right? They talk about wide receiver, cornerback, defensive line, and linebacker. Saints are likely to take an offensive tackle because of the veteran right tackle Ramchek's lingering knee issue. And 2022 first-round Trevor Penning's continued struggles. The defensive line, linebacker group, and secondary cornerback Paulson Adebo's 2025 free agent will receive some attention in the draft. A new receiver will likely join A.T. Perry and new Saint Cedric Wilson to fill the gap left by Michael Thomas. So that is their need analysis. It kind of fits along with what some of the Who Dat Nation believing and what they were saying about whether or not the team, what should be the next big new. The obvious things, like I said, the poll for the family members also said this. I mean, the poll is busting tail right now. They're saying it's 58%, man. That's overwhelming. So that could be the thing. And of course, the Eagles on the clock, they pick up another cornerback. Are you kidding me? Cooper DeJean is so hold on. They took Philly picked up a cornerback yesterday, didn't they? Didn't they get the kid from the small college, from small time? I have to look it up, but that's 2 cornerbacks by the Eagles, man. I thought they took that kid yesterday. Anywho, man, it's very interesting, man. We got to keep it moving and shaking, but the Saints getting close, getting down to the nitty gritty. We are next on the clock, man. The Saints on the damn clock. And fam, this should be Kool-Aid right here. Actually, man, bro, who should we take? We on the clock. So hold on here. We on the clock. So who should we take, man? Okay, they ain't. You must be on the future clock, bro. I didn't see anything about them getting them yet. Let me refresh this thing because it might be running a little slow. They saying that the pick ain't in. The Saints, I guarantee the clock is running. The Saints trying to work on getting out of that pick. Kool-Aid McKinstry will be a solid. Either one of these guys that I'll be happy with. Let me put it up on the screen right here. They got Kool-Aid McKinstry as the cornerback there. He fits the Saints' need. And then you have Adonai Mitchell from Texas. Either one of these guys would be good for the black and gold. Who do you guys like? Young City says, cool. Okay. Big Chief says Chris Jenkins. Okay. All right. It's going to be in the pick's in. Saints got the pick is in. Okay. All right. All right. So who's is it Kool-Aid? I don't know. It might be a secondary. Remember I was like, man, we need a cornerback. We'll see what the Saints do. The pick is already in. They haven't announced it yet, but I hope it's Kool-Aid McKinstry. I'm gonna be honest with you, fam. 504 says we can always franchise Paulson next year too, huh? Q? Yeah, you can do that, man. They about to come out here and announce the pick right here. It's Taysom Hill. Taysom Hill's out there to get ready to announce the pick, man. So it's Kool-Aid McKinstry, fam. We got Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid McKinstry is Kool-Aid, man. We got Kool-Aid, brother. Maul must have the extra. He in the future with his set, man. All right, Kool-Aid. It's Kool-Aid, family. Kool-Aid McKinstry. Solid player, man. Good size, physical cornerback. Out of a good program, obviously. And like I said, fam, I was like, listen, the Saints need a cornerback because, like I said, when Isaac Yiadom is not there, the Saints need a cornerback because if Laddie Daddy is disgruntled, he won't be here no more. You need that security. If injuries happen, like we happened with Laddie Daddy last year, you need that fourth cornerback. Fastly becomes the third. I'm telling you, it's almost like, that fourth cornerback, which should be Kool-Aid McKinstry, will step in there and he can really make something pop for you. So I applaud this pick by the Saints, getting Kool-Aid McKinstry, very solid player. And I absolutely love this pick, man. I love this pick. 6'1". They got him listed at 5'11". 6'1", 195. Like I said, with Alabama, played at Alabama. Didn't have a lot. Had two interceptions over his career, but he's a guy that can really do some positive stuff for you. And like I said, love the pick. Physical cornerback. There's some stuff he needs to work on in his game, but Joe Woods got a lot of potential and talent to work with in Kool-Aid McKinstry. Let me tell you something. He don't have no confidence issues. He's a guy that's a ball player. You get in there to work his ass off for you. He made some plays for Alabama last year. And Kool-Aid's a good pick for the Saints, especially for that secondary. So we talked about, like I was talking, we talked about corner. And I just said, I was like, yeah, fam, I think corner should be. We talked about that, threw that corner out there, because the reality is, man, listen, man, fam, listen, bro, I'm telling you, that cornerback position gets really thin really fast if injuries happen to either one of our starting three guys. Either one of them, that modified nickel package rolls those three guys out there, and if one of them missing, that dime back has to step in. So I feel pretty cool about McKinstry being the dude to be the one to get in there. So let's kind of do a little breakdown on Kool-Aid McKinstry. It might be the coolest nickname you got on the Saints team right now. To be honest with you, y'all tell me what y'all think. Kool-Aid Kool-Aid McKinstry probably be the best one. They saying he 5'11" and a half, almost 6 feet tall, 32 inches on his arms, 200 pounds. And McKinstry is the guy. A lot of stuff going on in 2023. First team Associated Press All-American, first team All-SEC cornerback. Started 14 games, had 32 tackles, 2 tackles for a loss, 7 pass breakups. His first name is JaQuincy. Grandmother gave him the nickname Kool-Aid because his smile reminded her of the Kool-Aid man. Now y'all know the background. All right, so Kool-Aid McKinstry. Overview: 3-year starter with former 5-star prospect with quirky name and consistent game. McKinstry is patient and well-groomed in matching the outside release, riding the inside release from press. He's confident to handle his business on the island and is able to stay in phase as the route travels vertically. He's not overly fast, but does play with plus acceleration to close out crossing routes or make aggressive plays on the catch point. As with most corners, McKinstry will need to transition some of his open field hand usage into quality footwork to avoid downfield penalties. He's more aggressive in coverage than he is as a tackler, and he could find himself forced to prove his toughness in that area. McKinstry is more of a pure cover man than a playmaker, but his poise, intelligence, and athleticism should lead him towards becoming a good outside corner with scheme versatility. His strengths are smart football player with good communication on the back end, slides and rides the release to stall takeoff and timing of route, balance and athleticism to remain in phase with receivers, does a nice job of reading the receiver's eyes to gain intel, plays with poise and patience when tracking the deep throw targets, possesses rapid acceleration to close quickly on throws, well-timed punches, claws, and chops knock away catch attempts, highly capable punt returner. There's a special teams additive here. And his weaknesses are, this is for Joe Woods, better short area burst and full field speed, tugs receiver at breaking point instead of relying on his feet, bad habit of sleeping on the play when he's not directly targeted. Sound a little bit like Lattimore at first. Gets a little bored out there at times. Content to stay in the backdrop as a run defender. Inconsistent reaction time to route combination from zone. So, that's some of the stuff he got to work on. And Joe Woods got a new person to work with here. Sources tell us he's a serious guy on the field and knows ball. You rarely see him bust because he's always prepared. He's really natural in coverage. That's what an NFC regional scout said of Kool-Aid McKinstry. So we got in they his comp is AJ Terrell, and we won't curse him with that. But we've seen this kid play before, man. LSU played against McKinstry, and all they do is go out there and make plays, man. And we got one, man. We got an SEC cornerback from Alabama, Kool-Aid McKinstry. All right, so welcome on in, Kool-Aid McKinstry. Welcome to the Who Dat Nation, my brother. And shout out to the Black and Gold getting it done, man, making it pop, man. The Black and Gold handling their business, getting some quality players, man. So 2 good players for the Saints, and they don't have no attitude problems. Let me tell you something. The Saints are already on top. They addressing needs, and they're going down the line here. As you can see, Fuaga was the first guy. Kool-Aid McKinstry is the other guy. And, of course, you see that they had made a trade to go up and go get him. So they felt like he was somebody that can help them, and rightfully so he could. Now, with the remaining day, the Saints are currently out of picks for the remainder of the day, and they don't have any picks currently into round 4. So we might see the Saints get their work on between now and then to kind of add some more picks to fill the void, because there's a lot of players that's going to come off the board between now and then. So shout out to the Black and Gold, man. They making it pop, man. They doing some positive stuff right here, adding 2 talented players to the board. We started off, we got Talisi Fuaga, the big tackle prospect, the fill a need, and Kool-Aid McKinstry to be our dime back. And eventually, if injuries occur, we get him to climb up there or whatever else we need to keep our secondary strong. So pretty good, solid picks for the Saints at this point. I'm pleased with this. All right, let's hear from the fam, man. Y'all heard the breakdown on Kool-Aid McKinstry. What you guys think about it, man? What y'all guys think about old Kool-Aid? Hey, Kool-Aid McKinstry doing his thing. All right, Willie says, shout out to Willie, says, got some Kool-Aid and gumbo in New Orleans. There you go. CB says they didn't give up 3 picks. They gave up a 5th and 6th round order to move up 4 spots. All right, thank you, CB. All right, Lewis says, we're not trading Lat. We just need good backups. Y'all remember before Laddie? 79 3 straight. Yes, indeed, bro. DJ D Smooth, how you doing, sir? Said, I don't think they needed to trade up for that. All right. Yeah, McKinstry is a baller, bro. Brian says, Saints not gave up the 45th and the 5th and the 6th pick. LOL, that wasn't a lot to move up. All right. Yeah. And I still think they're not done, fam. The Saints are not done moving and grooving, man. They're not done moving and grooving. They are not done moving and grooving. So, yeah, all right. So, hold on here. But that was a good pickup. I got to give them that, man. All right. So, anyway, let me see if I can give y'all a breakdown on the picks that you trade. The Saints traded the 5th and 6th round picks, which are 168 and 190, to move up from 45 to 41. So, they traded the 5th and the 6th, 168 and 190. to move up from 45 to 41 to get Kool-Aid. So, that's one of the things that they did to move. I wouldn't say that's too much to go and get him, man, but they still got a bunch of picks remaining. Saints still have a lot of picks remaining. They still got a lot of picks remaining. And like I said, I don't think they were going to use all of these picks. I think the Saints are going to try to do their best to try to get as good value as they possibly can, because the picks that are remaining for the Saints currently. Let me put it on the board for the fam. The picks the Saints have left, they still have three fifth round picks, 150, 170, and 175. They got a 6th rounder, 199, and a 7th rounder, 239. So there you go. Now, do the Saints still try to get into the 3rd round? Do they still, to the 4th round? Do they package something to move in or move up to try to see if they got players that's available they can get? Or did they just kind of sit back? I think there's another trade in here that the Saints will probably pull off. If not today, probably tomorrow, to try to move up a bit. I think there's still a play here for the Saints to kind of move up and try to get some value, because they definitely could use another safety. They can use another offensive lineman. They can use a wide receiver. They can use some depth right there. So do the Saints just sit back with the remaining 5 picks they have? So I won't say it was too much for what the Saints gave up to go and get Kool-Aid McKinstry. I'm not going to say it. I won't say this tonight. So it's traded the 5th. They traded 168 and 190 to go up 4 spots from 45 to 41 to get them. I ain't going to say that was too much for them to do. I still think they got some trades left for them to pull off, though. Maybe a trade. Let's just say trade. Maybe one trade remaining. All right. So anyway, right. KD makes a good point. If you want starting calibers now or never, yeah, they see this guy, Kool-Aid McKinstry, they see him as a potential starter down the line, of course. And like I said, for the family members, like, I don't know about McKinstry. Fam, listen, and I know the Saints operate the modified nickel the majority of the time, at least 95, 96% of the time, if not higher than that. So you basically have 3 starting cornerbacks. If one of those guys get hurt, you got to bring the dime guy in. Guess who the dime guy in? It's McKinstry. So even though he's listed as he'll be the 4th cornerback on your depth chart, that changes rapidly if injuries happen to your top 3 guys. So just think about it like that. And, like I said, it's also a thing when you look at Paulson and Debo with his free agency come up, because a lot of that play into these picks too, with them looking at. So think about it like that's what I was saying. Like when I mentioned, I was talking about before, early in the show about cornerback. I'll say, fam, I think we need a cornerback. Isaac Yiadom was a guy the Saints like. He went to the San Francisco 49ers. If Yiadom was still here, I don't think the Saints, if they signed Yiadom, I don't think McKinstry would be the pick. I think it'll be something else. But McKinstry is a good, solid pickup for the Saints. He really is a very good, solid pickup for the Saints. Good, solid cornerback. So, I think the 2 players the Saints got right now, damn good picks. We just need to turn it into something. All right. CB says Saints stole Kool-Aid. Yeah, indeed, bro. Kool-Aid is a solid corner. I'm telling y'all, man. I'm telling y'all. Paper Chaser says Debo walking in the free agency. Could be, bro. Could be. Remember the Saints over the neck. Remember this too, fam. Remember what's going on with this stuff. The Saints have this year and next year. They already told you guys. They told us all that they were going to be conservative. They're not going to be spending like they usually spend over this year and next year. Why? Because they can't do it. Because the cap, all of the dead money and the dumb and bad contracts that the Saints have signed is kicking them in their backside right now. So over the next, they won't be totally gone in 2 years, but a lot of the money is going to come off there where it can be. Hopefully they'll work it back to the black. So it's kind of it's not a total reset that you witnessing. It's like a mini reset to a degree, because they can't spend the kind of money that they want to spend. So they got to kind of hold off spending big time dough on, going out and getting a veteran offensive tackle to fill the blindside position. They're forced to work through the draft because the bad money contracts, the dead money, and all the stuff that he was doing with the kick the can crap. That happened for years. And we're not going to get out of that in 2 years. That's why we have only one of these veterans that they signed has a 2-year contract, and that's the wide receiver we picked up from the Miami Dolphins, Cedric Wilson. Everybody else is on a 1-year deal, including Chase Young. Everybody, they only signed one dude with 2 years, and that was him, and he got him for cheap. All these contracts are pretty, you look at what Chase Young contract is, they're relatively cheap ass deals. The Willie Gay contract, that was a 1-year deal, and people like Willie Gay, but it's still a 1-year deal. Why are they doing that? Because they are cash strapped like a dog. All that manipulation has come back to bite them. But like Mickey will tell you yourself, hold on, I'll kill. Hold on, let me tell you something. That was COVID. That was C-19. That would really hurt us. That messed with the cap. And when that was, Mickey, how long ago was that? Oh, that was 2020. What year are we in now, Mickey? I don't know, 2024, of course, man. Yeah, well, I don't mean anything. That really what did it. No, what really did it was the fact that you were signing all these crazy contracts with the kicking of the can and trying to buy players that you couldn't afford to do. And now you're forced to work through the draft in cheap, inexpensive veteran contracts to try to get the team into a better position. So now, after all of this, and I mean years of cooking the books, like I always say, cooking the books and kicking the can, years of cooking the books and kicking the can has finally caught up with the Saints over the next couple of years. Also, remember, the next couple of years, Paulson Adebo's contract comes up in 2025. So can the Saints afford to keep Paulson Adebo? Would they be able to afford to keep him? Perhaps Kool-Aid McKinstry has the answer to that question. His pickup. It provides, because you can't keep everybody. Who knows? But it does give you some options just in case you can't come to an agreement. You got Kool-Aid McKinstry over that'll be 2 years in by the time we get to there. So all of that has to be factored in if you think about it. So the Saints, they're looking at everything, man, when they make these moves. And I, like I said again, I just won't go on the record saying I like the contract. I mean, I like the signing of this kid. I think he is terrific. Carolina on the clock. They pick up a running back, Jonathan Brooks from Texas. So they get their guy there as the Carolina Panthers keeping it moving. They get a running back there to help out Bryce Young. And we just keep it moving. So there you go. Are the Saints done for the rest of the night? I don't know. I think, are the Saints done for the rest of the night? We'll just have to see what's going on. Here's the Saints pull late, do their thing and bust their move. So there you go. All right. So we'll see, man. That's pretty cool, man. Pretty cool nonetheless. All right. So anyway, let's keep this thing bucking and going, man, as we looking at Jonathan Brooks from Texas. They get a little power runner. The Saints will have to deal with. We still need defensive help as well, so we'll see. K-Man says good value. Are they? I think, Nicholas, they might very well be, man. After making a trade to move up, they gave some picks to move up there. They might be very well done for the day. But in terms of them tomorrow, I mean, they have 5 picks remaining. Let me kind of recap the picks that the Saints currently have. And let me put it on the board for the family members to remember. These are the picks. Remember, they gave up what I said they gave up to move up, 2 to move up, 4 spots to get Kool-Aid. And what they have remaining is pick. They got the pick 150 in the 5th round, 170 in the 5th round, 175 in the 5th round. So they still have 3 picks in the 5th round, 1 in the 6th round, 199, and the final pick in the 7th round, 239. So the Saints overall, they have 5 picks remaining. I still think there'll be something where the Saints try to move up. But usually if you're trying to do that, that probably will take 2 more picks to move up into the 4th round. And that'll basically leave the Saints with 4 picks, which would be whatever the pick, like you give 2 to get to the 4, then you have 1 in the 5, then 1 in the 6, and then 1 in the 7. So I still think, and I do believe, that there should be another trade. Maybe the Saints package picks. Maybe one, try to keep 150 and try to package and get 170, 175 to kind of move up and do something. I don't know. We'll see how it all goes, but I think the Saints still have a card to play. They have 5 picks remaining, still 3 5th round picks, package 2 to get back up in the 4. Then you have 4, 5, 6, and 7 to close out. And you just do the best you can to fill out whatever spots you can and then shift to the undrafted area after the draft tomorrow afternoon. So, I mean, that might be the call. The Saints might have just simplified their draft here. They might have just simplified it. All right. Anyway, all right, let's keep it going, man, as the Giants are on the clock. And our adversaries keep doing their thing. All right, let me kind of put the draft screen back up there too. Very interesting, man. All right. All right, KD, so I really said that the past 2 years our DB has been banged up. Rather have them don't. He says, literally said that past 2 years DB's been banged up. Rather have them, don't have them. Rather to have them, rather than don't have them. I get what you're saying, bro. All right, brother Duke says we have 3 top tier cornerbacks. The cornerback room looking solid. We just need to see if we can get us a nice little safety to go along with him, and maybe some more help on in the wide receiver room. Another playmaker there can help. Brian says you can never have enough cornerbacks. LL, we finally have some change to pay a Debo next year. You would hope, you know. Abe says this is a Lattimore Debo's last season as a Saint, drafted their replacement a year early. Yes, indeed, Avis. Shout out to you. All right. All right. Can you too? Says, who is your fourth left guard? Fourth left guard? I don't understand what you're asking. Can you too? You might be asking somebody in the chat there. I'm not sure, bro. All right. Ransom Antone said, I believe they will trade Marshawn to get in the third. They will get a 3 or 4 for him. I don't think they're trading Lattimore. I think they asked Mickey Loomis about that, and he was non-committal about that. Dennis Allen said he's a part of our team. Mickey Loomis basically said the same thing. I don't think Lattimore's for sale, man. I don't think he's for sale. But Kool-Aid McKinstry does provide insurance for Paulson Adebo or Lattimore. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. It's a good problem to have. You would try to make sure everybody's good. But once again, it depends on, you know, the Saints overall. Can we get this team to win? Could we finally win something? Could we finally break the 3-game, 9-playoff streak that we've been having and be able to get the team into the playoffs? Because I think that's what all these veterans want. The veterans want to play for, they want to get in the playoffs. They don't like all of this losing and not making the playoffs. They don't like it as much as we do the ones that really want to win anyway. You know, Lewis says, I'm good with trading these year's picks as long as we have a clean slate of picks next year. And we have servable players from this draft. Indeed, bro. More of a patient approach, right? Which is, don't surprise. I'm not looking for the Saints to be extravagant in this draft. Like I'm not expecting them to be extravagant in free agency, right? Mickey Loomis basically threw cold water on that. You know, our flashiest signing was Chase Young, and a day or two later they announced that he was going to have neck surgery. So whatever flash that happened, that just washed right off of there with that. You know, that's pretty serious. All right, Lewis also says Kool-Aid was a mid-late first-round projections just a couple of months ago. Getting them where they got him was pretty good, man. Dana says Alani Taylor happy right now. Kendra Miller loving the Fuaga pick. Oh, we hitting this draft. Yeah, indeed. T-Rob says the Saints should fill a room with Kool-Aid. And he walking in the building the first time. Yes, indeed. All right, there go Tyler Nubin, the other Minnesota safety I talked about, man. It'd have been a good pickup. The Giants get him, so he'll be headed up there. It'd have been cool to see Tyler Nubin, you know, being a Saint. That way you had Jordan Howard and Tyler Nubin, both Minnesota. Minnesota, what is that? The Beavers? The Golden Beavers? Beavers, the Badgers? And I forget. All right, Kenya says, so why draft the cornerback in the second round? Because, bro, because you're looking at it like, don't look at it like, okay, you drafted him, Q, but the kid's he's going to be the fourth. Like I just said, you draft a cornerback, right? You have 3 cornerbacks. Our system calls for, the defensive system calls for 3 cornerbacks to be on the field the majority of the time, right? 3 cornerbacks. So you got 3 cornerbacks that's starting damn near every game. They play majority of the reps there. If one of those cornerbacks get hurt, which is, you know, you got Lattimore, Paulson Adebo, and Alante Taylor. If you scratch one of those, the 4th cornerback's got to come in there and play. The 4th cornerback is the guy you just drafted. So he can become an instant starter just by one issue. So that's how they're looking at this thing, plus the contracts, everything else. But injuries do occur. You don't have a solid option there. Look at your depth chart. Let me start, because see, a lot of this is not making sense to some of the family members, because you got, when you're looking at what they're doing, you also got to pay attention to the depth charts and understand your personnel and what you're dealing with. So let me put it on screen for some of the family members to see what I'm talking about. So if you can look at this depth chart right here, you can see right here the cornerbacks: Lattimore, Paulson, Adebo. You see Alante Taylor, they got him listed as the nickelback. Those are your three starters based on the package that they modified nickel package the Saints like to run. If Alante or Paulson or even Marshawn get hurt, they will have to bring in the next cornerback, the fourth cornerback, which instantly becomes a starter. So it's not like a traditional base defense when you have two starting cornerbacks out there. And then, on certain packages, they'll roll out a nickel back to play. The Saints spend the majority of the time in the nickel back situation. So you automatically have three starting cornerbacks on the field at all time. So if one of those guys go down, the fourth cornerback, the dime back, has to come in for one of those, for the injured player. And that's McKinstry. He becomes an instant starter if injuries were to occur. And guess what? Go back and look at the injuries last year to your cornerbacks. Go back and look at them. Go back and do research on them. Go back and do research on them and tell me how many games Marshawn Lattimore missed out on. And shout out to Mason Smith. He got picked up by the Jags. So that's two LSU players that the Jacksonville Jaguars have selected. They got Brian Thomas Jr., the big physical wide receiver from LSU, and Big Mason Smith, the defensive tackle. So that's two LSU guys that the Jags have picked up, two of them. So shout out to the Jags picking up LSU players, because damn sure the Saints ain't going to do it. All right. So, yeah, this is why I pull up the depth chart. You look at the depth chart, you can understand why Kool-Aid McKinstry makes sense here. They don't have Isaac Yiadom, who was the guy that was doing that. You've seen a lot of Isaac Yiadom over the last 2 years, right? Isaac Yiadom was developing the previous year, not last year, but the year before that. He made a huge jump in his development from 2 years ago to last year, to the point where the 49ers said, let's get this guy a contract, a 1-year deal, to see if he can do it again. He proved himself. But the Saints seen McKinstry as a guy that can have more of as a future component to him if one of his other cornerbacks that we have an issue. So I think it's a phenomenal pick because, like I said, he can instantly become a starter with just one injury. So you need that support. All right. So anyway, Mason Smith's going to the Jaguars, man. So yeah, when we drafting, take a look at your depth chart. Look at what your team looks like. Take a look at that depth chart. Look all up and down and say, damn, man, we need some help here. Like, if you look at the wide receiver room, the Saints they picked up some people. They got to go along with A.T. Perry, Chris Olave, and Rashid Shaheed. They brought in Cedric Wilson, 2-year contract. They got Equine St. Brown. I ain't gonna try to go through the whole name, who's been pretty much he's a big physical wide receiver, been pretty much I ain't gonna say a disappointment, but he has not lived up to his potential since he's been in the league, coming out of Notre Dame. Then you have Stanley Morgan, who's Stanley Morgan Jr., who's just a special teams player that'll come in there and kind of help you with the kick return game, that kind of stuff. So the Saints bring in 3 wide receivers to go along with the guys that are there. Now, if they don't draft the guy, more than likely you'll probably see them go to the undrafted ranks. So if you're not totally happy, and there go Chris Jenkins, his son's off the board to the Cincinnati Bengals. That's a nice pickup for them. They get big Chris Jenkins, boy. All right, so yeah, and then of course you look at the offensive line and say, hey man, we got Fuaga there, Trevor Penning, Ali Udo's here, Nick Saldiveri, Landy, and all these kind of people. And the Saints are always going to go to the undrafted side of things, see if they can find some more talent there. Maybe another interior defensive lineman if they don't draft one. They'll look at safeties. They'll look at cornerbacks. They'll look at wide receivers. They'll look at some more DEs. That's what they do. They live for that undrafted side of things, the ultimate and cheap way of finding talent for your team. That's what they do. So that's the call on it. So much love. All right. H-Town says that was a very bad pick. This is the reason I stopped, with the Saints. Dysfunctional. What was bad about it? What's bad about it, bro? Who would you have liked to pick? I don't understand why people don't like Kool-Aid McKinstry pick. They'll start liking it when somebody go down. The Saints cornerbacks been getting banged up the last couple of years, fam. Hell, that's why Isaac Yiadom. That's why we see Isaac Yiadom was the 4th cornerback. We were seeing a lot of Isaac Yiadom. We kept seeing him. We've been saying Isaac Yiadom. Isaac Yiadom, you ain't supposed to see him. If Marshawn's there, Adebo's there, and Alante there, you're not supposed to see Isaac Yiadom. You've been seeing a lot of Isaac Yiadom because the Saints cornerback's been banged up, bro. You've been banged up. So I don't see why people don't like the pick. I like it, man. What's up, brother Brian? How you doing, sir? Shout out to you, man. Shout out to you. Good to see you. Big ups to you. Says, look at the offensive line depth chart. What is more of a need, offensive line or cornerback? Well, let's look at it like this. You need depth at the offensive line, no doubt about it. But in terms of the Saints, let me just say it to you like this. When you drafting, like the rule of thumb when you drafting players, usually the first pick and the second pick are starter spots, right? Now, we know that the offensive tackle Fuaga is going to start somewhere. They're not committal about which side will it be. It don't matter. He's going to be a starter. The second position, if you think about it, the Saints don't really have another position that they are going to admit to that you need a starter on. Think about it. The only up for grabs position right now is that tackle position where Fuaga was, and he filled that. Any other position that the Saints need a starter at, you can say, well, Q, they can use another right tackle. In their minds, they have the right tackle, and it's Penning. If Ramczyk can't go, it's Penning. People say, come on, Q. You don't believe Penning's such. Bro, listen. All I'm going to refer you to is the Cesar Ruiz description. When Cesar Ruiz was drafted to be a center, I've said this before, and I said this applies to Trevor Penning. And to be honest with you, Cesar Ruiz had it a lot harder than Penning, pause, because what ended up happening was he had to learn to play an entire new position that he wasn't familiar with. He went from center to guard. It's a difference. Penning, if they're asking him to play either position, whatever side it's going to be, is still a tackle. You see? So even if it's an adjustment from right to left, whatever it is, I actually want him to be on the right side. I think Fuaga should be there, but it's based on what Kubiak wants to do in Benton. The offensive line coach thinks should be the best fit. But usually the rule of thumb is you're going to draft a player with the second round pick that ultimately will become a starter. You don't just take a second round pick just to be a guy. Now, the Saints took McKinstry because, like I said, the Saints cornerbacks have been banged up. So you are going to see, even though he's not going to be an outright starter, but soon as guys get hurt, because it happens every year, you're going to see cornerbacks miss a game or two. You're going to see Kool-Aid step in that thing, just like you've seen Isaac Yiadom step in the door. He going to play, and he going to validate the drafting of him in the second round. And I say that'll be more than you could say for him than you could say for Isaiah Foskey, who's buried on the defensive depth chart. So that's the best way I can see it. Usually when you picking that high, you're trying to get starters. And then as you get even to the degree of the third round pick, they're trying to see if they can find either a starter or a potential starter, like somebody in a position where you might have somebody there that, might have a contract that's about to expire, or it's a position where you have injuries that impacted it that you want to kind of fortify. And then from that point going forth on back is usually you're trying to find depth for your team and special teams help. That's how they do it. So you can see, well, Q, he's not going to start right away. No, he's not going to start, but he's going to play because the cornerback position for the Saints, those guys get hurt. Lattimore had a freak injury last year, missed a ton of games that Isaac Yiadom got in there and had an opportunity to play. At least this way, you got a young cornerback that'll who will be a part of the team for the next 3 to 4 years, and that it provides insurance in case somebody else wants to leave in free agency. So, I mean, that's the best way I can look at it. But if you draft an offensive guard with the second round pick, that guard is not going to start because they already got the starters. They got Ruiz on one side, and I guarantee you Ali Udoh going to be on the other side. They already got the guard. Remember, Hurst is out of here. Ali Udoh is here. They've been saying, we knew he was going to do that, meaning Hurst was going to retire. They knew that. But even if you was to draft the guard with the second round pick, it's, they wasn't going to do that based on the fact that Ali Udoh is probably going to be the starter inside. So they have a perception of what they see who's going to play. So that's the best I got on that, man. That's how I kind of look at it, man. So we'll see. All right. Gav Sheffield says, good morning, everyone. Okay. Shout out to you, bro. From England, from England. He says Santa. All right. Shout out to you, man. Appreciate you chiming in with us. KD says we still have free agency, just got to restructure some deals, but it's not impossible or the end of the world. Y'all forget we in the NFC South. All right. Louisiana says I could never. Yeah, I talked about Kool-Aid over the years. Now I got to cheer for him. Yes, indeed. Yeah, them Alabama kids, man. They kind of been handled up on our LSU crew, man. So but they're good players, man. I got to give it to them. Saban did a wonderful job in bringing a lot of these guys are 5-star blue chippers that got talent. If you playing for Alabama under Saban, he's going now, but he brought in the best. So this kid had a lot of chance to get coached up by Nick Saban over there, man, and that's a benefit. All right. But shout out to you, Gav Sheffield, man. Thank you for chiming in from England. All right, Saints fan since 1985. Thank you for being here, fam. Appreciate you all the way on the other side of the pond. That's what I'm talking about, baby. All right, H-Town says, bruh, both lines of scrimmage are straight trash while they're drafting cornerbacks. It's straight trash, bro? Come on, bro. Can't say the defensive line for the Saints is trash, bro. They got some improvements they got to make, and I think I've seen trash. They need to clean up some stuff, but I ain't gonna say straight trash. But then again, bro, you're entitled, bro, to your opinion. King Chosen says, Q, that's a fan out of support. Thank you, bro. All right, Sergeant G.A. Saints fan says, which round should we focus on Michael Thomas replacement for wide receiver? Probably would be a good idea to kind of look at it for the upcoming round. I'm thinking probably in the 4th round. I still think the Saints going to try to get back in the 4th round. It's a lot of time between the picks. Like we currently right now in pick 20 in the 2nd round. So they could very well be done by today, but trying to get back into rounds to the 4th round with, like I said, they got 3 5s left. They could trade two of the 5s, still have a 5 left to see if they can get in the 4th round. So they have 4, 5, 6, and 7. 4 picks good enough. Anything else go to the undrafted. The Saints have a reputation of finding some of the best undrafted talent in the NFL. They come here because they have an opportunity to play. Guys like Juwan Johnson, guys like Rashid Shaheed, and on and on and on. The Saints are a team as a reputation as a team that make things pop when it comes down to the undrafted ranks. So yeah, don't feel a certain kind of way if you don't see the Saints get the talent that you think they should get in the draft. Just start watching that undrafted side of things. They really do handle business in that side of it. So that's what I kind of work my mind around. All right, KT says I'm good with the pick, Q, but I'm ticked off with trading up. We should have got TJ Tampa at 45. Mickey Loomis needs to be slapped. Yeah, TJ Tampa, man. Yeah, I like TJ Tampa, man. And you still could have kept one. You still could have kept your picks and got Tampa, but the Saints didn't fancy Tampa. They wanted McKinstry. They wanted the talent, and he really McKinstry carried a 1st round grade on. And some of these draft boards I was looking at, McKinstry carried the 1st round grade on. The Saints picked him up at 45. I know they moved up to 41 to get him. But he was very high on their board, obviously. That's what I think happened. Duke says, Q, I like that kid can play, and I help our secondary. He can play, fam. He can play. Kofi says, love the pick. Thank you, Kofi. Shout out to me. Shout out to you, brother. Thank you. Travis says, we finally grab a SEC player, but not LSU. Or Indeed. All right. SJG8 straight fan, Saints fan says they could have picked the cornerback in the 5th round. We need offense. We did not struggle on defense last year, and you're still going to have undrafted free agents. You make a point, bro, but like I said, McKinstry was high on the Saints board. That's why they did that. Like, how it works every year. There's a board that they set up with maybe 50 to 100 plus players on the board. And as one guys get picked, they scratch the guys off, and whoever's there on their board, and they kind of move them up. And you see what I'm saying? That guy gets picked by somebody, moves up. And sometimes they go by that board. That's how they always know what to do. So if there is a guy that's there and he's high on that board, that's a match, and they're going to get it. And they felt like, boy, McKinstry is a dude, man, we need to go ahead on and get him, because they felt like somebody was going to grab McKinstry. So they had to go up and get him. But like I said, it's a lot of good. I like the kid. I think it's a solid pick, man. And we not done yet, fam. We still got some work to do. We still not done. There's still a lot of draft picks left to go. All right, Saints for Life said, "Hey, is Trey Turner retired or he's just injured?" I don't think he's injured anymore. I think Trey Turner's just a free agent right now, bro. It could. I've heard rumors that the Saints and Turner could reconcile. They could come back together. We'll see. Adonai Mitchell is off the board from Texas. Boy, he was just sitting there, and the Colts says, "Man, let me get this dude." Adonai Mitchell's pretty good. He goes to the Colts, and next picks has the Washington Commanders up. They took a quarterback and a cornerback. They might look at trying to get some offensive line help for Jaden Daniels. So there you go. Adonai Mitchell's off the board to the Colts. Another good wide receiver gone. Washington on the board. Arch says on his Twitter, there's a vid, Jawine calling Kool-Aid. Okay, yeah. Yeah, Kool-Aid McKinstry, man. A lot of people not really kind of feeling Kool-Aid McKinstry, man. But let me tell you, man, y'all going to see, man. Y'all going to see. Y'all going to see, fam. Y'all going to see. All right. All right, T-Rob says make sure to give the stream a like. Yeah, please feel free, fam. We got 300 plus people in here. Please feel free to give a like. It's free. If you're on Twitter, give me a retweet. That's also free. So all the things I'm asking to do, they're free. Now, it's a lot better than you have a relative that come in your house and they ask for, food, man. You got something to drink? Say, say, bro, can you make me a sandwich? What you got to eat up in the fridge? They come in there asking you for shit. You're like, man, what you want, man? Why are you always in here? Why are you always borrowing something? You know what I'm saying? That costs money, Yeah. You see what I'm saying? Now, see, I'm better than an in-law, man, because I don't cost you any money. And then when it's time to go, I go. When it's time for me to leave, I come to the house. I kick it with you. We joke. We talk about Saints and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? And then when it's time to go, I'm gone. I ain't there hanging around. Eating up all the food in your refrigerator. You know what I'm saying? Get up from the table, leave the chair way out back there. You got to clean up after. You see? You see? Way better than the in-law. You know what I'm saying? All right. Dana says, right, which is exactly why we need to grab a tight end quick. They got quite a few of them available too. 504 Coast is found. I'm telling y'all, this was a great pick. Kool-Aid's technically sound cornerback. They're gonna see. Some people just got to watch the film on Kool-Aid McKinstry. I might have our team to put together a little highlight moments of both these guys, so they can see. But Kool-Aid McKinstry, it's a reason why they went and got that guy. The guy is a potential starter for you. Joe Woods is going to love coaching that guy, man. Coaching him up. Solid pick. I'm telling y'all, solid pick. All right, what's up? Rick says since you H-Town. Go be a fan of the Texans. No, but see, you can't, I'm not as hard on some of the family members because see, right now they're kind of upset. And they have a right to be upset. The Saints are not performing like they're supposed to. We've been making a lot of sad decisions. It's a lot of foolishness going on. It was a curious assignment the Saints had in terms of them picking up this guy, this head coach. He didn't have much of a resume. Just a lot of weird stuff over the last couple of years. And then it's compounded by the fact the Saints can't even get in the playoffs. So a lot of people are like, man, you got to show people stuff, right? You could talk all you want. And we're trying to do this and we're doing this and we're doing, man, miss me with that, man. What are you trying to do? So the Saints brought in a whole new offensive staff and say, hey, listen, this side of the ball belongs to you. But they have to equip the offensive side with talent, no doubt about it. Now we still got a lot of draft picks left to go, and there's still a ton of talent in this draft that the Saints can add to the team. So we're not done by a long shot, fam. We still got a lot of time. We still got the rest of the day and all of tomorrow, and plus after that, the undrafted stuff to kind of hash out talent. And by Sunday, we'll have a good indication of what kind of team you'll have going into the season. A large part of the free agency that got past us. We about to get into the other side of this thing. And then you have the draft, you have all your players, you have your undrafted guys, and then you can really kind of see from a paper standpoint what your team looks like as you get ready to kind of get the season going. So it's a big time right now. All right, Brian says we need an offensive game changer indeed. Young City says, I love the pick. I don't know why everybody hates it. People wanted offense. That's the thing. They wanted offense. KT says, Q, do you want to do an undrafted show following the draft? Yeah, I'm gonna be on there, bro. I'm gonna, because after the draft, that's when it starts happening. Directly after the third day, which usually Saturday night, you see all of that. The signings happen almost instantaneously. And then by Sunday, you'll have the full situation. So yeah, this is a draft weekend, so it'll be an undrafted show, and then we'll look at everything they got going on. So yeah, we're going to be doing all that, bro. I do that every year. Shazam says, man, what prospect in this draft is near them besides Bowers? Outside of him, I haven't heard any other tight end names. They probably wouldn't even be better than the tight end we already have. Well, man, they got a couple of them that's interesting. I talked about Eric All. What's his name? Tip is another dude from Clemson. They got a couple of guys out there. That's the kid from Texas. There's quite a few guys that's still available in terms of when you're looking for talent in the tight end side of things. It's quite a few guys, and I don't think Sanders is going to lay in. Sanders is going to be there. He probably going to be gone before that. But outside of that, Tip Ryman's another good one. Jared Wiley from TCU is another dude that you can look at. I mentioned Eric All. Theo Johnson's another big physical tight end that you can talk about from Penn State. Johnson from Penn State, I'd say. And there's quite a few of them, bro. I'm gonna have to pull up the list. The guy from Florida State, what's his name? Bell from Florida State's another guy. It's quite a few of them, man, to be honest with you, that'll be available when the Saints start picking up, man. It's a lot of talent left in this draft, man. Draft's not over, fam, not even by a long shot. That's why I'm saying I don't understand why people kind of, and the Commanders just took another good tight end off the board. Ben Sinnott from Kansas State. He'll be the safety blanket for Jaden Daniels. So, they have some tight ends left. They got some people still there. All right. ATAC Arm said, hey, bro, did the Saints drink the Kool-Aid? He says they steal some talent out there. Theo Johnson, yes. For one, we need to draft that safety from Air Force, and we still need wide receivers. Okay, 2. Okay, all right. Thank you, ATAC. Shout out to you. All right, Black Major, how you doing, sir? Who that to you? Nola Black 504, how you doing, sir? He says, I like the pick, and I have faith in the Saints front office. Thank you, Nola Black. Shout out to you, bro. Appreciate you. All right, KD says Stover is at tight end. All right. Stevie O, what's up, fam? Says, what about Brendan Rice? Yeah, Jerry Rice's son. I don't know where he goes. A lot of people think he goes in the 4th round, but it's hard for me to say, because I've seen some plays from him, but he's not really fast. He don't have, blazing speed or whatnot, but he's a solid wide receiver. He's Jerry Rice's son. So I'll be thinking, man, Jerry Rice, one of the greatest wide receivers, his son is playing. You might want to take a look at Brendan Rice. I think but he's not like incredibly fast. Like he's like what? I don't know. His 40 time is not fast, like 4.5 something or other. He don't have a really good 40 time. That wows people if he had the speed factor to go along with it, but he got good size. He can catch the ball. He runs decent routes. He's just not flashy, but he gets the job done. And he's Jerry Rice's son. So, I mean, that would be cool if the Saints was to draft Jerry Rice's son. I'm not going to lie to you on that. All right. H-Town says, hold on, man. Nothing against Kool-Aid, but he's not beating out either starter or the players that they're now. Pick a position that you need. It is a position of need, H-Town. It is a position of need, bro. It is. The cornerback, because it is. You need that corner. Because like I said, Lattimore was banged up last year. You remember they benched Alante Taylor and put in Isaac Yiadom because he wasn't playing well. Bro, you need that versatility. So if any one of your starting cornerbacks, and you play 3 at a time, you play 3 cornerbacks at a time. 3 cornerbacks at a time. If one of them get hurt, Kool-Aid becomes a starter instantly. And guess what? Some of them, I don't remember a season where the Saints went through the entire season with all of their cornerbacks intact, and they played every game. Somebody's going to roll an ankle. Somebody's going to get sick. Somebody's going to miss some time. And the guy becomes an instant starter. You have 3 starting cornerbacks. You play them every day, all the time. That's what our defense is. It calls for 3 starting corners. One gets hurt, Kool-Aid's in the game. Just like that. And like I said, that's the best way I can do it. He is a need. You needed that. You needed that guy. All right. A Phenomenal Hebrew said, does this mean Lattimore is still trade bait? I don't think so, Phenomenal. I don't think he is. Because I remember, like I said earlier in the show, Mickey Loomis and Dennis Allen pretty much poured cold water on trading Lattimore. Because if it was a thing, that would have happened prior to the draft. And I don't think the Saints are interested in trading Lattimore. So whatever discussions happen, maybe they came to an agreement to kind of hash things out, at least for this upcoming year. Because Marshawn could have been more vocal and come out and demand a trade. He could have come out and do it. You haven't heard him say anything like that. But I think they might have come to an agreement to kind of focus on winning now. You know, because a lot of people kind of, at this point in time, people kind of buying in because you have change that occurred in the offense for the Saints. Change occurred. You got a whole new offensive, not whole new, but the majority of the offensive room is new. You got a new coordinator, a new passing game coordinator. You got a running game coordinator now. You got you got a new offensive line coach. You got a new wide receivers coach. You got a new running back coach. You got a bunch of new coaches on the offensive side of the ball. And Clint Kubiak is a guy. Listen to the interview that he did on WWL. They talked to him, and he was explaining stuff. But he's a serious dude, you know. He in terms of being serious, and they talked about his philosophy in terms of him, and Deuce McAllister asked some pretty good questions. But I wish he kind of would have kind of asked him questions pertaining to his idea of what's important to him as an offensive coordinator. Because see, that's why I want to know where his head's at. We can talk. Any offensive coordinator could spit at you plays and say stuff that the average person listening wouldn't know what they're talking about. They can call out plays and all this kind of foolishness. But I'm more interested in the mental aspect insofar as what are your fundamental principles that you operate with, meaning how do you feel about accountability? How high is accountability in your coaching mind or in your style and your moral base? How high is that? Because that's what I want to know. I want to know how accountable are you, and how are you going to use that to control your offense and make sure everybody's held by the same accountability that you're held by. What are you going to do if a player on your team doesn't go by those same accountability issues? What are you going to do if you have a player, and I wouldn't say no names, but a player that is a high ranking player in your offense that doesn't want to listen to you, that's not taking what you're saying seriously and not being accountable? What are you going to do about it? What is your technique in fixing that situation? How much of a troubleshooter are you? How, this kind of stuff. If people are dropping balls and missing assignments, what are you going to do about it? What is your system of punishment or something along that line to uphold accountability? That's what I want to know. I already know you know how to call plays. You wouldn't be in the NFL if you didn't. You the son of a play caller. Hell, you the son of man that taught you everything. But I want to know that and stuff along that line. That's what I want to know, because the Saints offense, they need accountability. That's what they need. That's what we're lacking big time. They need leadership and they're lacking accountability. We can't have people blaming wide receivers for running the wrong routes, but you can't blame the quarterback when he's throwing the ball on the pick six. You see, we can't have that. We got an off-code, back-ass coach. We don't need an offensive coordinator doing that too. You see what I'm saying? And that's the major problem with the Saints, the accountability issue. They won't sit up here and pretend like it's all pretend games, like everything's fine. Man, it is not all fine. If it was fine, you've been in the playoffs for the last 3 years. Something is not right here. Something's not right. So we just bring in a new staff and they're going to fix it and do all this kind of stuff. No, that's what I'm saying, man. When we get to the brass tacks of it, if you have an off code team, they're gonna lose to the team that's on code. That's just how it go, man. You know, that's my thinking is how is you going to fix this? If you have accountability, how are you going to, if a team is not accountable, is not highly accountable on the level where it's supposed to be, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do? That's the kind of questions that get them getting into that mind to understand what kind of skill, you know, and what is your attributes as far as that goes. And there's other things along that line. But that's what I'm looking at, man. That's what I want to know, you know. Well, what's up? Revolt says, I watched a lot of Alabama football. I can't remember Kool-Aid McKinstry making one play. He made some plays for them, bro. McKinstry is a good player. Glenn says Kool-Aid had no penalties against the last year. Thank you, bro. Dwight says, I agree with T-Rob. Rick says, each time he will beat them out, and when they get hurt, like they always do. They've been hurt, bro. I mean, serious stuff. Not gonna tell you no lie. Our cornerbacks get hurt, bro. They do. Lucas says, Q, what about acquiring Trey Henderson? He requested trade from the Bengals a couple of days ago, wants a long-term home. I would love to get Trey Henderson, bro, but unfortunately, I don't think the Saints are in the financial situation that could warrant that kind of trade because he wants more money. You know, he wants more money and he wants a sizable contract. I don't think the Saints can give him that. We're not like in terms of our money situation and what they're doing right now. I think that's not a good time to go and approach Trey Hendrickson. You know, it's unfortunate because he's a hell of a player, man. He turned into something. And it's unfortunate because when about time Trey Hendrickson put on that great year, that last year he's with the Saints, his replacement was already drafted in Davenport and he was a cheap option. And people thought Trey Henderson was a one-hitter quitter. He did that. He was hurt all those years. Remember that. I remember all that because I like Trey Henderson a lot. But Trey Henderson was hurt he got hurt every last one of those years except for the contract year. Then he had a double-digit sack year next to Cam that year. People was like, man, he did that for the contract. Goes to Cincinnati and was steady. Didn't get hurt and played. It was very weird. And then the Saints, we bombed on Davenport. But, you know, I don't know I don't think financially we're viable enough to get Trey Henderson back here, to be honest with you. I don't think. Thanks for your question, though. All right, on the clock, I seen Patrick Paul come off the board from Houston to the Miami Dolphins, man. Yeah, I just seen Patrick Paul, man, come off the board to the Dolphins. That's a good pickup for them to get the big 6'8", 330-pound offensive lineman. Like I said, it's a bunch of really good offensive linemen in this draft, man. The Cowboys are on the clock. What do they do? Do they go after Trey Benson? Will the Cowboys pick up Trey Benson? I don't know. They could use a Trey Benson. That'll be a solid move. KD says, do not. He said, I repeat, do not draft Spencer. And I'm not a Spencer Rattler fan either, man. Supporter. I don't like Spencer Rattler. I'm not going to lie to you, bro. No disrespect. I just don't like his game. All right. What's up, Miss Lisa? How you doing? She said, action speaks louder than words. Indeed. Dwight Clark says, Saints already have enough wide receivers. Kool-Aid was a great pick. I like the pick. I still think the Saints could use some more wide receivers. I'm not really totally blown out by what they brung in. But like I said, I don't think we're going to have a vastly exciting rest of the draft. It'll be pretty much a solid, quiet draft as we get players that'll help us. And then we go into the undrafted ranks and stuff like that. Like I said, this draft is like kind of just taking care of the business, man, trying to add some more talent to what we got. And in an attempt to kind of go at the rest of the NFC South and try to see if we can get that in hand, man. But the key to it is Clint Kubiak and this new offense they're trying to put into place. All right, Lewis says, I don't know, Chiefs just won a Super Bowl without an alpha wide receiver. It all starts with the quarterback. The Saints chose to ignore that, but at least they're riding nice foundational pieces until Carr is gone. A lot of people don't like Carr, man. All right, Lucas says, we screwed up letting Trey walk. What if we can get him back? I don't think we can, bro. The money would. How would the money work? Trey Henderson has a nice size contract. Saints did sign Chase Young. And they read up with Cam Jordan. They just paid Carl Granderson. What are we supposed to do with all of that? And if we bring Trey Henderson back, what are we going to do with all these other people? Just sad, man. It's like, fam, let's get this guy. Bro, they're already committed. They're already committed to these other people. They gave Cam as an extension. They paid Carl Granderson. They drafted Peyton Turner and Isaiah Foskey. They signed Chase Young. They committed a lot of money and time to the defensive line. So bringing Trey Hendrickson, I don't think it monetarily works out, because I don't think the Saints could afford him. That's why we in the straits that we are. We can't have a knee jerk reaction. I like Trey Hendrickson. I just think we can't afford him right now. It's way late in the game for that. That's something that we should approach sometime before we even start dealing out that money. KT says, Q, tell the fam who put the Who Dat Nation on the Rashid Shaheed. It was KT, man. KT was breaking it down about the kid. I remember the show KT was telling me about Rashid Shaheed out of, what was it, Weber State? And I started, you said, Q, look at this kid from Weber State, Rashid Shaheed. And I looked at him, I'm like, damn. Then I did some research on him, found out that he had broke a lot of the records that Deontay Harris Hardy had. I was like, man, this dude might be the guy. He might be the one. And guess what? The Saints made him undrafted. And look what he's doing for us right now. The Saints take these guys, man, and turn them into hitters for us, man. Dallas got Marshawn Nealon off the board, a little pass rusher there to kind of have the edge guy from Western Michigan to kind of help them out right there. I thought they might go running back with that. I guess not. Tampa Bay Skunkaneers is on the board. They took a center the last time out. Let's see what they got going on. Let's see if they might get probably be a defensive player. Is Braswell still on the board? Is he still available, man? I know he still ain't on the board. I know that. I know he tripping. I don't know. Is Chris Braswell still on the board? Yeah, he sure is. Yep, and Marshawn Nealon just went off the board to Dallas. Don't be surprised if the next pick might be Chris Braswell from Alabama. Don't be surprised. Yeah, they're on the clock. So anyway, all right, yeah, KT, shout out to you. KT, the one told me about it, man. I started looking them up, man. We doing these shows. KT always draw all these guys. I be looking up all these people. I'm like, damn, who this dude is? And then the running backs, all the running backs that you see. Check this dude out. Check this guy out. And I'll be checking them out, man. I'm like, damn, these guys could play. You know, it's just not enough picks in the day, man. KT says, Big Q tight end still available. Theo Johnson, that's a good one. Tip Ryman, I mock Tip. Tip is a good player, man. Tanner, I'm not familiar with Tanner, but I am familiar with Jaheim Bell, Eric All, Jared Wiley, Isaac Rex. I'm going to have to look into him. But yeah, there's still a good ton of talented tight ends that's available, man. Like I talked about Iowa State. Iowa State is, I call them tight end university, because that's all they do is produce some of the groundbreaking or the top tight ends in the NFL. It's a crazy list of Iowa type tight ends is coming in here. What is it? Not Iowa State, but Iowa. George Kittle. What's the tight end from Detroit? I keep forgetting the man's name. What is it? LaFonta. No. It's not LaFonta. Y'all help me out in the chat. What's the tight end from Detroit? What's the guy from Detroit, man? Oh man, what's his name? I forgot the kid from Laporta. There you go. Thank you, DeVoe. Thank you, DeVoe. Yes, Laporta. Thank you, fam. TJ Hawkinson. What's up, Country Rail? How you doing, bro? Yeah, all these guys, bro. Look at the laundry list of tight ends that come out of Iowa, bro. It's crazy. Laporta, Kittles. Who else y'all said that? It's a bunch of them, fam, that come out of there that's just tearing the league up. I think Noah Fant, Hawkinson, bro, solid tight ends, man. Solid tight ends out of Iowa. So if anybody I'm taking out of Iowa is going to be a tight end, and Eric All might be that guy. The knock on Eric All is he got the size, he got the speed, he can catch. They said he got to work on his route, his route running, footwork a little bit, get a little stronger. You know, the tape show he's a decent blocker. He's tough to cover, but the knock on him is his injuries. Can't stay. You know, he had injuries over the last 2 years. So if you get him late, he'll be something else. Yeah, Country Rail says Eric All is next, bro. These are solid people, man. Solid. Iowa turns out some really good tight ends, man. And each one of them dudes we talk about tear the Saints up. TJ Hawkinson killed the Saints. Laporta killed the Saints when Detroit played them. George Kittle kills the Saints. So Iowa produce Saint killing players at the tight end position. We better get Eric All before he be killing the Saints. So yeah, that would be interesting. And of course, like I said, the tight end room right now is pretty thick. We have Juwan Johnson. I think he got another year on his contract behind this one. Yeah, I think his contract is up in after 25. And then you have Taysom, whose contract, I think Taysom's contract is up after this year. And I think Foster Moreau contract is up in 25, I think after 25, season after 25. So in 2 years, your tight end room looks different. I think that's why the Saints was kind of looking at getting the tight end from Georgia when Dennis Allen was talking about it. It's like, yeah, Brock Bowers was serious. If Brock Bowers was there, he went a pick before to the Raiders, but if he was available, the Saints would have took him. He would have took him. There was a lot of rumorville around that, and people kept asking me about that. It was in the air. Like, Q, if he was there, do you think? I said, bro, I would not be mad if they did, because the dude is a talented tight end. You can use him according to the imagination of your offensive coordinator. You can move him around, make plays, and if you have guys like him and Taysom Hill, that's just another weapon for the offense that they can't defend. And of course, what about the offensive tackle? You could have got him in the second round. There was a ton of tackles that was still available. We just seen what's his name, the 6'8" tight end get off the board from Oklahoma just momentarily. They went to the Miami Dolphins. He was available. So they had a bunch of tight ends. I mean, not tight ends. I'm saying tight ends, offensive tackles that were available in the second round. It was in terms of that, it was deep in that realm, like from the first to the second on down to where you was picking at. You would have got a good solid tackle to help you there. And plus you'd have a good player there as well, but it didn't work out that way, and it's okay. Yeah, but it was really crazy. And guess who's off the board, family? Guess who's off the board? Chris Braswell to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Yeah, Jack says Lions traded Hawkinson and then drafted Laporta. Boy, that dude couldn't miss, can he? But that go Tampa Bay, get Chris Braswell, pass rusher out of Alabama. Dude good, man. Dude's good. So we might have to contend with this brother in Tampa, man. Very interesting. Dude's good. Dude is good. So we got to have our tackles together, brother. We got to have our tackles. I just talked about Chris Braswell. I said, man, Chris Braswell is still on the board. No, he ain't. No more. As soon as I said it, he's gone. All right. Shout out to Tragic, man. Shout out to you. Big ups to you, my brother. Yeah, my Mr. 5D says y'all Saints will move into the third. I'm thinking, I don't know if they move into the third, bro, because I know you need a little capital to, you might need help from next year's draft, and I don't think they won't touch next year's draft. But I can see them going up. They got the ammunition to move up into the fourth. Now, to the fourth round, they can take 2 5s to get up to 4. They still got 3 5th-round picks. They can take 2 of the 3 5th-round picks to give up to go into the 4th round. I don't know if they get into the third. I think they'll probably end up getting into the 4th, but then again, we'll see. We'll see how it all pops. But right now, the Saints, fam, 2 solid picks. Yesterday was Tulise Fuaga, starting offensive tackle. We don't know exactly which side. Dennis Allen wasn't committal about that. And of course, today, Kool-Aid McKinstry from the University of Alabama, solid cornerback prospect, coming in along with Lattimore. Coach Woods was a defensive coordinator. His job is to coach up the cornerbacks. He'll get this guy ready to play just like he got Isaac Yiadom ready to play. Y'all remember how Isaac Yiadom was before Joe got here. Isaac Yiadom was, Isaac Yiadom wouldn't even turn his damn head around. He was out there playing the game scared. Wouldn't even whip his head around to locate where the ball was. He was always in the trail position. His hand placement, he wasn't as strong as he needed to. He wasn't nearly as confident as he needed to be, but boy, when Joe Woods got him and when Joe Woods worked on him, he started turning his head around, locating where the ball, reading the eyes of the wide receiver he's playing. He became a better tackler. His rhythm in terms of batting the ball down, all that got exponentially better with Joe Woods. And I expect Joe Woods to really help this Kool-Aid kid really step his game even further. So I think it's a solid pick. Anytime we talking secondary, fam, you got good cover men. Remember, don't you ever in your life worry about when the Saints get a solid cornerback. Fam, when you have all of these wide receivers out here that's tearing you up and you have a really good cover man that can go out there and play with all these dynamic wide receivers and even make open field tackles, play with confidence and not scared, man, that's worth a lot. That's worth a lot. So we good. All right. All right. All right. Saints for Life said Kingsley. Yeah, he is still available. Yep, he still is available. Blake Fisher from Notre Dame came off the book. You know, that's the guy who played next to Joe Alt. He's off the book to the Texans. So there you go. Yeah, that's right. Coverage sacks, Jack. That's right. Coverage sacks. Everything, man. We good. All right. All right. Yeah. Tampa has always drafted good. Well, that was a good pickup by them to get them. I think Shaq Barrett is not. Isn't Shaq Barrett gone? He's not with them anymore. So they needed somebody to kind of keep the pressure on. Well said. Tragic says not just Joe Woods, but Marcus Robinson, who is secondary coach and former Pro Bowl safety. Indeed. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you. All right. So anyway, fam, let's keep on rolling along. What I'm gonna do now, fam, I'm gonna give the family members opportunity to kind of chime in one at a time. So if guys are interested in guys and gals, if they're interested in popping in on the show, I'm open up the phone line, fam, for the fam to get their talk on, man. Hold on, let me see if I can post it in. Hold on just a second, fam. Post it in the chat and kind of get a fam an opportunity to kind of chime in on what they think about the Saints and what the pick is going to, the next selection is going to be, and how they feel about the draft. Even though it's 2 picks right now, man, it's just 2 picks right now, but still in all, we're not doing too bad. We're doing all right, man. We're doing all right. KT says, Q, Jaden Hicks, arguably the best safety in the class, is still available. I heard about him from Washington State. How do you feel about Bo Braid? I like Bo Braid. How you feel about Bo Braid? 504 Code says, fan, remember Debo and Ayuk want out of San Francisco. Rumors Kubiak might grab one of them. That is interesting. You got to look at their contracts, too, to see what we're looking like here. You know, Saints for Life says, Q, Saints need to get better at stopping and run. This is a big problem for this team. That's still a very good group of defensive tackles available, bro. There's some solid tackles remaining right now in the draft. So, like I said, it's still a lot going on here. There's still a lot of good tackles that's in this draft that's left over. Christian Boyd from Northern Iowa, Tyler Davis from Clemson. Who else they got? Jordan Jefferson is available. Keith Randolph Jr. is another one. Who else? We have Miles Murphy is another interesting one. What's the kid from Alabama? Justin, I can't even pronounce his name. Ebogbe. Justin Ebogbe from Alabama is another dude that give you a push. Dwayne Carter from Duke. There's a couple of guys that's available that's in the defensive tackle mode that can help the Saints. Saints had scouted a lot of these guys, come to think about it, on this list I'm looking at. I hope I said that right. Justin Ebogbe. I think I might have nailed that one, man. I'm proud of myself. All right, fam. So hold on. I'm gonna open up the phone lines one at a time. So, fam, probably be kind of thoughtful in terms of who's coming behind you. Please feel free to chime in, kind of spit your game, make your point, and kind of then give another person an opportunity to kind of chime out. It's been a while since I opened up the phone lines on the show, but I want to hear from you guys, man, tonight, man. We're going to be listening to you guys tonight, and let's see what you guys got to say about it. But like I said, please feel free, if you pop in, kind of, chat in, let you know what talk about how you feel about the team, how you feel about the Saints picks, what we need to do in the remaining portion of the draft, all that good stuff. The link is in the chat, and y'all feel free to kind of chime in and let me know, baby, how you feel about what's popping and what's going on with the black and gold. You know what I'm saying? We up in this thing, baby. We doing it. All right. So anyway, the link's in the chat, man. Let me pin that sucker, matter of fact. And it looked like the wide receiver position is not going anywhere. They were talking about the wide receiver position being the position in which the Saints need to keep it going. So that's what we got, man. We got to keep this thing going. So anyway, all right. So let's keep it going. We got OG Jerry that's up here next. We're gonna bring the OG just in a second, but just to let y'all know. Okay, KT said Peyton Wilson. All right. Yeah, I've heard of Peyton Wilson, bro. For linebacker from North Carolina State. Yeah, I've heard of Peyton Wilson. I think I've seen some film on Peyton Wilson. Seen something on him from where is he from? North Carolina State? I want to say I've seen some. I've been watching a lot of film, bro. It's a lot, man. It's a lot to bring in. Big Head Slimps, I didn't love the Kool-Aid pick at first, but you make a lot of sense, Q. Thank you, Big Head Slim. I'm just saying, bro, like a lot of people say, man, we don't need no cornerback, Q. What you talking about, man? We need a wide receiver. And I'm like, bro, listen, you got a point. But when go back and look up the stats about your cornerbacks. The cornerbacks got hurt. Laddie Daddy missed a ton of games last year. Alante Taylor got benched for bad play by Dennis Allen last year. Who was playing when all that was going on? Isaac Yiadom. Guess what? Isaac Yiadom is not here anymore. He gone. So who's gonna carry? Who's gonna take the weight at the cornerback position? We don't have a long-term option at the time behind those guys. There was no establishment spot. Everybody was guys that I never even heard a lot of these guys before. Like you had Faison Hicks. Y'all got confidence in Faison Hicks? No disrespect to Faison Hicks. I just don't know him. Rejzon Wright. Who the hell is that? Shamar Jean Charles, which we seen him play some last year and the Saints brought him back. But long-term options we talking about. These other guys are just, they are depth pieces, but you want somebody that eventually becomes a steady starter, and McKinstry has the potential to be there. And like I said, he's a fourth cornerback, but you start 3 every damn game. One gets hurt, that guy McKinstry is going up in there. Just saying. They gonna love him when he start picking off Atlanta. Kool-Aid start picking off the Atlanta Falcons their quarterback. They'll love his ass then. All right, so anyway, we're gonna bring in Jerry. I see your brother Jonas is in this thing. Y'all won't pop in, man. Feel free to hit the link. It's pinned to the chat. The lines are open, man. Let me hear from the mighty Who Dat Nation. Let me hear from the great Saint Dank Tank. Y'all tell me what y'all think and how y'all feel. OG, what's happening, brother? I'm coming to you first. How you doing tonight, sir?
What's going on?
What's up, OG? What's popping, my brother? How you doing, sir?
I'm doing good, man. Long time no hear from you, brother. You're looking good, man.
Hey, thank you, OG, man. I feel good, brother. Just been doing life, taking care of business, taking care of the chillins, doing what I do, my brother. Just working to get better every day, my brother.
I got you, Q. But listen, I want to go back to Thursday night. I love the Fuaga pick that we got, because we was definitely in need of an offensive tackle, and we got our man. So I'm happy about that. Very happy about that. But I'm in total shock earlier this evening, because I thought we were going to get the 45th pick in the draft. But Green Bay, because I thought Green Bay was going to get Kool-Aid, but they traded their pick to us, to the New Orleans Saints, and we got them. I am in total, complete shock, Q. I did not expect this to happen, but it happened.
Right.
I did not expect it to happen, but hey, I love it.
I agree, bro. I love it too, OG. I think it was a solid move by the Saints, man. He was high on their boards. That's the only time when you pull a move like that, bro. When you have that player high on your board, you like him a lot, and you think the team is going to draft him before you can get to him. So they had to move up 4 spots. I think it was 4 spots, from 45 to 41. I think it was 41 to go and get him. So I applaud him for doing that, because he could turn into a big player for him, bro.
I got you, Q. Now the question after this move, Q. I mean, what the Saints get in return? After Green Bay traded their pick to New Orleans. What they get in return?
Well, the way it is, the Saints traded their 5th and 6th round picks, which is 168
Mhm.
and 190
Okay.
to move up the 4 slots. So they gave up 2 to move up. They gave up the that second pick, the 5th
Mhm.
and the 5th pick and the 6th pick to move up to go and get them. So they don't get nothing in return except for Kool-Aid. They don't get any extra picks. They gave all that to Green Bay to make that move happen. That's why I was saying it's high on their boards. Now the Saints still have 5 picks left.
Okay.
You got 3 5s, 1 6, and a 7th.
And okay, I got you. So that means they still got all 5 of their picks still set for Saturday. The
Yes,
three
sir.
fives, though, you say the 1-6 and the 1-7?
Yes, sir. 150, 170, 175. Those are all the 5th round picks. 199, which is the 6th, and 239, which is the 7th.
Okay, got you. So the Saints are still in the clear with their draft picks. I got you.
Yes, sir. They still got a ton of picks to make a move, and they can take 2 of the 5s and trade them up to get into the 4, so they'll have a 4, a 5, a 6, and a 7. They can still do that. I'm expecting the trade to make a trade to get into the 4th round tomorrow. I still think they got a trade up their sleeve.
Okay, yeah, because Q, just like everybody in the mighty Who That Nation, as you would put it, the great Saints think tank. Nobody expected this to happen. Nobody did. I wouldn't expect it to happen because I was hearing somebody saying Saints traded from Green Bay. I'm like, wait a minute, hold up. I don't even see it. And then when they showed it, I'm like, okay, all right, let's go.
Yeah, OG, it happened pretty fast, bro. It happened pretty fast, man. And when it happened, man, the Saints. They thought that he obviously was going to get drafted because we talked about it. We mentioned it like a couple of minutes, or not a couple of minutes, like 5 or 10 minutes before it went down. I was like, man, somebody said, man, Kool-Aid McKinstry is still available. I said, no, he not. He can't be. Looked on there. Guess what? He was available.
And he was, and now he's taken.
He's a Saint.
Yes, sir. And I love it. So Who That Nation, I hope y'all got y'all pictures ready. I hope y'all got your Kool-Aid flavors ready, got your sugar ready and all that good stuff, because we drinking every day. So get your pictures ready. We got some Kool-Aid in the Big Easy, baby. Let's go. Let's go.
All right. Thank you, OG, man. Thank you, man. Good hearing from you, my brother. Appreciate you as always for chiming in, bro. Thank you, man.
Thank you, Big Q. And always, I'm glad everything is well with you, my brother.
Same
Y'all
to you.
keep it up, you and everybody. And shouts out once again to the Who That Nation. I love Q. Let me say this, and I'm gonna get out of here. This is why the Who That Nation is the best fans every day. I'm gonna just say it like that. We Saints fans know what it feels like through the good, through the bad, all in between. We are here together as a family. We are all family in this thing. Y'all know it, and I know it. And I love y'all, and ain't nothing y'all can do about that.
All right. Same to you, OG. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Who that to you, OG? Who that?
Who that to you, Godfather Big Q?
All right. Thank you, brother. All right. That's OG, man. OG Jerry in this thing, man. Hey, y'all want to chop in what I got on screen right now? Just Kool-Aid, man. He was having a watch party, and the camera just happened to catch Kool-Aid McKinstry. The moment he got the phone call, Saints called me on the phone with the Saints right now. And they gave him the word and say, at that time that they was going to draft him. And, after he puts the phone down, you can see this is the live reaction. He takes his glasses off, and the Saints are telling him on the phone before they drafted him, before they pulled the move on him. As you can see, I got the footage on screen right here. Him having a little discussion. You can see that he's touched. He's crying right there. And he let him know, I'm going to the Saints. And then he puts his hands over his head. We got a good one, fam. I'm telling y'all, man. Kool-Aid's coming to the Big Easy, baby. We got a good one. All right, so anyway, we got Brother Jonas. We're going to chime in here. Y'all hit the like button. If y'all want to chime in tonight, man, the lines are open. Come on in and share your thoughts on the team, man. Let me know how you feel about the draft picks and the direction of the team. Express yourself. The lines are open. Hit the link and pop on in. I will bring in Brother Jonas. Brother Jonas, how you doing tonight, sir?
Hey, how you doing, Big Q?
Doing good.
Yeah, that's that last photo of that brother, young brother. That's a photo of he gonna change his whole family life moment.
That's right.
He gonna change his whole family life. So that's a blessing. But shout out to you, Big Q, PPR fan, of course. Tough. But it's football season. We talking football right now. We're not gonna talk about the Pelicans right now. But Big Q, I like what they're doing. But the thing is, I won't say this first before I start. I won't say this because it's two things that I'm getting out the season. One, I think we're gonna be a great team this season. But the thing is, I think that Clint Cooper, our offensive coordinator, is gonna do so good that he's gonna depart and get a head coaching job somewhere else, leaving us stuck with Dennis Allen, keeping Mickey Loomis a reason why to keep Dennis Allen. Just because of this one season, I guarantee it. And that's gonna be a sad thing because we might fall back into the Dennis Allen we all know mode to be a loser. Let's be honest, he's a loser because we had good last year. We had a great team to win that division. Everything was stacked up. Even though I really felt it when we beat Tampa, when we on the second game we beat Tampa. I said we got this control and we can make a playoff and make a run probably. Then Dennis Allen find a way to lose. But anyway, for this draft, I love for Egypt. I love what they're doing with the line. Eric McCoy is gonna have a great year. I really believe in him. Just by like you mentioned yesterday about when he chirped and Derek called face. He went in his face, let him know, he ain't no lose. And I like his attitude. You got to do that sometimes with the quarterback, just like with the situation with Denver, with the guy that did that to Russell Wilson last year, went in his face. Russell Wilson won't play the good guy role. Oh, he was just telling me, come on, man, come on. Man, I'm pretty sure he was telling you more than come on, Russell Wilson. Stop the cap. Number one, two. But yeah. So in the defense, I like our secondary. Even though I'm kind of mad that we got rid of Isaac Yadim. I can't pronounce his last name. Isaac. He was a good, huh?
Yeah, Yedem. Yeah, Isaac Yedem. Yeah.
Man, we should have kept him. Him and Alante Taylor. That was some young guys. And Paul Debo had a great year. Marshawn Lattimore, he's gonna have a bounce back year, the captain role, and the linebackers. Let's see what Chase Young do. We're praying for him. Hopefully, it's not a bad injury. But yeah, cute. Make long story short, I think we're gonna have a great season. But the thing is, Clint Kubiak gonna be gone. You're gonna get a head coaching job, leaving us with Dennis Allen again. That's the problem. That's the problem. Unless we don't win the Super Bowl in New Orleans, that'll be lovely. That'll be a gift. The Super Bowl in our own hometown, we'll take that. We took our 2010 Super Bowl for years. So, I mean,
Right. Yeah, hey, bro, that's interesting. A lot. I've heard that before. Somebody said Clint Kubiak is going to turn it around, and he's going to do so well that somebody said he'll leave after a year. We'd be back in the same situation.
Exactly. And Mickey Loomis, he don't want to be wrong. He don't. One thing you say, Big Q, I pay attention to you. I listen to you. That's why I wish one day I hit the jackpot, man. I got to get you a big platform. You need a big platform, man. So when anybody watching this or anybody hearing this, y'all got streets named after y'all. Brian Williams, Ronald Sugar Slim Williams. Y'all support this brother, man. Get this man a big platform, man. I sure would invest in you, man, because you're intelligent. You know the game. And you're not biased. Just because you're a Saints fan, you keep it how it is. Mickey Loomis is a GM that's going down the drain. He don't want to take his pride to the side. He needs to hire somebody to oversee the draft and the picks and the free agents grabbing, and he needs to have somebody do that for him and just play the backfield and just he get the money. I'm pretty sure. I want to know what Tom Benson left him in his will. I really want to read what that will say. How much control Mickey Loomis really had, Big Q?
I
That's the
know.
question.
Crazy, bro. He
You
got
know, talk
too
to
much.
say that again, big brother.
I say he got too much control, brother.
Man, I want to know what Miss Gail Benson, how much say so do she really have on getting the GM?
She kind of it's Tom Benson, rest his soul, kind of he left her with all these people, and Gail believes in these guys, and I don't think she wants to change anything unless it gets really dire, and that she has to step in. Like she gets upset and step in. She did it with the Anthony Davis situation when Anthony Davis
Okay.
she stepped right in and fired the hell out of Dale Demps, right, like instantly.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Pissed off enough, she will step in. But she
Okay.
likes Mickey Loomis a lot. She likes Dennis Lucia. What will help us out is that if we had a president of football operations, because Mickey's not the guy is Dennis Lucia, who's above him. He's a businessman.
Okay.
He knows very little about football. He defers all that to Mickey Loomis. So if we had a guy at the top that was a football guy and business guy, I mean, who had the vision to say, listen, Mickey, we keep you as a VP. We just gonna give somebody else the general manager position that is a little bit more progressive and young. Because I think the game done passed Mickey Loomis by, bro. It's not a respect. It does it with everybody, man. Sometimes the game passes by.
Exactly. That's why I think Drew Brees would be a good role, play a good role in that position. Drew Brees, somebody with a good mind for the game, because I noticed he always talk about he minds, just like LeBron got that podcast, even though that's not good because it looks like he falling off. But anyway, LeBron got that podcast, mind the game. I feel like Drew Brees mind the game. I feel like he studied the game as a quarterback, and that's why I think he was so successful. I remember he had that early game pre-game stretching. I used to see Drew Brees on the sideline stretching like a high school exercise PE yoga class or something. I used to see Drew Brees doing that. I said, man, this man is prepared. You never see quarterbacks doing. You never see Dak Prescott or Lamar Jackson on the sideline doing those stretches like Drew Brees. Drew Brees, he loved the game, man. And Derek Carr, on the other hand, he's good, but I see sometimes he act like a baby, man. Let's be honest. He pouting up, I'm like, that's not gonna work,
Yep. Yeah, you got a point.
And I don't see Drew Brees, giving him no game. I mean, I don't know. Big Q? Do Drew Brees talk to him?
Yeah, he mentioned that they were hanging out together not too long ago. They had an interview where he mentioned that he talked to him for a long time. And he says that he does talk. He does. I don't know if it's on a regular, but he does talk to Drew Brees, and he said he was picking his brain on some stuff. And I was like, man, what is he talking about? Recipes, man. You need to try to get all the game you can, bro, because start the routine, whatever routine it is, man, because it's like $150 million. He walks in the door kind of entitled. The Saints do everything they can to surround him with the softest mattresses you could possibly imagine. No competition in the quarterback room to kind of him to get better. So all we really counting on now is offensive coordinator Kubiak to come in here.
Kubiak,
for him to come in here and whatever levels of accountability that he has, make sure he pushes Derek Carr just like Chucky did. That's how you seen him get the best numbers. But if you ain't pushing him, you're gonna get Saint numbers and other numbers. But if you really push him, you get the Gruden numbers, 4,000 yard season numbers, because he has that type of personality where you got to be constantly motivating. You got to constantly stay on him. You didn't need to do that with Drew Brees. Drew Brees would be he would be the first guy in the building, the last guy to leave the building. He's studying the plays. He in there visualizing the game. He in there in the practice field by himself, going through an entire game of visualizing him throwing the ball. He ain't even had the ball. He out there pretending he throwing to wide receivers. He talked about him just visualizing an entire game that helped him be prepared to what to do if certain situations occur. I don't know if he's taking all that game, but that's what I'm counting on from Clint Kubiak, is to kind of see if he could do that. Another thing he talked about was high stress practices. I want to know what that's like, because we always hear all these practices Dennis Allen had, and I started making jokes about him that we was having all these freaking Hall of Fame practices, and the Saints would go out there and lose the game. It looked terrible.
Yeah.
A great week of practice, but it's how you having it's not translating into the game. What's going on here? So it's a disconnect somewhere. So hopefully Kubiak, who's like high stress practices, that he stresses them in practice, so when the game come, they'd be prepared to deal with it. If that's the case, I love it. I would love to see how you put it in practice down here. That's
just like Big Q and some people in the a couple of months ago, whatever it was, had on the chat some insane things about trading Taysom Hill. I'm like, man, stop. Why would you want to trade Taysom Hill that do everything, never get really hurt, and didn't have no injury all season? All you do is give you production plays on the field. Imagine with Clint Kubiak, the plays he could have drawn up for Taysom Hill. Why would you? A.T. Perry, that's another. That brother felt that was a steal for the Saints last draft. Q, what you think? A.T. Perry,
like A.T. Perry, bro. Would love to see more of his development. We got a new wide receiver coach that came here, Coach Williams from Baltimore. So I love to see his style of players and what he can do, because I like Cody Burns. I don't know why they got rid of Cody Burns, but they got this new wide receiver coach. I don't know what he's going to do, but I would love to see how, what he does with A.T. Perry, because A.T. Perry made a lot of good plays. I just kind of felt like he wasn't there yet, but if he steps his game up, I think the third position could be open. They got Cedric Wilson as a veteran, but A.T. Perry.
Wilson, I like him. Yeah.
So
yeah. And one more thing, for the that new kickoff rule, they got, what you think on that? That kickoff rule, then that's advantage for Rashid Shaheed, the speed, Rashid Shaheed with the speed. I mean, what you think, Q, about that new rule? I want your opinion on it.
I'm kind of, I don't know, bro. I know Cam and the rest of them, they don't really like they don't really like some of these rules that they're creating.
Oh, damn.
I actually think I'm kind of indifferent on it, but I think it might help. I mean, they're taking more of a cautious approach on the kickoff rules and all this. They're changing the stuff up. It's supposed to be more safe for them to do that. But me personally, I think Rashid Shaheed, man, we definitely need to do a lot better job of kind of blocking when he does kick return. But really, bro, to be honest with you, I don't really want to see Rashid Shaheed punt return and the kick return if we could possibly help it. I hope we can give somebody else that job, because I mean, because he's, that's how right now I would say Rashid's your second best wide receiver. He is behind.
Okay, all right. So you don't want to risk that. Yeah, I got you. You don't want to risk the injury on.
Right, and then so I look at it because he's so explosive, man. Out there, him and Chris Olave just awesome. Yes. Chris Olave catch anything you throw to him. He got great balance. Catch them all kind of crazy passes and all that.
Yeah,
and Olave just and Rashid just run right past you. You can't catch up with him. I mean, he's
A.T. Perry too. Only thing about A.T. Perry, he gotta control his attitude, because I feel like he get cocky. He catch the ball, like he made some good play catches against, I think it was Atlanta or one of the teams, and he was catching them, and he was just getting their face like, you can't stick or whatever. I'm like, man, you gotta, slow down. But I love our wide receiver core. I think we like I said, it's gonna be good. Great season. God bless everything you got going on. I love you, brother. Tell Big DC, aka Too Hood to be Hollywood. Tell him stop playing with the man. Put some respect on the man's name. Talking about Diddy parties and all that. No, that's DC. Too Hood to be Hollywood. That's the team in New Orleans. Too Hood to be Hollywood. You don't do all that. Tell Queen Lex, shout out. Love her, brilliancy of the game. Man, and another thing, Pelicans got to win tomorrow. But I love what the Saints doing. But I'm going to just leave it like this. Clint Kubiak going to have a great season. He's going to be gone for another team for a head coach. And they're going to get stuck with Dennis Allen. So that's my thought on that.
Oh, man. But thank you, Brother Jonas. Appreciate you chiming in, man. Much love and blessings.
Love.
And we'll talk to you later, my brother. Thank you, bro.
Yes, sir.
All right, that's brother. Appreciate him chiming in on that, man. And listen, that's a sentiment that a lot of family members was kind of hitting on. It's like, man, I think Clint Kubiak gonna come in and change the game, and that's what I was telling the family. It's like, fam, we're really not that far off. A lot of stuff that's happening wrong with the Saints is self-inflicted stuff. It's self-inflicted. Like we having these cracks in the fiber of the team, the fabric of the team. When you see guys like Michael Thomas and Chris Olave, and Chris Olave gets arrested, Michael Thomas gets arrested, and people are frustrated because they're not winning. Guess what? That's what's supposed to happen. People are supposed to be frustrated when you're not winning because you're supposed to win. We're here to win. So if you see a guy that just cool with everything going and he's just collecting a check, we don't want that type of player on the team. So you see our players get frustrated because they're here to win. They're here to win. And there go Brandon Coleman. We talked about Brandon Coleman, the big offensive lineman. He's off the board, man, to Washington. Washington loading up. They're trying to get some talent over there. But anyway, what I'm saying is a lot of this. I really do think that the Saints are not really far off, fam. It's self-inflicted issues that we having. Off code coach threw his whole team under the bus. If they ran that play without your permission, you should have disciplined them in quiet. You didn't have to tell me and the entire nation what the team did right after the game and then apologize to the Falcons. That's chump shit. You supposed to have been like, man, kept that in-house and dealt with that from the team. You didn't have to put that in the street. Off-code behavior, the backstabbing of Jameis and lying to him about playing. Off-code behavior. Everybody know that a player shouldn't lose his job due to injury. That's an unwritten rule in the NFL that we know that you're not. But Jameis did. Jameis came back, and that year he didn't even get his job back. He kept Andy Dalton in there. Off-code behavior like a dog. That's why you have Marshawn Lattimore and Michael Thomas. All them people was going at him. Beginning to be like, man, and then the people sitting up here talking about, well, as Michael Thomas is tweeting his ass, man, you know what he could have done? I mean, you talking about a goddamn tweet. Is it valid? Is it true? You're shooting at the messenger, but what about the damn message? Is it true? Is what he talking about true? That's what it's about. See, it's always a misdirection away from the message to get at the messenger. What he said was true, but see, he got that shirt on, and let me tell you, see that shirt, that was last year's model. Dumb shit. Misdirection. What the man said, was it true? Was it true? That's what it comes down to, man. And I don't go for that. I keeps it real and I calls it out. The Saints are having issues and they losing because of the Saints. It ain't got nothing to do with nobody else. The Saints are beating themselves in many cases. They are. This is true talk. They're beating themselves. So, and then the crazy part about it is they pretending like it's all good. Dennis Allen has no wherewithal at all. If I tell you, listen, bro, you got this issue, you backstabby, you weaselly, he knows what he is. Then the general manager, who's a whole nother player, pretends like the guy's upstanding. No upstanding guy throws his team under the bus and then expect the same team to play for him. It don't work like that. So how you got an off-code dumb general manager who can't see that? I'm sorry. I mean, I'm just keeping it real. I thought you're supposed to be an evaluator of talent and people. What are you generally managing if you can't figure out the problem with the team is because the coach is off code? It's not, he doesn't have a standard that people are following. No players are going to play for a coach or totally trusted coach that behaves in that manner. I'm telling you the truth. That's a God's honest fact. They're not going to play for them. And I'm sorry to tell you that a lot of the media people are not going to tell you that because they don't like them to talk like that. You might get your press pass revoked. God knows you can't have that if you're a media personality, right? That's why the Sports Coma and people like myself keep it real, man. We got to tell the truth regardless. Saints are bad, having issues because the Saints are causing these issues. They are doing this. Accountability is not high in the model of the Saints. If it was, then you wouldn't see all the finger pointing happening. Everybody would be held accountable at the same line. It starts with the quarterback. Starts really with the head coach on the field. Above it starts with the general manager, but there is no accountability. And I say it's all about money. It's all about cashing out. Every year over the last 3 years, Gail got $1 billion richer, and your team still not in the playoffs every year. So how she making $1 billion? She got $1 billion richer every year, and the Saints miss the playoffs every year. How that work? How you get richer and richer? And he said, like you, because she got dealerships, she making money. Yeah, they making money. So if they won't listen to you, the only thing you got to do is hold your money. I've been telling people that. Very simple. Very simple, man. We control all of this, man. People just have to learn economic behavior. They got to learn how this society work and talk about all these people. Oh, they got the people at the top that run it. They're not running nothing unless you let them run it. You letting them run it by default. You're not participating. Stop buying in all of the BS they sell and all this crap. They got the red gang, the blue gang, man, and they working together against you, telling you what you need. Well, this is what you're supposed to have. This is really the issue. No, it's not. That don't have nothing to do with me or you. That's what you want me to believe belongs to me, and it's not. The moment you start talking and thinking like that, you change everything. Everything changes around you. That's why I always tell you, you got the power. And it's a small sample size serving in sports. You control all of this. You really do. Take your power. Take responsibility. Responsibility is a power. It's a power. When you deflect and blame, you give power to whatever you're blaming. That's the guy. No, well, let's take this in here. Let's take control of all this and call these people out like we're supposed to. And then if they don't behave, then we start restricting money to make them behave, and they'll start listening. Then they won't fuck you if you're not paying them. It's all driven monetarily. We just have to understand that. But everything that's impacted on the field is because that's what the Saints are doing. They do not have, and Mickey Lewis operates with no morality whatsoever. It's all about a dollar. Even if it's a bad pickup, a bad selection, or a bad hiring, you're going to just pretend like it ain't. You don't do no reevaluation on anything. You're supposed to reevaluate everything you do. There's no reevaluation on your decision making because there is no accountability for him. Who's checking behind him? Is Dennis Lucia checking behind Mickey? No, hell no. He ain't checking behind Mickey Loomis. He ain't doing none of that. Mickey Loomis told people Mickey Loomis been a general manager for 30 years. Been in football for 20 years, a manager for 30 years. He was in football 20 years. He's been a general manager. And I might be here another 10 years. What? No, dude, you about to come up off that general manager position. You're going to be what you are. You a VP. You're not a real general manager because you don't general manage a damn thing, but general manage some goddamn playoff losses year after year. So, I mean, like I said, man, we got to change the dynamic. The Patriots take an offensive lineman, Caden Wallace, out of the University of Penn State. He's off the board. For the Pats, they're trying to build that offensive line around their quarterback, Drake May. So they got a wide receiver, a tackle to go around with the quarterback. They don't pick next until the 4th round, 3rd. We're now 5 picks into round number 3. The Chargers are on the clock, and they're looking for a cornerback. This could be where TJ Tampa ends up going to the Chargers. We shall see. But anyway, like I said, and shout out to the family members that chimed in. Hey, listen, man, if y'all want to pop in, what's up, Uncle Paulie? My boy, Uncle Paulie's up in this thing. Shout out to Uncle Paulie. Hey, listen, fam, the link is in the chat if y'all want to pop up on the stream. The phone lines are open. Phone lines, matter of fact, let me put the little sign up there. I thought I had it in. There it is, because people might not know. The phone lines up. We heard from OG. We heard from Brother Yakub here. Y'all feel free to pop up in here. The link's pinned to the chat. Let me hear from you guys what you think is going on with the black and gold. Do you think there'll be a successful season? How do you feel about the draft thus far? I think it's been a pretty solid draft. We got Talisa Fuaga to be the blind side. What do you guys think? Where should Fuaga play? That's a big question that needs to be answered. Matter of fact, let me put that into the chat. Let me first look at it. The old poll that we have, well over almost 600 people. On the previous poll, the question was asked, which position should the Saints address in day 2? 46% of the people said wide receiver, 27% says cornerback, 17% says defensive end, and 9% says safety. So we're going to end that poll, and I'm going to start another poll asking the family members, and I think you'll see the results of the poll is in there. I'm gonna ask the family members another poll, start another poll, asking them which side should. I hope I'm gonna try to spell his name. Hold on, I'm gonna have to make sure y'all know I have to start learning their names. Say name. I think I say his name right, but a lot of these names might be having trouble like a dog. But okay, hold on. I think I spelled it right. Yeah, that's cool. That's it. I think I got it right. All right, I got a poll for you guys. Here, starting the poll, fam. Y'all chime in on it. Poll question is which side should Talise Fuaga play on? That's the new poll that's in the chat. Y'all feel free to chime in on that. Y'all let me know how y'all feel on that. Which side should Fuaga play on? Chime in, let me know what y'all think on that. All right, brother Marvin says, "What's up, Q? What's going on, bro? How you doing, man? Should be next." He says, "Should be next with another guard." All right, thank you, bro. Appreciate you. All right. What's up, brother Derek? All right, brother Derek says right sides. All right, big ups to you. Good to see y'all, man, in the chat. Uncle Paulie, how you doing, man? All right, Uncle Paulie says Carr is a clown, and damn, Uncle Paulie come in firing. Says Derek Carr is a clown, and he not even good. He not even a good third string quarterback, even in the old XFL or the USFL. Damn, Uncle Paulie. Uncle Paulie come in firing nonstop. What's up, Hemisphere? How you doing, fam? Say, who's the Saints pick in the second round? Well, let's take a peek. And this is Kool-Aid McKinstry. That's right, Kool-Aid McKinstry. Cornerback from Alabama. The Saints moved up from 45 to 41. They gave up the second and a fifth and sixth round pick to move up and go and get McKinstry. And a lot of people was kind of not liking the pick, but I personally think that the pick was a good pick. I really do think the pick was a solid pick because the Saints been dealing with injuries at the cornerback position over the last couple of years. We missed Marshawn for a freak injury that happened to him out on the field. Missed a bunch of games. Remember, they benched Alontae Taylor for bad play. Dennis Allen did for like a game, I think it was. So it's one of them situations where you see it and you say, yeah, if you got a guy that you pick in the second round, he's a fourth string cornerback. But people have to remember that you have three starting cornerbacks. So if one goes down, that fourth string cornerback go in there lickety split. He becomes a starter very fast. It only takes an injury to do it. And unfortunately, it's been a rare time when you see the Saints go through the entire season with all their cornerbacks starting for them. That is very rare, to be honest with you. That don't happen a lot. So you're going to definitely need some depth. And I think McKinstry helped. Plus, he provides insurance just in case you can't sign Paulson to Debo because you're a cap strap team for this year and next year. And Debo's contract is up in 2020 after 2025. So it could serve many different roles for you. So we'll see what's popping on that as well. So anyway, all right. Spice says, please no more heel at QB. It disrupts the offensive chemistry and is way too predictable. No other team in the league does this. You know what, Spice? C. Rice. We've been saying that for a very long time, my friend, that I love Taysom Hill, but I don't like the predictability of Taysom Hill's package. Like when he gets out there and he pretends to drop back throw, nobody buys that. Nobody buys that. And I kept saying, man, if they had 2 or 3 plays, not even teach him 4 passing plays, to mix in the run stuff, just give them 4 and let them master 4 passing plays and let them work on that. That'll change the whole outlook of that Taysom Hill package when he rolls up in there and start making plays. But then again, they asked about Taysom Hill to to the offensive coordinator, Clint Kubiak, was asked about that. He says he talked about he didn't meet him yet, but he, looked at some film on him and all this kind of stuff. But me personally, I thought that Taysom Hill in Clint Kubiak's system could be like a Justin Juszczyk. That's what I was saying. And I was like, because I looked up, I was like, I don't know about that. But then I said, what's the size, how tall and how much does Justin Juszczyk weigh? And I went and looked them up, and Justin Juszczyk is the same height and the same weight as Taysom Hill. And I said to myself, I've seen, and listen, this is not a stretch, but I've seen Taysom Hill play fullback blocking for Elvin Kamara. We've seen that. And he goes out there and he plays fullback and he blocks for Elvin Kamara. He did that at times. And what I'm saying is the way how he used Juszczyk, that was, and listen, I know it's kind of, you kind of don't want to put him in that role. But like I said, I was thinking Juszczyk was a lot, way more than Taysom. But if you go look them up, they the same height and weight. And the way he used Juszczyk and Shanahan used Juszczyk in that 49ers offense, bro, that's a deadly mismatch for many teams. He's so important to what they do out there. Juszczyk is so important. You talk about Brandon Ayuk and you talk about Deebo Samuel, but they had times where Deebo Samuel was hurt and they still was winning the games when Deebo was hurt. Didn't make a difference. Juszczyk was running behind McCaffrey, and a lot of the blocking came from Juszczyk blocking for McCaffrey for him to spring him in some of these moves. So I was thinking, I was like, man, could we possibly take that and put that in using Taysom in that regard? Now they do have a new fullback that kind of looks like he can do that, like Xander Horvath. This is a guy that they signed. I think he was like the first new free agent that they had signed. Didn't get much fanfare. The guy came over from, I think it was the Chargers that he was with, or one of the teams. But Xander Horvath is a fullback the Saints picked up and have ultimately down around. They did sign Adam Prentice back to provide some competition. But Horvath is a guy, when you study his film in college, they had him playing. He was doing like halfback duties, fullback duties, stuff like that. He was doing similar style duties. And I was like, man, that's an interesting signing, because I often said we needed to find a fullback that can do more than just be a dumb fullback for us, like a traditional fullback. You just run up there, because there's nothing special about Adam Prentice. No disrespect to Adam Prentice, but I think he probably, if you rank all of the fullbacks, if anybody got him in the league on their team, he probably the 32nd fullback rank. I mean, there's nothing special about him, right? But Horvath is a guy that can do some different stuff. And I was thinking, man, Taysom in his last year, could we possibly create a role where Taysom can do something like that? Create mismatches there and all this kind of stuff. It's very interesting, man. That's what I was thinking, man. I was just thinking that, man. Try to see if we can borrow as much as we can to use in this system. All right, but anyway, y'all feel free to hit that link. It's pinned to the chat. Also, we got people voting right now on it. We got almost 60 voters, and it's going up. Which side should Talise Fuaga play on? We got the blind side and we got the right side. 62% of the family members currently right now are saying that Fuaga should play the right side, not the blind side. I guess the next question to the poll is who should be the left tackle. Matter of fact, that's going to be the next one after we done with this poll. But we're going to bring in my brother KT, man, to chime in. Man. How you doing, bro?
What's up, Q?
Good, bro. How you been?
Bruh, life has been life, and I can't go into too many details, but it was busy, bruh. That's why I couldn't do like last year and really do that in-depth scouting like I did.
That's all right, bro.
Yeah, but there are a couple guys like I'm happy with the Fuaga pick. That's an A. Kool-Aid, I give it an A. I just don't like what we gave up, but Kool-Aid can ball. Me and you both know that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as far as this, I still would double dip at on the offensive line. I'd go after Brandon Coleman gone. You still got Zach Center from Michigan. You still got the other Ladarius Henderson from Michigan. Tackles, you got Nathan Thomas from UL Lafayette. You got Christian Wallace from Texas. So you got a lot of tackles available. Wide receiver, Q. Don't bring up Luke McCaffrey, Brendan Rice. Don't bring up any of them because I want us to draft at least one of them. And see, like every time you mention somebody we want, they gone. Matter of fact, don't even say Jordan Travis. But is I hope we do go another tackle, like the boy I was telling you about from Yale the other day, Kieran, and it's pronounced Magaje, like I'm a god, Jay.
Okay.
He's a good guy. The only thing why he's dipping so low is he's recovering from surgery on his Achilles, but dude's athletics to say he's a 6'5", 320-pound man. So I trust we gonna make the right moves. I just don't trust Mickey because Mickey is so out of touch. It ain't funny. Mickey is not one with reality, and fam, we gonna start calling him this until they fire him. Doink the Clown is so. How you gonna be so clueless and so arrogant at the same time? Dennis Allen need to be gone. So it is what it is, but I'm happy what I'm seeing with the draft so far. I still would build stuff. I know we're going to hit on a couple undrafted free agents. Here's the bug I wanted to put in your ear, though, Q. They got this wide receiver from Stony Brook. Dude is 6'3", 220. His name is Kyle Sheets, I think it is. 6'3", 220, runs a 4.5 40, route running technician, gives you something right after the catch. He could be somebody we got our eye
on. KT, what about Tipton?
About Tipton?
What you think about him?
I got Jalen Coker over Tipton. I haven't seen enough from Tipton. When I watched Yale tape Q, I was looking at the offensive tackle, Magaje. That's what I tuned in for and focused on. I had tunnel vision, so I didn't really pay attention to Tipton.
Did you look up Joshua?
I'm sorry, gone.
Joshua Cephas?
Yes, I like Joshua Cephas. Cephas is explosive, run after the catch, runs routes. The only thing about it, I would bulk him up just a little bit, but he would be a damn good number 3 receiver. With us, though, as a team, I think we need that possession receiver who can do damage in the intermediate routes, like move the keep the chains moving.
Let me KT. Devontae, Bub McGee, and Johnson.
All right. Devontae from North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
He can do a little bit of all, but he's more vertical. Bub Means will move the chains, but if he makes his man miss, he has speed to house it. Bub Means is just a little bit of concentration drops with him.
Mm-hmm.
And who was the third guy you were talking about?
Cornelius.
Cornelius from Michigan. Move the chains, possession receiver. Nothing's fast, but it's like death by 1,000 paper cuts. Not 4.5 40, not overly fast, but can kill you. Move the chains, keep the drive alive. He's death by 1,000 paper cuts. He's a technician.
I like him.
I like him too. And usually saying this with the Saints is a bad word, but dude is a great blocker, but he can also catch. He can also move the chains. I would rather take Cornelius Johnson over Rome Wilson from Michigan. That's just me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I hear you. How about talk to me about? Give me 3 tight stand out to you. Did you mention Tip Ryan?
You were bringing up the 3 guys that were standing out to me.
Yes.
Offense or defense, or it don't matter.
Tight ends.
Tight ends, Jared Wiley is my 3. Big mismatch weapon, faster than a lot of people give him credit than a lot of people think. He's not a good blocker, but he's a willing blocker, so that's why he's my number 3. Number 2, you're very familiar with Tip Ryman from Illinois. Dude is a lunch pail guy, block, and is a better catcher than most people give him credit for. But the type of offense they ran at Illinois was ground and pound, so he had got maybe a few catches a game just to keep him happy. And my number 1, Theo Johnson. Theo Johnson is just Theo Johnson to me is like Vince Carter coming out of North Carolina. He was just the number 2 guy. Nobody really paid attention to him. He was second banana for the longest. Now, when he gets to the pros, he has a chance to be something different because he's fast. He's a big tight end. He's 6'6", 250. He's a dangerous blocker. And he can give you something to run after the catch. That's why I'm so high on Theo Johnson.
Okay, yeah. Too, bro. Hey, bro. Thank you for again after the draft, bro. Stuff.
Yeah, I'll be keeping an eye out on him. But I will say this, and I'm gonna get out of here. One guy I'm gonna go back and watch his tape on is Tariq Owens. T.O.'s son. I'm just gonna do something because I saw that the Niners had met with Luke McCaffrey, Brendan Rice, and Tariq Owens as wide receivers to possibly fit in a Shanahan-Kubiak offense. So I'm going to do my homework on that, and I'll let you guys know something tomorrow. I just want to pop in and show my face since I hadn't been around in a while.
You're the man, brother. Hopping in, bro.
All right, bro. Y'all have a good one.
You too, bro. Peace. That's my brother KT, man. Appreciate KT, man. He's our scout, man. And I'm sorry about the audio, man. He had a little echo there. But listen, fam, KT, man, is our resident scout, man. Right around this time, KT be dropping the science. Like I remember Rashid Shaheed was a guy that was put on the radar. I remember KT was the one that threw Rashid Shaheed out there. Nobody was really talking about him, man. And he was like, Q, check this dude out. And he always throwing a bunch of talented people. Like KT find the diamonds in the rough. He really need to get paid. He got a skill at doing. He should really be getting some big money for doing that, man. He scouts better than some of the ones working, man. I mean, he really does. He knows his stuff, man. That's why I always always like to hear from him. So I kind of apologize to y'all for that echo there. All right, fam. So listen, shout out to your fam. Feel free to hit the like button. Please feel free if you're on Twitter to give me a retweet. It's free. Hit the like button. That's also free. And chime in the chat. And if you guys want to pop up, the lines are open. I haven't opened the lines on the Coma. It's been a while, fam. So I would love to hear from some of the family members I hadn't talked to in a while. Brother Tragic, Brother Derek, all y'all, man, Brother Tory, all y'all feel free to chime in, man. I know y'all in the chat, man. Y'all guys listening, man. The link is pinned to the chat. All y'all feel free to pop in. If it's not just to say what's popping, Q, what's happening, I just wanted to give you a shout out. Whatever, man. Pop on in, talk to your boy. The links is open. Also feel free to share your game, man. Talk to us about how you feel about what's going on with the black and gold tonight. The lines are open. All right, Uncle Paulie is on the line, the great Saint. So we go from the great Saint Think Tank super scouter to the great Saint Think Tank's historian. Uncle Paulie is on the line. Uncle Paulie, how you doing, sir?
Happy draft time, Big Q and family.
What's happening, Uncle Paulie? Good to hear from you, my brother. How you doing, man?
Not bad. It's been a while, Q. You ain't lied. It's been a while, man. Ooh. Man, a lot's been going on, man. I tell you.
Yes, indeed, brother. So talk to me about Uncle Paulie. How you feel about what you've been seeing in the draft so far?
Man, listen, Q. Is it okay for you to rip Derek Carr for a little bit right here? Look, Q. I'm glad we got Click Kubiak. Okay, good coordinator. But you still got an imbecile for the head coach and Dennis Allen.
Uncle Paul, just a second, my brother. Just a second, man.
Huh?
KT just got off the show. He told y'all about the offensive tackle from Yale. He just told y'all about Kyron Amegadje was his name. I think the offensive lineman from Yale. And then right after he gets off, the Chicago Bears draft the dude that he just got you talking about. All right, carry on, Uncle Paul. I'm sorry. Go ahead. The floor is yours, my brother.
Can he call it CQ? Hey, you blessed, man. The good Lord put you some good people around you. Hey, they know what it's talking about. That guy called it, man. He should have been in the draft room with Dennis Allen. What you think?
My dog KT need to be, man. Listen, KT knows his stuff, bro. That's all I can say.
I'm telling you, Q. But yeah, man. Like I say, back to Derek Carr, man. Q, you put on your thinking cap right quick, and I want to ask the family this. If Derek Carr coming to the new season, if he struggles at any time or gets hurt, can we really ask ourselves, is Jake Hayner going to even keep the team 500, even be effective? You know, I'm getting some Ian Bookism from him. What you think, Q?
I don't know, Uncle Paulie, man. I just think it's a bad situation, man. Well, listen, Nathan Peterman is the guy that's actually the backup. We know Jake Hayner has been working with Chucky. Coach Chucky on him getting better because I think he wants to make a second half leap in this, second year leap to try to get playing time. He wants to challenge Peterman for that second job. But Peterman, man, had some. I mean, I looked at some highlights on. The team did a highlight reel of Nate Peterman plays with him throwing touchdowns and scrambling around and making plays in the little time that he played. It's just really interesting that that's the direction the Saints would go with having such a non-competitive QB room. And I'm talking about not them guys competing with each other, but I'm saying one of those guys putting pressure on Derek Carr to keep him on task, to keep him moving his feet. So, I mean, I don't know if any one of them puts pressure on him like a Jameis would have. Jameis was obviously a threat to a degree, getting playing time.
You got that right. Like I said, Q, I just don't understand the thinking that goes on over there on Airline Drive. You know, Q, if I was connected to the team, I'd be telling Scout, go to Tennessee and look at Arch Manning. It's in his blood. Y'all better watch out for that young man. That's your next elite quarterback. If he don't get hurt and if the coaches don't screw him up in the head, Arch Manning is going to be an elite quarterback if he ever makes it to the NFL. What you think? Saints need to be looking at him now for real.
I agree. You can't take if the guy's a man and he's a quarterback and you can't look in a different direction. When he's ready to go, he's definitely going to be the number one quarterback taken in the draft. He was tearing it up for Newman when he played there. He had to wait this other guy in Texas before he got an opportunity. But I think this year he gets an opportunity to kind of step in there. And it just so happens that Texas moves to the SEC. So he'll be in the SEC as a starting quarterback for Texas. So it'll be pretty interesting to watch him play.
Would it be something two Mannings to come from Tennessee, but we got to get one back in New Orleans now? Wouldn't that be something? If you had a smart coach, which Dennis Allen has proven that he's not. I mean, heck, even Sean Payton would be looking at Arch Manning. Come on, you got a legacy of great quarterback right there. At least give the kids. Listen, I believe Arch Manning could come to New Orleans and beat Derek Carr out for the job even now. What you think?
I mean, you got to stink pretty bad to get the pick, though, Uncle Paulie. That's what it comes down to. You got to be pretty bad to end up with that pick. And I don't know if he even comes out after this year. We might be talking about him 2 years from now. I don't know if he comes out. I don't think he comes out this year. I think he's going to come out the year after that. So the Saints will have to be bad. I mean, really bad to get a shot at him. It would have to be the NFL worst. Now we have to go from like middling because the Saints win enough not to be in, or lose enough, or rather lose enough not to be in the playoffs. We have to go totally. We have to bottom out and go in the backwards. Totally all the way down.
I get some good trade capital. I mean, just look at Cam Newton and Demario Davis, man. Huey, you old football man, but you see your defensive tackle, your quarterback, if they're starting to get a little, long in the tooth, or, having issues off the field, you better be trying to plug some new players in there in case you got to replace these guys or even some kind of contract dispute. What you think?
It's a point, Uncle Paul. And if you're a good general manager, you're supposed to weigh all things, man. That's why evaluation is always important. You got to always be in a constant state of evaluating your team, evaluating your players, evaluating your assistant coaches, evaluating your coaches. You got to always be in that position to do that. You got to be constant in constant state of evaluation. The Saints are a complacent franchise. They are complacent.
And that's sad, Q. That Q. That's putting us another 5-10 years to getting another Super Bowl. I'm looking at Mickey Loomis. He's bad as Admiral Stockdale. He's getting to the point like, who am I and what am I doing here? You keep saying it, man. That man got to go. He too old, Q. He losing touch. And if the Saints family, who that nation can't see that, they really need their head examined too. Mickey Loomis just ain't got it no more because number one, he ain't got no Tom Benson like to get on him and hold his feet to the fire. What you think?
That was the key ingredient that Tom Benson is one thing Tom Benson knew. He knew football. He knew football, and he was the one that was in that building keeping everybody from having too big of a head. I think Mickey Loomis is really there's certain attributes about Mickey Loomis I don't like. He's a bit of an elitist in his mind. He thinks he has all of the answers. He thinks that the picks and the things that the selections that he make are not mistake ridden, and that's because he's ill-informed because he doesn't do evaluations consistently. He said that he doesn't do evaluations during the season. He doesn't even engage and talk to the players during the season. Reporters already busted that bubble on him. Even Kat Terrell said that when she asked the question that you don't really talk to the players during the season. He didn't say, hold on now. I do talk to the players. You get that shit straight. He didn't say
that's sad, Q. How many jobs would you have with that type of responsibility and still keep your job? That's the patheticness and the sorriness is really, I still love the Saints. Don't get me wrong, but Q, the Hugh that nation is Saints fan can get mad, family can get mad if they want to. As long as Dennis Allen is the head coach, I just can't ride with him and Derek Carr, and I refuse to because this is pathetic, man. It just come on. Keep, like you said, keep all covered in the door. We keep struggling and fumbling and bouncing around and hoping we get 500. That's the kind of attitude this guy. And Q, it's not going to change until you get another head coach in there. It ain't got to be sharp pay, but somebody can pop the whip and say, look, man, if you don't do your job, I'm going to put you on the streets. And that's what's missing right now. What you think?
Yeah, it's definitely, that's why I was saying the Clint Kubiak thing, how much control will he implement, because he really don't have much time to implement it. I mean, the situation that the Saints really didn't do him any favors by bringing him in here in this pressurized environment. The family members want a playoff. They want the team in the playoffs this year. And if he doesn't do his job correctly, everybody gets fired, including him.
That's true, Q. That you right. You know what, Q? You just said it in those few words. 2024 is a do or die year for the whole Saints organization. You put it in there, and it's so true. What you think further about it? I feel that, man.
I agree. I mean, he Mickey Loomis. Look how disorganized and discombobulated he was at the end of the season, last season press conference when he was doing that gum debacle. He was chewing that gum and eyes bulging, face flushed, talking crazy, making weird comparisons. He was out of it. We never seen Mickey Loomis act like that. You know what made him act like that? The pressure of the team failing and people not going at him.
So true, Q. I thought he was smoking some of them funny cigarettes like Buddy B would say.
It's not. I've been watching and listening to Mickey Loomis for years, and I've never seen Mickey Loomis in that state of mind. That's because that's the pressure of the Who Dat Nation. Now listen, they know, and this is because
I think you really about burn out. Go ahead.
They aiming the pressure where it belongs, because you could tell there is no rationalizing with Dennis Allen. It's not. I can't get a grown man to understand not to backstab people. You know the rule. You know the rule that a player can't lose his job due to injury, but yet Jameis Winston did.
That's so true, Q. Jameis, I go back to bite us at some point during the season too. Watch.
He violated the rule. and then didn't have any qualms or bones about it. He doesn't operate on any really code that's respectable on it by a team dynamic. He is like it's weird. Like he has his own little weird ass code. That's why from a success standpoint, as a head coach, he got limited success right there. He won 9 games in a weak ass conference with a weak ass schedule, and he couldn't get your team in the playoffs with that. This upcoming year, the league, the NFC South has gotten better, and a lot of these teams have found their gaps, have filled a lot of their gaps, and these teams will be a lot more competitive. So
that's true, especially for the quarterback standpoint. Q, it's pathetic. These Atlanta, Carolina, all these other teams, Tampa Bay, have gotten young guns. We still dragging around here with Steve DeBerg. What you think?
I don't think he's Steve DeBerg. I think with the thing with Derek Carr, I think Derek Carr works, but you need a guy. You need somebody to drive the car, so to speak, pun intended. Like you need like Chucky was a person that put a steering wheel in Carr's back and drove him. He was constantly there motivating Derek Carr.
That's so true.
Making him accountable, and the statistics speak to that. That's why he had 4,000-yard seasons under Chucky, and he did that. Had all that great production under Chucky, and then you look at the years without Chucky, it's not the same because Derek Carr is the type of individual that needs to be pushed. He needs a coach that's going to hold him accountable and constantly push him, and that's what John Gruden did. John Gruden is similar. I keep saying this. Him and Sean Payton are very similar ideal-wise. They're old school, offensive-minded coaches that believe in these old style principles that reign true. They are very similar in many ways. And John Gruden really kept Derek Carr and held him accountable. And you've seen all this production. He threw interceptions. John Gruden got on. We can't have this milquetoast head coach and a milquetoast offensive line giving them passes. They don't help anybody. When he points out wide receivers for running routes wrong and he's wrong, you're supposed to get on. You're supposed to shut him down from doing that. And when he fails, you're supposed to get on. You're not supposed to protect him.
And I hope Coach Kubiak don't let it be checked down charted this year. If he do that, Q, this offense the pass attack gonna be pathetic.
I don't think it's going to be that because I heard the recent interview by Clint Kubiak, the only one we had. Now the Saints should have made Clint Kubiak available when they signed him. They should have had him available to the press to be answered questions. He's been signed
that's true. Most teams do that. Q, you so right. That was pathetic too.
They never made him available. This guy had been on the Saints team for months. There's not been an interview where, except for the one they just did a couple days ago, where they had him on there for like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, asking him questions. He should have been made available to the press to be asked questions. And that never was the case. And you'll get that later on. But the guy been on the damn team for months. It's a big signing. We need to know what he's doing. And these other guys.
We transitioned for Pete Carmichael stayed there with 18, 19 years. That is a big transition to be kept so quiet. And I'm ready. The Saints ought to be shaming themselves. What you think?
It's a big difference. You're right. That's why I was saying, like what he said in the interview that we got, the little bit that they did talk about, that his main focus was establishing the run. And I said, yes, establish the run, because that is the key. The true success, the best way to use Derek Carr and to have success fast is to take the ball out of his hands and run the ball, have a dynamic running attack, and then operate him on the back of the running attack. The running attack is number one in the passing game, works off the running game. That's how
so true, Q. Can you count on one hand the time you saw Taysom Hill and Alvin Kamara on the field at the same time last year and even the year before, the last year with Sean Payton? That's a package that's really neglected. What you think?
Yeah, and that's the thing though, Uncle Paulie. Like Clint Kubiak, man, is so different than Pete Carmichael. It's like they're really different. Like he's quiet, but he's not overconfident. It's like he's coming in here to do a job. It's a certain quiet seriousness about him. Even when Deuce McAllister was trying to joke with him, he really wasn't, doing too much. It's all about business. He says main focus is to see who's who and establish the offensive identity. Guess what? That's
something you have there last year. The offense had no identity.
No identity. And he said that. He was like,
you remember Aaron McCoy with the hollering at Derek Carr? Derek Carr got a little more sense in that game. Eric McCoy, like, he about to body slam him out there if he messed up one more time. You said Q used you were talking through the stream of the game. You said, was that McCoy? Was he just fussing that car? I said, yeah, he was getting on him. We were loving that boy.
Yeah, James Hurst had to get in between them. I said, man,
McCoy like he for the take Carr head. Carr knew he kept on walking. McCoy kept coming at him though.
Yeah, Uncle Paul, let me tell you something, man. McCoy don't get in it with nobody.
He don't. So Carr was really screwed up for saying something he really didn't like out there. I'm telling you.
When you had McCoy, man, McCoy don't say, he don't get in. He's cool. The coolest one we got, and he was hot and heated. So Carr said something off code to him that really had him wanting to get it. Hurst had to get in between.
So dang, he better Hurst saved Carr's life that day. I really believe that. McCoy like he was gonna choke slam him out there.
Yeah, you might. Yeah. McCoy would have put Carr in the hearse.
I like that cue. You might be using that again sometime. Yeah, because if Trevor Peter don't cut it at guard, cut it. I'm tired of that boy. It don't make no sense to you to be that tall and that sorry and have all that ability. Come on now. Him playing guard, can we say that's his last chance? What you think?
As far as you're saying, as far as of Cesar, or who you referencing, Uncle Paulie?
Oh, Trevor Penning. If he don't cut it at right or left guard, they might well just go and cut him. He just don't have it.
I don't. I think they probably gonna keep him at tackle because you got you got a new offensive line coach coming in. New offensive line coach maybe can have success where the old offensive line coach didn't. And like I said, I've used this example a bunch of times over the last couple of days when you talk about Cesar Ruiz. Like a couple of years ago, we used to call Cesar Ruiz what I used to call him whatever. Cesar Salad Ruiz. That's what I was calling him. Cesar Salad Ruiz. Because
what do you know? Good dressing, that old cheap dressing.
Old brand ass dressing.
He couldn't block my grandma, man, and she did. Now that's sad.
But he turned it around. Uncle Paul, Doug Marone got him, made him into a respected guard. So I'm feeling
glad the road out of here too. He let a lot of them get back. Throckmorton was a disaster too. That was another clown. Oh my goodness! Every time Throckmorton come in, we go shaking our head. Here we go.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I think with Penning, I think John Benton, the new offensive line coach, who's pretty good. I think he turns Trevor Penning around. I think he gives him teach him the game and that new blocking scheme. Remember, everybody got to learn it. So we got a whole new offense, which
that's true. You're right, Q. A rap shot, you need to lay it out too. Now you get them knees and stuff together. Now we gonna need him out there. What you think?
Yeah, I mean we gonna need a lot, man. We really are, because the Saints are strapped right now, so they don't want to spend a lot of money. They got to operate through the draft, which means that if we're gonna have success, they're gonna have to make the younger players or the draft picks that we picking up contribute more to what we got going on, because like I said, they can't spend a lot. They don't have a lot of money to spend on bringing these guys. And so the Saints will have to operate on the budget and get the most value out of the players that they currently have on the roster. That's what it comes down to. The key to the Saints winning this year is installing the proper system. Clint Kubiak's main job and focus, according to the interview, it's like 5-10 minutes. I invite y'all to go and listen to it. He basically said that what they're attempting to do is basically try to establish the running attack. And I was just like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Because like I said, Derek Carr is not all bad. A lot of people just don't like Derek Carr, and he did that to himself for people not to like him. They don't want to hear excuses. They don't want to hear deflection. They don't want to hear fake positivity quotes when you're underperforming. They don't want to hear that.
We don't need those Shakespeare quote. You went out there and just threw 4 interceptions and cost us the game, and 2 of them was pick sixes. We don't want to hear that. You're right, Q.
They don't want to hear that at that time. It's a moment of time. It's a proper time to put that kind of rhetoric in place, but not when people are looking for answers and how you did that. That's not how you want to approach this. So when you do that, it looks disingenuous, it looks sneaky, and it looks like you're fake. So it's like people are starting to peep that, and they kind of reading who he is. And then, of course, we called him up in lies. I've called out him lies, talking about we got the answers in the building. And then the reporters, Mike Triplett and Jeff Duncan, asked him, well, what answers? I can't tell you. They're in the building. We got the answer to the building. Then they go out and lose the next game after he tells them that. So, like I said, the fakeness, the lies, and all that, people, they can see right through it. Just be accountable, do your job, be the first.
Kid.
The last.
Hey, you used to get on every game about all them garbage stats. You said 55, 60%. Yeah, that's when all the starters was on the sidelines. Come on, don't give me no garbage stats. Boy, you used to bury you up. Me too. I don't care about no garbage stats. Do it when the game counts and when it's on the line. What you think?
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. We can't take accountability. Whether you're responsible for the loss or not, take the responsibility. And when they win, give the pro. And I said this before. That's how you earn a team's respect. Take responsibility when a team loses, and when the team win, give the responsibility to the team. Give the credit to the team, and that's how the quarterback. That's how you earn respect from the team. That's how you earn respect from the family base. It's not hard, but people can see right through it. Like if you get $150, you get $150 million. We're not seeing Derek Carr as a savior. You might be feeling that in your head that in your house you the savior, but Derek Carr is not the Saints' savior. He's not. We the Who Dat Nation do not see Carr as anybody's savior. We all.
You got that right, Q. You got the. And I say it again. The future New Orleans Saints quarterback is still not on the team. I keep saying
It's even when you hear the offensive lineman, the offensive coordinator comes in say about establishing a run. His first priority is establishing a run, not trying to figure out how Derek Carr can institute the system. No, let's run the football. And then he plays off of the back of the running attack. Once we get that going, that's what it's always supposed to be from the get-go. The strongest unit that you have is the running back. The running backs. You got really good running backs. Alvin Kamara is one of the top backs, one of the top 5 running backs in the game. Jamal Williams is a very capable running back that can start for a team with a proper offensive line. And Kendre Miller showed you some stuff. We got a very strong. Then Taysom Hill, you throw Taysom Hill in that mix. So, like I said, you have a very strong. You got that's the strongest unit that you have is the running back. You would want to be able to figure out how you're going to get the running attack going and operate Carr off that run. That's the key to success to start early on, as everybody's attempting to learn a brand new system. That's when it comes down to it. You're going to have to learn the ball. That's what
even Sean Payton, all his time there, his latter year, a lot of games, Saints would get behind a few points or whatever. And then, Sean Payton stop, get impatient with the running game and then start having a throwing attack. Come on now. We can't keep doing that no more.
Right. It's a part of the game, though, Uncle Paul. Like I said, Clint Kubiak is, from what I'm reading him, he's not a guy about games. The guy is actually he's pretty serious, and he's taking this very serious. And, 2 things I want to see: accountability to people who's operating underneath your system. And number 2, I want to see him install the rushing attack. We need to get that going, because if we had that consistently last year, we would have made the playoffs. A couple of these games, the quarterback struggled to throw the ball. And that's because a lot of times Carr early on didn't know the system that well. They were foolishly putting the game in his hands. The man didn't know the system that well. He couldn't carry the game. We knew it. I knew it. They're just fools. But at the end of the day, we got to help.
It's stare down and receivers. It seems like that's just a habit that Carr just ain't gonna never break. You said, I don't know why did he stare Alvin Kamara down? The guy the corner or the safety just picked the ball off, stepped right in front of him. Like, come on, dude.
A part of the game is people read the eyes. That's what happened with the safety for the Atlanta Falcons. It's not hard to tell. That's why you pump fake and you look one way and it's misdirection. You come out, stare right. And the safety's watching you stare right. He's looking at whoever's over there. And even if you pump fake to that side, that's why pump fake it to the side that you're not going to go to. It's so imperative because it freezes the safety for a millisecond, then allows you to go back to the opposite side. All that's important. You just can't let the safety see you stare down a guy, stay focused on him, and the guy reading your eyes to the ball. That's how he had the pick 6. He literally watched Carr stare the guy down. Carr threw it to him. It was so easy. And it was
overthrowing people. Q built that time he had Olave. Olave had the guy beat like 2 or 3 steps. It could have been a 50-some yard touchdown. Guess what? Carr stared him down, of course, and got Olave double covered and then overthrew him on top of it. Come on, man.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Be that as it may, we need the running attack because I think Carr improves. I think Carr gets better with a running attack. I don't want him to be option one in terms of if we don't get Carr to throw the ball consistently or do this type of stuff, we're gonna lose. I would rather trust the running attack, and I think I trust my running back room a little bit more than I trust him. But I do trust him as a second complement when you're running the ball and then you get the play action going. And as he operates the play action, he looks different in the play action when the play action is going. That's what you're seeing in the last month of football. You're seeing Carr in play action with the running attack going. It's a whole different effect because it's everything is not on him. Everything is working. You got way too many weapons out there. You got to be able to run the ball. We got a serious running back from that we need to take it back. I think Clint Kubiak does that. Uncle Paul, let me give you the last word before I move on to the next.
Oh yeah, well, I like to say, man, it's so good to be with you and the family again, and that's what I'm hoping for. That Coach Allen would let Coach Kubiak run the offense, butt out, and let the man do his thing, and don't try to undermine him like he did Jameis. What you think?
Well, I think I think Clint Kubiak, he lets him operate fairly. I think Derek Carr will get an opportunity to work underneath. I think the biggest thing that I would hope that Clint Kubiak does is bring some responsibility and accountability to his side of the ball and run and teach them how to run the ball correctly, because the way the 49ers run the ball and the run blocking schemes it's very cool. If you watch the football, it's always these it's double motion, guy misdirection, double motion, and guy motions to the right, and then they run it to the left. Guys pulling and pull. It's a thing of beauty when you see it going, and I would love to see them institute that correctly in New Orleans because we do have the talent. So I
Right.
see it.
And this why they got Debo Samuel. He ain't the only, guy that they can go to. He ain't the only key guy. But when you come to New Orleans, you got Alvin Kamara and Taysom Hill. Every team keys on those two guys, game in and game out. You got to have some imagination. What you think, Q?
You're right. Imagination is crucial. So we'll see what they got going on Capale. But like I said, man, I think Clint Kubiak might just be what the Saints need. I think he's the seriousness. And another thing I like that he said that he reiterated or kind of reset it again to a degree. It made it sound a little different about high stress practices. He believes in stressing his teams during practice, like doing all of the stuff, like going just full blast in practice, stressing them out in practice. So when the game comes on Sunday, that they wouldn't have it'll feel like a walk in the park because he makes the practices so stress-filled. So I would love to see what that looks like because we had a bunch of Hall of Fame practices last year. They only gave us 9 wins. So I'd love to see this year.
You so right, Q. Card. Like you always say, use one of yours to close it. Club Saint need to be gone out the door a long time ago.
Indeed, you ain't winning playoffs. You need to stop them disco balls and them smoke machines. All that need to stop, man. We need to handle this like workmen. Go in there, do the job, and then when we make the playoffs and we go further, then bring out the disco balls and smoke machine. Ain't nothing to celebrate until we get into the playoffs and beyond. But Uncle Paul, thank you for always chiming in, brother. Good to hear from you, bro, tonight. And man, we're gonna be hearing from you down the line, my brother.
Yes, sir. Who that?
Appreciate you. Who that to you, Uncle Paulie? All right, that's Uncle Paulie, man, the great Saint think tank historian, man. Big ups to that brother, man. All right, so we are now 21 picks into the third round right now. The Cleveland Browns, a team that picked up Jameis Winston, is on the clock. TJ Tampa is still up there. Then that's the last pick was Roman Wilson, the wide receiver from Michigan, 5'11", 185, as they're trying to find some talent for Russell Wilson there with the Steelers with the third round pick, and Cleveland's on the clock. Cleveland picked up the defensive tackle before. They need some linebacker help, maybe some secondary help to kind of help them there, and we'll see who they said the pick is in. So third round pick 21, Saints currently not making any more moves. This might be the last pick of the day or the night rather in terms of what we're watching with the black and gold. So we'll see. We'll be here all the way to the end, man, to make sure we see what goes on there. But man, listen, to kind of recap, and we're gonna bring on Byron. Byron is next. He's sitting there. Gonna bring in brother Byron in a minute. But what I just think that the Saints, man, are doing a phenomenal job in terms of picking up talent. I like the Kool-Aid McKinstry pick. I'm going to keep it honest with you. I like that pick, them picking up him and bringing him to the squad. I like McKinstry's pick. I think it's a solid pick for the Saints. I also like Talise Fuaga. The poll, a lot of people in the poll, looking at the poll, still voting, 130 plus people in the poll. Oh, it's starting to get close in the poll now, fam. At first it was, wow, it's 50-50 now in the poll, man. 140 plus people voting in the poll, man. And I asked the question, which side should Talise Fuaga play on? I put blind side and right side. 51% says blind side, right? And 49%. Now it's 50-50. It's literally split down the middle of where Talise Fuaga should play. I asked the Who Dat Nation, it's almost 150 people voted on it right now. And by the slightest of margins, 51% of them say blind side, right? 49% says right side. So damn, at first it was all right side. Now all of a sudden it's the blind side. So that's very interesting to kind of keep a look on, man, and kind of look at. All right. So anyway, let me play this for y'all, fam. This is Kool-Aid McKinstry. Byron, you just stay right where y'all, my friend. I'm gonna bring you in right after I play this interview from the family. This is from Kool-Aid McKinstry. They interviewed him a little while ago. This is what he had to say about picking up with the Saints. Y'all put one in the chat if y'all can hear this. Here we go. I hope it played for you. It was working kind of foul a little minute ago. We'll see if we can get it right. All right, hold on, fam. It should be all right momentarily. Hold on. I'm gonna bring it to y'all just a second.
Thank you, guys.
There we go.
Hey, I know that you were at the combine still kind of dealing with an injury and stuff like that, but you were able to kind of participate during your pro day. How's that process been going for you?
It's been going good for me, man. Just doing everything I can to rehab and make sure my foot's getting back to over 100%.
Hey, Kool-Aid, how was the communication with the Saints throughout this process? Were you surprised that they were the ones?
Yeah, kind of a little bit. I mean, we had a great talk at the combine, so it's not very shocking. And based on the conversation that we had at the combine, I could tell that they was very highly and very interested with me.
What told you that? What made you think they were interested?
Just the questions that they were asking and how serious the mean was, and that you can tell that they actually cared and that they actually wanted to know about who I was as a person.
When you come into a team like New Orleans that, has such a pedigree for defense, especially here recently, like how excited are you? What do you feel like you're going to bring to an already very active defense?
Man, like you said, the Saints have a very special defense, so I'm just ready to be a part of it and just add what I can and contribute how I can to the defense and to the team.
If there's not a spot available right away on the outside, do you feel like you're somebody that would be able to contribute in the slot?
Yes, sir. Special teams, it really don't matter, man. I'm just going to get out there and show who I am as an athlete and who I am as a person too.
What kind of coverages did you mainly run at Alabama? Were you playing a lot of man there?
Well, at Alabama with Coach Saban, we play a lot of everything based off the week. Yeah. We played man, zone, split field coverages. 4-over-3, 3-over-2. We did pretty much everything with Coach Saban.
What's your approach to playing the cornerback position? Obviously, you've been facing the best of the best receivers in the SEC.
Man, I enjoy playing cornerback. I feel like that's what I'm strong at. I feel like that's one of my best. So, cornerback, I have no question at all.
You feel comfortable walking into? You mentioned playing a lot of different systems with under Saban and over at Alabama. How do you feel about moving into a more heavily focused press man system? Is that exciting for you?
That's what I primarily did at Bama. I played probably the most press man snaps in college football over the last 2 years, so I have no problem with playing press at all.
Is there anything that is like is there a specific charge of playing with that type of physicality for you?
No, sir. I feel like it's a want to, man, and that's what I love, and that's what I want to do at all times. So I have no problem with it at all.
What do you remember the most about playing for Saban, and what's your favorite Nick story?
Just us being, Coach Saban was the punt return coach, so me being a punt returner, him always being in the back, just critiquing me and making jokes about how I catch the ball, just different things back there. I mean, we have every day we did something with special teams and punt return. So just being back there with Coach Saban, I have something funny to say every day.
Yeah, obviously you talked about corner. Did you talk at all about special teams returning punts at the NFL level, especially with the new kickoff rule? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I feel like I would definitely enjoy being a punt returner in the NFL. And also with the new rule changes, it looked like to me that the kickoff is kind of like punt return too now. So I would enjoy doing that too.
Cooley, where did you watch a draft tonight, and kind of what would you describe the kind of atmosphere for your little watch party?
I enjoy my watch party. It's a lot of people here, my family, my friends. We're here in Birmingham, where I'm from.
Julian, I read a couple different scouting reports on you that both said you're more controlled than sort of aggressive and attacking or gambling. Like, is there anything to that you like to approach it, I guess, strategically?
I feel like at cornerback, it's a position that everyone can see a mess up. So I play the game the right way. I play the position the right way. I don't really gamble unless I know I can make the play. And I feel like that's the way the game supposed to be played. Sometimes you can gamble and it look good. Sometimes you can gamble and it's going the other way. Like I was saying, cornerback, one of those positions that even someone who have never seen a football game or a grandmother that's never seen football, she know when a cornerback messed up. She know when a receiver and got to the cornerback. So just being honest with you, that's why I play the game the right way. I play cornerback the right way because I don't want to be that. I don't want to be that guy.
You got thrown into the fire in the SEC as a freshman, starting already. I mean, what did you have then that made you ready for that, and how much have you grown since then?
Sorry. I just feel like the coaches to me, I understood the system. I caught on very fast, even though it was a hard, tough system that we had to learn. I caught on very fast, and I was giving my all every day. Every day I was at Alabama, I gave my all, and that's what was able to get me out there on the field as a freshman.
Did you use grandma as an example for a reason there? Did your grandma get on you one time? If I'm missing
Nah. That's just how I look at it. Like, it can be anyone who would never watch a football game. They see when a cornerback get bummed or something happened bad with a cornerback. He's the last thing of the defense, so you can always see that.
And obviously, we're all going to look this up if we haven't already. You know, the origin of the nickname Kool-Aid. But can you put in your own words how you got it, and have you embraced it ever since?
Yes, I definitely embraced my name Kool-Aid, and I got the name Kool-Aid from my grandmother the day I was born. She said I had a Kool-Aid. I mean, I had a smile. I came out my mom smiling. She said I had a Kool-Aid smile. So yes, that's how I got the name Kool-Aid.
What's your real first name?
Jaquincy.
How you spell it?
Gaquincy.
Does anyone actually call you that, or is it just universally Kool-Aid?
No, I don't really get called Jaquincy for real.
Hey, Kool-Aid, I mean, I know you were really highly sought after recruit and everything. You probably envisioned this day happening a couple of times, but now that it's happened, what was the experience like being drafted?
Man, it felt good, man. You know, all the things I've been to as a person, all the work I put in as a football player, you know, just felt good to hear my name called, man.
What was that wait like especially since, you know, they're from day one to day two?
Man, just waiting on God, man. Just putting in God's hands and waiting on God's time, and then my time was my time.
Kool-Aid, just your thoughts playing in the Superdome. I'm sure you played in there before.
Mm-hmm.
Just your thoughts.
Last time I played in the Superdome, I went off. I had a great game. We played against Kansas State, so get ready to continue that.
All right, Kool-Aid McKinstry, fam. Welcome to the Black and Gold, Mr. Kool-Aid McKinstry, man. There you go. Kool-Aid is in the building. So shout out to him. As the Saints, man, listen, I like the pick. Y'all heard from him yourself, and the dude is actually a pretty good player, man, for real. You know, and very talented player, man. But shout out, let me give a few shout outs to the fam. Appreciate y'all being in the stream. Much love to the Super Chat fam. Marley Moss Q, Saints guy Kool-Aid. Shout out to you, Marley, for being a member for 42 months. Chris, thank you, sir, for your Super Chat. Damn, Big Q, I wanted to Fisk. You were talking about Fisk, huh? Yeah, the Rams got him. Shout out to you, Chris. Thank you for the Super Chat. Who that for life, Chris says I'm investing in some juice roll tide. Okay, thank you, bro. And YO, thank you, fam. Says Saints year is this year. Clint will be gone. So 1 year and done. Is that how it looks? Listen, that would be quite the feat for him to do that. And like I said, it don't take much. We just need people to do what they supposed to do and not pretend like they're not, that they're not doing it. And then people are not asking about it. Then we're saying it. And then it seems like we're not saying, well, you know what I'm saying? It's crazy. It's like living in bizarro land or something. It's weird. You're living in bizarro land. You got to tell, wait, man, where's the accountability at? Where's it? That's why this is going on. Why didn't Mickey Loomis, get on Dennis Allen for handling the situation at the end of the year like that? Standing up here protecting him like that, as opposed to don't do that. If you don't defend wrongness, you don't do that. The guy, if he's, it's just stupid, man, and it's just it's not gonna work. No matter how much pretend games they got going on, we just need people to do what they're supposed to do. We just need guys to be accountable. We need guys, if they mess up, they be accountable. They take the blame for it. They fix it and move forward. That's what we need to be successful. We're not going to beat anybody if we don't do it the correct way. We're not going to luck up on the playoff. We're not going to luck up on the playoff. We win a game, we win a couple of games, then we lose a couple of games. That's inconsistency. That ties to a lot of stuff from the mindset. And then it's this thing like I'm an optimist, but at the same time, I understand principles that are time tested. Like, for instance, if you have a good coach, your team takes on the attributes of the coach. If you got a not so good coach, guess what attributes the team take on? The team cannot outperform the coach. And what I mean by that is, where is it supposed to come from if it's not instilled in the team from the coach? A lot of what, the team is, they mimic the personality of the coach. So if you got an up and down coach, you have an up and down team. And that's what we've been seeing. Dennis Allen is consistently inconsistent. This is the reality. That's why the Saints are the same thing. It's by correlation. He's the mindset and the energy that drives the team. His mind is their mind. And we thinking that the majority of the time, the team is supposed to outperform the principles that he's not instilling in them, where it's supposed to come from. And if it's coming from the players, it can't possibly be consistent because he's the force that's driving them. He's the one that's telling them what to do and how to do it. And then where's the accountability when people screw up or don't handle their business? When guys don't do what they're supposed to do, why aren't they benched? You see what I'm saying? Where's the accountability at? And if we don't have that, then you don't have nothing. The team is going to consistently underperform. So that's what I'm saying. That's why I always ask the question every offseason, what did you do, Dennis Allen, to get better as a head coach? And he ain't going to tell you nothing. He ain't read no books. I guarantee he ain't read nothing about no Bill Walton or Mike Krzyzewski or any of these books out here about how to be a winner from people that won their asses off. Hold on. Let me look up something right quick. They got, so let me see. Look at this. Look at the book. I'm just showing y'all some stuff. These are books by the great late great John Wooden. Now everybody know who John Wooden is. John Wooden was a guy that won all kind of championships, man. The Wizard of Westwood won 10 National Collegiate Athletic Association championships in a 12-year period. That's utter domination. He wrote books on how he did it. Look at this one, 1995, The Pyramid of Success. Wooden on leadership. They Call Me Coach. The Game Plan of Life. And it go, look, Coach Wooden's leadership game plan for success. I mean, this dude won 10 championships in 12 years. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? If you got to get it somewhere. You got to get it somewhere. Now, if you're a head coach in the NFL, or if you're a head coach in the NBA, everybody recognized what John Wooden did as a head coach. Hell, and I just use him as an example. But there are all kind of literature. He put the success of how he did what he did in these books. You got to get it some kind of way. You got to read this stuff or pick it up some kind of way and put it into yourself so that you can mimic some of the success. Because he obviously got some type of keys to victory here, where he excels and won 10 championships in a 12-year period. Hell, he ain't the only one. Watch this. I think Phil Jackson got some books. Phil Jackson, look, 11 Rings. And he got other books that talk about within you, without you. He got all kind of stuff that, that he writes. Phil Jackson talks about, like, not just his relationship with the team, but also he gives game about what it took for him to be a winner and how he won. How he won. And I'm just using this as example. But then this is what this dude's supposed to be doing in his off time. When he ain't doing nothing, he's supposed to be. You don't have to buy the books. Hell, they come on the Kindle. On you can listen to the damn books. You walking around, you put your earbuds and they got them on tape now, where you can listen to them. You can listen to the stuff. Look at Pat Riley got a book, The Winner Within. The great Pat Riley. He wrote one. New York Times best-selling book from one of the greatest NBA coaches of all time. He's one of America's greatest coaches, known for the inspiring. He tells you it's called The Winner Within. And he gives game. Pat Riley gives games. And gives you stuff that you can do. Pat Riley. Man, come on, man. This stuff ain't hard, fam. You got to get it somewhere, man. You got to get it somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Is this dude getting this type of information, this type of game? Where is he? What is he doing to be better? Whatever, man. That's what I'm talking about. If you're serious about winning and getting to the next level, you got to get the information somewhere. You got to get it and take it, learn it, and apply it. Is he doing that? That dude is not doing that, man. Anywho, let's bring in Brother Byron, man. Shout out to my super chatters, man. Thank y'all for that, man. Appreciate y'all kindly, man. Y'all hit the like button. We're gonna bring in Brother Byron. Brother Byron, how you doing, sir? Thank you for waiting.
Oh, it's all good, babe. What's up?
Oh, good, my man. What's going on with you tonight, my brother?
Ain't nothing to it. Just watching the draft, though, bro. You know what I'm saying? Keep my eye on everything we're doing. The 2 picks we got. I like, that Kool-Aid pick. You know what I'm saying? I like when I heard the interview. That he's ready to go, though, bro. I think he's gonna contribute in the defense behind, the secondary, and I think he's gonna get it going, though. And the other guy, Fuaga, I've been saying for the whole time, man. That's my guy right there, bro. You know what I'm saying? I saw the mock draft. They put him in the, Fuaga at 14 in the mock draft, and that's my boy, though, man. I'm glad we got him in the first round. So I like the Saints doing the right thing, though. They got 2 day 1 starters, though, man. And you plug and play, with Fuaga and Kool-Aid. So the Saints in the right direction right now in this draft so far.
I know you, Byron. I know you've been kind of looking at the overall game plan, bro. What do you think the Saints should do, bro, going forward, man? We got Fuaga at the tackle position. If you look at the poll right now, fam, is almost 200 people have polled that were polled. The question was, which side should Talise Fuaga play on? Dennis Allen was not committal about which side he should play. He said it was rated, in terms of the right side, the left side, and I totally disagree with that.
Me too.
According to the poll saying 55% of the family members believe that Fuaga should play blindside versus 45%. What you think, Brother Byron?
You know what, Q? I heard Fuaga was saying in an interview, he said he could play right tackle and left tackle because I saw that Oregon State, and he could say he could play all position. He put him at like right guard. He could play left guard, more like say left tackle. But I think you could put him at left tackle because you could put Trevor Penny at right tackle because we know that with Ryan Ranchez still doing a knee injury, he's not going to be ready to go for this year. I know it for the fact that he's not operating, and we might just go ahead and just replace him, you know what I'm saying? Because we know that he's dealing with the issue with that. And but I think that Fuaga could play both sides though. But if for me, I would just put him at left tackle, you know what I'm saying, and let Penny move to the right side because that's easy that way because you have two guys on both sides. They could play, instead of they put Trevor Penny in the wrong way. But I think you just let Penny play more better the right side, you know what I'm saying? Because that's more better for him though. And then let Fuaga play like he was playing at college. So that's my opinion on that. And I'm just gonna stick with that.
Okay. Yeah, and that's a lot. The thing about Penning, like a lot of people, Brother Byron, are still kind of down on Trevor Penning, right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people don't think that Ryan Ramczyk is going to be available for the season. He's not progressing as well as a lot of people are thinking. Dennis Allen basically alluded to this several weeks back. He talked about he was kind of, I ain't gonna say saddened, but he was kind of shocked. Not shocked, but he was alerted by the fact that the progression of the surgery had not gotten to a place where it's supposed to be. So it's a real opportunity. It's a real chance that not Penning, but Ramczyk might not be available in time to be able to make an impact with the season. Are you confident? Just asking you, how do you feel about Trevor Penning occupying the tackle position? Do you think that he can pick up and have a similar transition from struggling like a Cesar was to him being a stable offensive lineman in the Kubiak system? What do you think about that, Brother Byron?
Man, it depends on the condition of Ryan Ramczyk. We know that he is not more progressing. He's trying to show he's going to be on the field with the team, though. But my point is that it's a difficult situation for Ryan Ramczyk to deal with some of that kind of injury that he had, though. But I don't know how he's going to monitor if he can't get more 100% healthy and full ready to go for this year in the season, though. That's my question.
Mm-hmm.
And the second thing is, we heard the doctors who were saying about he got to be show like he could prove that he'd be like more prepared, but we don't think that he's going to take that lack that's going to say, okay, he could go out there right now. But I don't think they just pause on that for a second because I don't think that he going to take that risk. But I think for me is I think we just probably just go ahead and shut him down till he get back to his form. If the way that things not going for him at the moment though, Q, and I just think that it's a strategy thing because I feel bad for him though, but I just hate that he's not going to get himself back more than he was a couple of years ago due to the injury he had 2 years ago.
Yeah, it's interesting. That's unofficial right here. I was looking at this depth chart that ESPN has listed as Fuaga as a left guard with Penning at tackle. Like you have 2 first-round draft picks, Penning at left tackle. They say Talisa at the left guard position with McCoy, Cesar Ruiz, and Ramczyk. And then, of course, reserved for Ramczyk, according to this is unofficial. As you said, Fuaga is there as well. So I mean, we'll see as it goes. I think more than likely that might be something that's decided by Clint Kubiak. Maybe that's why Dennis Allen was kind of not being getting away from the question of what position does he play. I think that'll be something to be definitely decided by Clint Kubiak and perhaps John Benton, the offensive line coach, to see which direction he goes there. But that'll be interesting to see what it's like, because I didn't conceive the idea of, that you can have both of them playing on the same side, as you see one left guard and then pinning at the tackle position. That'll be interesting to see them try to see if they can roll that kind of thing out there. But once again, like I said, when it comes down to listening to what these guys are going to do in terms of the offense, the Saints are man. And then of course, Ali Udo is also another player there that
Ali Udo. Yeah.
Where does he fit in the matrix? So only time will tell which direction we'll go with these people, man. We'll see exactly where it happens, man. But we'll see with Kubiak. But like I said, I like Kubiak's temperament. Listen to different interviews, he seems like a serious guy that's about his business. And he speaks about he wants to establish the run first. I agree with that. He's a guy that believes in accountability at a high level. We'll see if he can install that. And then, of course, the thing we talk about with him is he, like I said, he wants to run the ball and get that going. So I'm for all of that. We just need to get this going and kind of minimize Carr's mistakes, kind of run the ball and have him operate off the play action there. I think we can have success. The Saints have a ton of talent here. We just have to operate correctly.
For sure. Oh yeah, no doubt. And I think that's why I keep saying, I was telling my auntie about this last night, that we know we got to get back to the running attack, this offense, and get the running game going, because that was a struggle we had 2 years ago since last season. And I knew for the fact that the offense can't get the football more often, though, because we had to do the play action pass in the passing game with Derek Carr got to push the ball, move the ball around and everything to the receivers and everything, but we didn't have to get the opportunity to do the running game like we should supposed to do all year long we had in the season, though. So that's what you got to get that correct, though. And I think Clint Kubiak going to get that organized as an OC, that he's as a coordinator, though, progressing everything, get the running game back the way it belonged, though. So I think that's we need to focus on that, though, Q. But my suggestion is like this, though. We need to get that line straight out, though, bro. We got to get the offensive line up front, and we just got to make some corrections. You know what I'm saying? Because I know that O-line has been struggling, so they're not playing that the way it is because both not on the same page. So it was communication going on, but they need to get this thing fixed because the offline was so poorly. It was so pathetic. That's why you brought in John Benton. So for the years that he could do what he need to do to get the whole line on one accord. So you can get that, then we can get that running game back as a force. But we still got to address the offensive line of tackle. You still got to get another a guard and everything in the draft. We know we don't have a 3rd round pick, but we got 3 5th round pick, but we still can make it turn to a 4th round pick in the day 3 tomorrow. So I like the move the Saints did right now in free agency and the 2 picks we got, so far. So let's add more depth. Let's add more playmakers. Let's add more talent. Because the roster's getting old right now. We can't have these old veterans like Cam and Demario Davis and Tyrann Mathieu and Yarno Taysom and Derek Carr. He's up in ways also. But we need to get more younger on both sides. So that's what we need to do, and that's what we need to focus on when we're doing the draft. Add more players, add more pieces. And you know that because Clint Kubiak gonna call the players no matter what. You got Andrew Janoko as the quarterback coach gonna help Derek Carr develop himself, but you show the flash, but you don't need to screw things up that you had before, but you can do things more different. That's how it's going to change the offense around. This season, that's how you're going to have a motivation. But you got to grind and every single day, and that's how you got to have motivation. Because you got to have charisma. You got to have the kind of connection, the chemistry, all that stuff that's going to pick this team that's going to move it to the promised land. We got to have a successful season. We got to have succeed. But it's all about coming down the offensive line. That's the bottom line, and that's what we need to do on one by one.
All right, Byron, man. Listen, bro. As always, man, it's always good to talk to you, my brother. Good to hear from you, man. And appreciate
you. Thank you too, Big Q, man. You know how it is, though, bro. Same you too, and I appreciate that. I just think you know, I always be like, you know, I always want to talk to my family though, my Who That Nation, and I think that I never had the opportunity, you know, to hear from y'all ever since because, you know, I was like, you know, keep y'all covering, you know, in my standards, but I always think about y'all a lot though, and I care about y'all, you know, dearly and everything, cause y'all my family and everything, and I got much love for y'all, and I think that it's my first time hearing from y'all for the first, you know, today though, but I just never get
Wow.
chance though, you know what I'm saying? So it's been a long time though, but you know, I always keep y'all posted and everything. But like I said, I always gonna keep my eyes on y'all and everything. We have a show and everything and stuff like that. But in conclusion, we just gotta keep our team and everything, and we just gotta go have a good year. And the Super Bowl is right in our hometown. We just hope we just gotta go raise the prize and win the gold. That's all we need to do. So let's go ahead and finish this draft right here and get ready for day 3 tomorrow and see what the Saints gonna do round 4 and 5 and go from there.
All right, Byron. Thank you, man. Appreciate the sentiment. Much love to you, my brother. Thank you. And I'm gonna talk to you tomorrow, bro. We be back. It's an all-day show tomorrow, brother. The Saints.
All day grave, baby. You know how it is. Dope.
Oh yeah, yeah, representing, bro. Chime in tomorrow, bro. I love to hear what you have to
Oh,
say about.
I'll be here tomorrow morning. You know, I'm bright and early, so you know how we do, bro. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna get this game continuing and get it a little further.
All right, my brother. Thank you. Appreciate you, Byron. Peace.
Anytime, man. Appreciate it, bro.
All right, that's brother Byron chiming in, man. Good to hear from Byron, man. I had heard from Byron in a while, man. And hey, fam, it's the thing is like we've been doing the shows, but I have not done a call-in show. It's been a while since I did a call-in show. You know, I've been doing shows. I've been doing a lot of shows. Tough Tiger Talk, Ring Kings Boxing, Pelican Post Game Report, you know, Sports Coma. We've been doing shows. TSC Unleashed. We've been doing shows. But the call-in shows, man, it's been a while since I did a show on the Coma, man, talking about the black and gold. And I wanted to fire it up for the draft, man, because I wanted to hear from the family members and see what they thought about some of the moves the Saints were making, like the draft moves tonight, or actually rather over the last couple of days, the 2 picks, the Kool-Aid McKinstry pick. Prior to the pick, I was like, fam, I think we need a cornerback. We do need a cornerback. We can use some other stuff. So let's kind of focus on that, fam, as we get ready to kind of roll into the rest of the picks for setting us up for tomorrow. What do you guys think? Chime in the chat, man. Let me know, what positions do you guys think that we need to address as a team? And when you put the positions, kind of put them in priority. Put them in terms of what's important to the team, not in terms of just looking at it saying, well, we could use this, that, and the girl. Make it. Let's add a little bit more intensity to it. Let's make sure when you label this the needs of the team, label them in priority. Like, for instance, what's the next really pressing need the Saints need to address? What's the next pressing need? Okay, so we got a offensive tackle. We got a cornerback. What's the next pressing need? And then kind of label them. Give me the next 3 or 4. Make it 4 of them, right? Give me the 4 pressing needs that the Saints need to address with the remaining picks that you guys think we should go after. You know, put that in the chat. Let me know what you guys think it should be. Chime in. Let me know. I'd love to hear you guys' thoughts on that. And for family members that want to chime in, the link is pinned to the chat for the family members. If they want to chime in, I'm still taking calls right now. And just to kind of reflect on the poll, as a poll in the also in the chat, the question, which side should Talise Fuaga play on? Is blind side or right side? 54% of the almost 200 people that were polled said that it should be a blind side guy. Right side says people said 46%. That's currently the take right now. Of course, we don't know what's going to happen. We know that he played, I think it was the right tackle position in college a lot, but a lot of people anticipating when you're taking at a pick. And then again, we don't really know what Dennis Allen, his offensive staff, I'm about to say Gary Kubiak, Clint Kubiak, and his offensive staff see which side or which role these guys supposed to be in. Like John Benton, should they keep it the same? Should Trevor Penning remain at a left tackle position? Should he remain there with John Benton teaching him the position? And then our current first round draft pick operate at the right tackle position. Now, all of this is based upon if Ryan Ramczyk is not available to play. So that's the caveat here. You know, the caveat, if Ram can't go, then the other guy swings to his position, and they got the current draft pick behind Ryan Ramczyk if he can't go. But if he goes, and this is unofficial, I've seen a couple unofficial depth charts. It doesn't mean anything. It's just giving ideas, you know, of whether or not this guy should be kicked inside or not. But I see it as bookend tackles. And at some point, the injury to Ryan Ramczyk's knee is not very good. He's not rehabbing very fast because the reports came out indicated that Ryan Ramczyk's supposed to have major surgery on that knee. He had minor surgeries, like some type of clean out process, and it didn't heal. He needs to go and have the surgery. It's not go. And then, of course, remember what happened last year with Ryan Ramczyk? A lot of him sitting down and taking rest days during the year to rest the knee. And I'm gonna tell you something. Once, and I said this before, and y'all know, when a big guy gets a knee injury and it's not healing correctly, that could kind of put a dampen on him doing whatever. And like I said, Ryan Ramczyk's been with the Saints for a while right now. Got a big fat contract. Unfortunately, dealing with the knee issue, but this was happens in the NFL. So if Ryan Ramczyk got to go sit down and get the proper surgery so he can heal, he needs to go and do that, man. Doing this stuff, like trying to play when you know you need to do something else, is not going to help you going into the future. Football is not as important as you walking straight, dude. Let me tell you something. I don't know where these people priorities be sometimes, man. I don't get it. Football is just a game. Now, we love the game. We do. I tell you, I love the game. You know, I play football. I love the game. But at the same time, the game don't mean more than real life. Like, if you need to go and take care of yourself, go take care of yourself. The game will remain. You benefited greatly from the game. It makes no sense for you to prolong that and then it's not even healing properly. Go tend to yourself, man. Just amazing, man. It's just amazing to me. All right, so anyway, let me kind of go to what some of these people were saying in the chat. Some of the family members was dropping. All right, Robert, I've been looking at some of your comments, Robert. You're dropping some facts, man. Shout out to you, Robert. He says, we have a new O-line coach and hoping they succeed with Trevor P. I'm with you on that. Thank you, man. Good commentary, man. I love great commentary from the family members in the chat. All right, T-Rob's also giving good commentary. Says, Trey Saylor, safety Air Force, mainly because Tyron and May get Marcus May was, the Saints got rid of him. So it's Jordan Howden now. Yeah, the Saints put Marcus May in the street. So you don't have to worry about him. So yeah, Tyron is definitely getting a little older, and their contract's almost up. That's part of that dead money too on that Tyron Matthew. I mean, on that Tyron, the Marcus May. That's some of the stuff that Mickey Loomis, when he gets up here and tell you that the reason, you know, a lot of the financial issues was impacted by the C-19 that happened 4 years ago. There's an impact, but after 4 years of making tens of billions of dollars, man, cut that out. Cut it out, man. Cut it out. So the Marcus May contract ain't having none, and all these other unsuccessful deals that you've been selling, the kicking of the can and the cooking of the books, that have nothing to do with the fact that the Saints are under financial restraints right now. It's the failed philosophy of kick the can to try to win a chip, and it failed miserably. Irresponsible book management is what got us here, not that C-19 stuff. That had a small or minimal impact of what was going on with the Saints. But we had all these stupid deals that we signed, like this big, ridiculous, dumb contract that we gave Carr. And then this Marcus May contract, we signed him and then we put him in the street for a young safety. That kind of stuff hurts us. You got dead money that you got to pay these people. But they never mention that, though. That's what I'm saying about accountability, man. If they would take accountability, I'd be like, yeah, well, that's true. I wouldn't have very much to say. But they're so unaccountable that it makes what I'm saying even more valid. I'm like, dude, people could see this, man. And when you say to the contrary, you contradict yourself because people know better than that. They're not swallowing that weak propaganda garbage that you're saying, man, because they know better. You know? All right. RG says Dennis Allen needs hypnosis to be a better coach. I just think he needs to open up his mind, man. Some of these guys think they got it figured out, bro. Like I put the books up on there, you know, from John Wooden, man. And some of the books, regardless or not, you can learn something from a guy that won a lot. He obviously has something that he can teach you that you don't have. Like people people spend all this money to go get to be a a mentee to go up there and sit up under somebody that got some game. Man, if you really want to change your life and you feel like you're not advancing, feel like you need to get further in life, based on, feel like you need to get further, like you feeling inside of you saying to you that, man, that's supposed to be a lot further in life than this. Everybody has that. You know why? Because you evaluate yourself. You look at yourself in the mirror. You say, oh man, I need to do this better, that. Now, how do I get to that? In order to change that so you can get what you feel that you deserve, you need to intake more knowledge. You need to take in more information. You have to immerse yourself in new information and new philosophies, man. That's how it works. So you have an Eric Spoelstra who was exposed to a Pat Riley, who Pat Riley picked game up from somebody. And Phil Jackson picked up his game from Red Auerbach. All these guys they had a winning philosophy that they got, like Patino and all of these guys that had success. And it's not just at one place. They had success in different places, which means they didn't have nothing to do with their philosophy. Wherever they took it, it was successful. They had a winning philosophy. They had the ability to take a bad situation, adapt it, apply what they need to apply, and then turn it around into what it was supposed to. And then they were mentally strong enough to not, I ain't gonna say force that on players, but made people see that this could win. Because people buy into what you're saying because they want to do better. Most people, if they ain't crazy, they want to do better in life. They want to make some more money for their family. They want to provide some security. They want to do good things. Well, in order for you to step up the ladder, where you are is because of what you know. And if you feel like you need to go up and go further, you need to intake more information. That's why I said, if you're not buying the books, at least listen to something. God damn. But the thing is, at the end of that's why I said, what are you learning? And I apply that to Dennis Allen. What are you learning that's making you a better coach? Because people can look at you and see what you're lacking, but he don't see it. That's the problem. What kind of issue is that up here where you think you can backstab people and get away with it, and then think you're going to command the kind of respect of a person that don't backstab? What sense does that make? Where are you at here? You see what I'm saying? It didn't pretend like it's not happening, even though it's happening, and I'm witnessing happening, looking at you, pretending like it's not happening. You got what I just said? But that's the part that I'm like, there's something missing here. And as long as it's missing, you won't get the type of success that you think you're supposed to have unless you do what you need to do to get there. What you have is a culmination of what you know. And if you want more, you got to learn more to get to feel like you need to be getting. You're missing something, in other words. So, I mean, it happens to everybody, man. It happens. That's why people look at successful people and say, man, I wonder how this person got there. Whatever they got, you got. Well, I mean, you can get. It's not that they're created from a different cloth than you are. They just have more information, that level of information, and they put it in an application. They're applying what they learned. And that happens the same with everything. So, like I'm that person. I always look at it like that. Dude, if we're going to get better, we got to get better here. If we're not better here, this drives everything. If we're not better up here, we can't be all this out here, it won't work. It won't change. It will not change unless you change it here first. But you got to see it here first, and not pretend like it don't exist. Like you ain't backstabby, like that you're not a liar. It's just crazy, man. It's crazy. Can't get them to see it. They playing these weird ass games. And that's one thing I just can't stand, man. YO says offensive tackle, linebacker, wide receiver, DT, and defensive end. Thank you, bro. So you want another tackle? YO, brother Byron says defensive tackle, wide receiver, tight end, or guard. Arch says Lions pick the 2 cornerbacks. Yeah, the Lions loading up, man. Saints for Life says a defensive tackle, safety, wide receiver, and a running back. What's up, RG? How you doing, bro? Says we need a tackle, linebacker, safety on defense. Pelican Nola says wide receiver, safety, running back, offensive guard, and the QB. Thank you, fam. Brother Darwin says defensive tackle, wide receiver, QB, and another offensive lineman. Yeah, I seen that, brother Byron. Arizona got Tip Ryman. Yeah, I mocked him, bro. I think he's going to really be good for him. He said, RG Sabrez, bro, I don't think Ram may not recover. It's a good chance that he won't, bro. Because this is something that's been happening for some time with Ryan Ramczyk. That, and remember, and I made a big stink about it, about him getting paid all that money and the Saints refusing to move him to the blind side tackle to justify the money. Then Dennis Allen comes out with the type of stuff that he says to me as a coach, as a coach, is like, yeah, well, right, left tackle and right tackle, blind side and the right tackle is overrated to me. What? It's over because the defensive lineman, a guy can move the defensive lineman around the line. That's true. But you're supposed to know better than that, because you're supposed to be a defensive coordinator. You know that you're going to line your best pass rusher over the blind side offensive tackle. Why? Because it's the quarterback blind side. He can't see over there unless he turns around and looks. When he snaps the ball, he's looking in the direction where he's naturally inclined to do. When he snaps the ball and squares up, he's looking, he's going to cycle through the progression. He's going to look right and probably cycle to the left. That's just the natural thing. So when he squares up in the position to look, the blind side, he can't see nothing over there. If you got a shitty offensive tackle over there and the defensive end from the opposite team can blow right through that guy, hit your quarterback, destroy him, cause a fumble, and possibly get the ball to a touchdown, a fumble recovery for a run to a touchdown. Blindside's overrated, man. Come on, bro. It's not overrated. Blindside tackles make a lot of money. It's a very particular position that not all offensive linemen could play, because you will see the best lined up over that blindside tackle. You best believe it. How is it overrated? The type of stuff the man says, I don't know if he be thinking or I don't know what's going on. How could you say that? A blindside, it's dude, just crazy. All right, Dottie Family 100 says defensive tackle, QB, and running back. Yo says, yeah, man, Ryan deeply hurt this offensive line. Brother Byron says Ram can't lean on football because but healthy, very important. Whenever dealing with situation injury, you got to focus on that. And the back to the Ryan Ramczyk point. We knew Ryan Ramczyk was hurt, but they really didn't tell you how hurt Ryan Ramczyk was until at the end of the season, into this offseason, when you started really realizing how bad the knee was. They didn't tell you how bad the knee was. They just made you seem like it just was a small, minuscule issue that he was having. But you really didn't get the full scope of it until later this into the offseason, the back of last season and into this offseason. Then you really start realizing that it was career threatening. Then it all made sense, because it didn't happen overnight. It'd been happening. It's the same pattern that they used when they talk about James Hurst, when James Hurst just retired out the blue. Then all of the people say, oh, we already knew. We've been knew he was going to retire. Oh, really? Then why didn't he retire? Why did you cut his salary then if he was going to retire? Why not just say he was going to retire? Why did you restructure his contract? Why would it be a need to restructure James Hurst's contract if he was going to retire, if you already knew it? So if you knew, it's just like stuff like that. Like we've been knew about the Hurst situation. They've been known about the Ryan Ramczyk situation, that it was life threatening. That's why they didn't move him from the right side to the left side. That's why they didn't move him from the right side. They tried to protect him by keeping him right side. And in the result of keeping him on the right side, you destroyed the confidence somewhat of your young offensive tackle, Trevor Penning, who shouldn't have been even playing that left tackle position. He shouldn't have been over there. If Ram couldn't shift to left tackle, then he shouldn't have been on the field. If he can't shift to left tackle, Ram's supposed to play. As a veteran, you're making all that money. So it's just weird how they handle it. That's why I said I just don't get what goes on there. I really don't. Professor says Christian Jones from Texas is still available for the. Yes, indeed. TJ Tampa at the top of the board. Carolina opens up the 4th round tomorrow. We'll be in the building. Robert says, well, they swallow some Kool-Aid in this draft. All right. Can you too? You says we need a safety. All right. Brandon says Dennis Allen loves him some Connors. All right. Robert says Spoelstra started as a water boy. That's right. Let me ask you this, Robert. Think about it like this. Think about this. How much ambition does Eric Spoelstra have to go from being a water boy equipment manager to becoming the Miami Heat head coach, championship head? Do you imagine the amount of ambition, drive, and determination to go from being a water boy equipment manager to a championship winning head coach of a professional basketball team? That is a journey. That's amazing to me. Because it takes more than luck. He has to also have to have the skills and the learning and all of the stuff that it would take for him to make it that far. That to me is astounding. Absolutely astounding. All right, Platinum Edition says we need wide receiver, offensive line, and defensive tackle. Brother Quivadius says Brian Baldinger says Fuaga got more power than Alt and sees him as a right tackle. A lot of people said that he's a right tackle, bro. A lot of people saying that. I just wonder what the Saints will say, you know? Slim says, what's up, Slim? Says Dennis Allen's favorite song is Backstabbers. What they say? They smile in your face to take your place back. Backstabbers. Yes. Oh, man. Man, don't make me play that, man. Don't do that, brother. I got it up here now, man. All right. Yeah, that's the jam now. Brandon says Dennis Allen, one of the best on the NFL in the X's and O's department, just not a player's coach and a motivator. Yeah, that kills us. Brother Wallace says defensive tackle and safety. Thank you, Brother Wallace. Shout out to you, bro. RG says, bro, we got to have a watch party for the Q squad. Bro, I'm telling you, this year we're gonna do some stuff, bro. I'm in position. I've been working on some stuff. I'm in position. We're gonna do some watch streams and some live get-togethers. Y'all just wait. It's going down this year. Even though I ain't gonna be going to the dome, but I'm gonna be hanging with my family. We're gonna be doing some stuff. I'm in position. RG says, bro, we gotta have. Okay, I just read that one. Thank you. Arch says McCaffrey to the Commanders. All right, Bron says Wyo and Willie defense. He gets the culture. Though fam. True says Jaden went from son of one great now to throwing to the son of another great. How about that, right? Platinum says there's no receivers left. T-Rob says Luke McCaffrey went to the Commanders. He should be a good fit. I know that's going to be phenomenal, man. Credit to Chicago and Washington for having a good drafts so far. I mean, they turned their franchises around in this draft. Caleb Williams was phenomenal. Then you get Jaden Daniels with Washington. They changed their fortunes tonight. And these teams were struggling with just losing a lot. Credit to them for having a solid draft so far. All right. Marley Mall says Trey Franklin still out there. Pelican says QDA is giving the press conference. Okay, yes, sir. Let me put that on right now because I know it popped in there. Actually, it started at 10 o'clock. So I got the notification. I just was talking to y'all, man. Y'all more important to me to listen to that asshole talk about something. I mean, my bad. But nah, I mean, I like talking to the family way more than I like hearing from Dennis Allen, obviously, man. So I put his ass on pause any day to listen to the family. I'm gonna just keep it $1.15 with you. But anyway, let me go ahead on and tune him up. Here goes Dennis Allen.
It was kind of quiet. Not a lot going on. And we couldn't help ourselves early on, though. We had to move up and go get somebody. So, look, I feel really good about getting Kool-Aid. I think he's a really good player, highly intelligent, highly instinctual in terms of a player. Has shown the ability to play press coverage, can play outside. We feel like he can go inside and play inside in the nickel. So there's some versatility with that he can play with. And so, we really liked the player and felt like, getting him at that value was the right place to get him.
Obviously, the first thing that comes to mind is, is it also related to?
No, look, listen. You can never have enough good corners in this league. And with the amount of man-to-man snaps that we play, it's a valuable position. And look, we've had to have our third or fourth corner play a ton of snaps for us the last couple of years. And I think the corner position has been one of the things that's been one of our better positions. It's allowed us to play defense the way that we like to play. So, look, I went into this draft thinking, I'd love to get a corner, to add some depth. We lost, Ike last year and through free agency. So, I felt like it was a place that we wanted to try to see if we could find somebody. Again, we weren't going to force anything, but there's a couple of players that were still on the board at the start of the second round that we had targets on that, if the value was right, we were looking to trade up, and Kool-Aid was certainly one of those players.
DA, do you feel like, I'm not putting words in your mouth, but he was rated pretty high. Do you feel like he got first round value in the second round?
Well, look, it depends on who you ask, I guess. We feel like where we got this player, we thought it was really good value for us. And so, yeah, I thought there was a chance that he could go in the first round, and certainly when he was sitting there, to start the second round, and you're kind of watching it, the way the draft was going, and I felt like kind of the top half of that second round, you started to see some defensive tackles going off the board. You saw some corners going off the board. So early on in that, you just saw it was, yesterday seemed like there was a lot of offensive guys obviously going off early in the draft, and I think the first part of the second round, there was a little bit more, defensive players going off.
He plays more on the outside, obviously. What are the traits that you see that make you think that he could be possibly a slot guy if needed?
Well, look, I think when you watch him play and you talk to the staff there, you see a highly intelligent and a highly instinctive football player. You see a guy that has the ability to fit in the run game and play physically. And so when you have somebody that's got the skill set, the coverage skills like he does on the outside, and then you combine that with the instincts and the intelligence, and you see the willingness in the run game and the physicality, that makes me think that he can play inside, even though and I think Coach Saban would say he could play inside.
Do you think he'll start? Do you think you'll start him in camp at inside or probably outside first? Or?
No, he'll play both. He'll train at both. So when we kind of look at these nickel positions, I kind of look at it as, hey, look, he's an outside corner that slides inside and plays, in the nickel. You kind of got to give him a home. And so I think from a corner's perspective, you kind of always got to look at him as starting outside and then moving inside.
Oh, yes, I haven't watched a ton of him yet, but the first couple scouting reports I said, both said something to the effect of he's a lot more, he's not super aggressive in attacking. He's more like controlled and almost plays in intelligence instead of gambling kind of. I mean, does that sound accurate? And is there something to a style that you see?
Well, so he plays a ton of press man. And so, when you think of attacking or whatever, you kind of think of the guy that's going to sit off, eyes on the quarterback, jump a route, those types of things. Well, he's not in those positions very often because more times than not, he's up in press coverage. And there's a lot of times he's playing, ultimately with his back to the ball. But there again, there's another aspect that I like in that, there's not a lot of panic in his game down the field. And he can play the ball, with his back to the ball and the ball above his head. I mean, I think those are things that he does well.
Yeah, how do you see that kind of composure play out in this game?
Well, look, I mean, I'm not sure I totally understand the question. I mean, that he's a really smooth athlete. He doesn't panic. You know, he's got confidence in himself and in his ball skills to be able to play the football. And so there's a return value to this player. It's something that he has done. So there's just a lot of things that I think he does really well. I think he's just a really good football player. And, you know, he's a tool that I think we'll be able to utilize in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, was cornerback a position you guys were targeting, or was he just a guy that you really liked?
Yeah, well, look, I think we go into most drafts looking to, you know, see if we can add a corner. I don't think you can ever have too many of those guys. As I was saying a little bit earlier, like, look, our third and fourth and fifth corners really have played a lot of snaps for us the last couple of years. And the way that we play, you know, it's a valuable position to us. It's something that we really that we value a lot. And so, but yet I didn't feel like we needed to force a pick. But I felt like there was a player there that that we really liked, that I wasn't sure was going to be there. And as he kept kind of sliding down the board a little bit, we had enough ammunition to go get him.
At what point did he become realistic? Like, at what point did you really start saying, let's go get him? Was it 35, 37?
Yeah, I think, look, for the value, I don't remember the exact number, but I think that number was probably somewhere around 36, 38, somewhere in there, where we felt like, okay, we got a chance maybe to, you know, try to move up. I mean, I think we had contact with, you know, a handful of teams, and you know, we were finally able to make a deal that made sense, and we were able to go up and get him.
Did the run on receivers influence that at all too?
Yeah, I think at that point in time, there was few defensive players that we had better grades on than some of the receivers that were available.
Dennis, you guys are always going to fall. What positions have depth on the third day or more?
That's a good question. It seems to me like, you know, when you think, you know, offensively, you know, they've hit those positions. At one point, I had counted, you know, 15 offensive tackles and 15 wide receivers that have, you know, gone. And typically, there's probably somewhere around 20 to 25 that go total in the draft in those positions. So I think those positions have been hit pretty good. Look, we'll go back and check the board and see exactly where, you know, everybody is. I think at the end of every night, beginning of every day, you're kind of reorganizing a little bit, because there's a lot that goes on throughout the course of the draft. So without getting into all the specifics.
Is there still a lot of depth there?
Well, look, there's still some players that are available. But yeah, I think there's been 15 or 16 of them that, you know, come off the board, and typically there's 20 to 25 that get drafted. If there's a quarterback that you think has a chance to be, you know, your future quarterback, then I think it's always something that you're going to consider. But I'd heard that report. It was brought to my attention last night, but there was zero effort on our part to move up for a quarterback. There's always discussions about trading up or trading back, but none of those were in an attempt to get a quarterback.
It's got
that be a position where, I'm sure you go into every draft trying to be open-minded to any position, but is that the one position where it's kind of an outlier from everything else, just with I guess the weight of it, because it's so important and.
Well, yeah.
That question even makes sense.
Yeah, no, I get the question, look, it's the most important position on the field. Obviously, we feel good about the quarterbacks that we have. And yet, I think you're always looking to make sure you're, secure in your future. And so, but that was not a position that we targeted and said, hey, we got to move up and go try to get one of these guys. And it really wasn't a position that we were really considering at 14.
Yeah, was there any effort tonight to get back into the third round? Any kind of serious effort to get into the third round?
Not really. With what we have available to us right now, kind of without, getting into future picks and those types of things, it was just probably too expensive to try to get in there and do anything.
Was not trading away a future pick important to you?
Yeah, I think ultimately we weren't totally against it, but yeah, I don't think that was really something that we were really looking forward to doing. But if there was a player that was there that, that we really liked, that was valuable, we would have considered it.
But there was.
Not for what we would have had to give up to go get it.
I'm not sure how many like Nick Saban defensive backs you've coached in your time, but is there benefit to taking a guy who comes from that coach?
Well, here's what I know. I know that he's been coached really hard, and I know that he's been around a lot of good football, and a lot of smart football, and so look, you value those things. And look, I think when you're able to get a guy from a program like Alabama and a big school that's played really good football at a high level against high competition, I think that adds some weight to what you're getting.
Coach had mentioned that the conversations with the combine went really well, and he came away from it feeling like the interest was legitimate. Is that kind of echoed by y'all's side as well?
Yeah. So we had some good conversations at the combine and had a, kind of a off the, not really the interview, but we just happened to see him in the hallway as we were walking back, to the hotel, and got a chance to have a 5 or 10 minute conversation, casual conversation with him, and I thought that was, it was a good conversation, and I think, I know myself, Mickey, I believe Jeff and Michael Parrington, maybe Kai, we were all probably there together, and I think we all kind of came away with a positive view of the player.
Was there anything specific about that conversation that kind of led to that?
No, I just think it was just a casual, conversation.
How does that? We know that wasn't an accident. We spend the whole time in Indianapolis trying to accidentally.
I was just trying to make it to the hotel.
That's what I'm going to say next time.
Yeah.
How does that work though? Do you have to like introduce yourselves? Like, does he know who you guys are?
We actually had met with him, I think, earlier that night. So we kind of knew he knew who we were, and we knew who he was.
Regardless of this pick, where do things stand with Marshawn Lattimore? Have you guys talked? I mean, does he seem on board?
No, I haven't talked to him in a while. Look, I know he had a conversation with Matt Ray the other day about some. He's not in the building now, but he had a conversation with Matt Ray about sending him some workout stuff, and that's never been something that you really worried too much about him. He's usually come back in pretty good shape. And look, quite honestly, last year in the training camp, I thought he had one of his better training camps. So, look, Marshawn's part of our team. He's been a valuable part of our team, and you know, we're looking forward to him being a part of our team.
Has anyone else not made it to the building yet for the start of the offseason?
Yeah, there's a handful of guys that haven't been here for various reasons. Some personal choice, some you know, family reasons, things of that nature. So, look, it's not 100%, but it's pretty damn good turnout, and we've had a good first couple of weeks of the off-season program, and we start with, you know, kind of some football meetings and things of that nature starting next week. So we'll start ramping the football part of it up.
Is Kool-Aid's butt injury, you think that could sign him through like this spring?
Yeah, I don't anticipate him being able to do a whole lot this spring. I think he's probably, we're probably looking more towards, you know, sometime in June that he's really going to get cleared. And I think, you know, we'll be a little cautious with that this spring. Nothing that's going to cause any concern, you know, going into training camp.
People are going to read into the, you haven't talked to Marshawn in a while. Is that abnormal to maybe go through part of the offseason without contacting a player?
No, not, I wouldn't say. I mean, Marshawn's one that we haven't had a lot of contact with anyway. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't say that this is anything, you know, abnormal. You know, he's I'm sure back in Cleveland getting himself ready to go. He'll come back in shape, and then he'll be ready to go when we're ready to start up.
So this would be it's typical with this player and kind of how he interacts.
There's nothing that's been out of the abnormal.
Have you guys made a decision on any returners with your option yet?
I don't think we've come to a conclusion on that yet. All right. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Dennis.
All right. That was Dennis Allen, the head coach of the New Orleans Saints, man. Shout out to the fam. Y'all please feel free to hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button, fam, as we are in the final stretch before we end the show. And of course, for some of the family members, Dennis Allen, some quick points I was able to jot down to talk about Dennis Allen after this press conference, talking about Kool-Aid McKinstry's injury situation. He had a foot injury that occurred, and he has been given a clean bill of health. Let me show y'all this article right here. As we were talking, I've decided to kind of bring this into focus. Alabama cornerback Kool-Aid McKinstry. This was done yesterday. Alabama cornerback Kool-Aid McKinstry receives clean bill of health despite having a foot injury and a procedure after his pro day. Kool-Aid McKinstry should be fine. Injuries are one of the most difficult things to project with NFL draft prospects. They add another variable that NFL teams don't often want to deal with. The talent makes it worth the risk, but red flags are real and can take a player off a draft board. So one of the players who were dealing with an injury was Alabama cornerback Kool-Aid McKinstry, who was revealed to have a Jones fracture in his foot from medicals at the NFL scouting combine. He still found a way to run a 4.47 on his 40 with the injury. That's impressive. He did have a procedure to fix the injury after his pro day, and early reports that he will be just fine for training camp, which is Dennis Allen said that. James Palmer tweeted, Alabama cornerback Kool-Aid McKinstry foot procedure after his pro day was very clean and relieved the injury wasn't maybe, he said, and relieved the injury wasn't maybe as bad. He'll be fine by training camp and should be able to do some stuff light impact in the off-season program. Positive news for a real versatile player. All right, so it says with the injury set to have him ready for the 2024 season, McKinstry's stock should level out and likely be taken Thursday. They thought he'd be taken Thursday night. This is, like I said, this is from the other day, but actually was taken Friday night. 4.47, and he had an injury to his foot. He still ran the 4.47. Could you imagine what the speed would be when he's totally healthy? Very impressive. Now, just to kind of go back to what Dennis Allen was going on, talking about in his presser. He was talking about Kool-Aid, making mention about Kool-Aid and how he liked him. He made several really interesting points that I actually agree with. And one of the points was he talked about the cornerback position, which I myself said that when family members was questioning me about Q, why are we taking this pick here? And I was telling the family members, fam, listen, the injuries, the cornerback situation, they've been injured several years. You've seen Lattimore miss time. You've seen Alante miss some time. Paulson Adebo miss time. It happens. And he play his style of defense, he being Dennis Allen, always has 3 cornerbacks out there. The moment one gets hurt, your 4th cornerback has to come in and play. That's Kool-Aid McKinstry. That's what I was saying. It makes sense. And usually, like I said, the rule of thumb is with the first 2 pick, and even with some people said three rounds, you're looking to get starters with those picks. Well, Fuaga is a starter, and Kool-Aid McKinstry, due to injury, could step in there. And most certainly he probably will see, because it's very rare that you see the Saints go through an entire season with all of the cornerbacks healthy. It just doesn't happen that often. So McKinstry could be an instant starter if one of our cornerbacks misses some time. So I agree with him on that. And other points was just to throw in there about, he mentioned the style of play that Kool-Aid McKinstry plays. Press man, plays a lot of press man a lot. Usually with his back with the quarterback. He doesn't panic in his game, which I agree. I've seen the tape of Kool-Aid McKinstry, very solid. There's no confidence issues. And he's a professional. We put the interview early on today saying that he doesn't want his grandmother to see him look bad. So he respects the position. He plays it the correct way. He was under Nick Saban, who, Nick Saban is a guy that really hard on defense, and he kind of got his bones there. So he played under a professional system there. And then you bring him into the Saints secondary with Joe Woods, defensive coordinator, but Joe is in charge of the cornerbacks, in which Kool-Aid McKinstry will be there. So I think that's a positive. They also made mention that that the Saints never considered it was a rumor going on about the Saints were thinking about taking Michael Penix Jr. Dennis Allen said that, that they never considered taking any quarterback. And I actually believe him on that, because he would never do anything to upset Derek Carr. We got one of the weakest quarterback rooms, no disrespect to our quarterbacks, but in the NFL, if Derek Carr sustains an injury, we will hope that Nate Peterman can step in and guide the team, or Jake Hain, or whoever it'll be, in the interim until we get him back. So very agreeable QB room for Derek Carr. I don't see none of those guys actually pushing him to take his job. And I think that was purposely set up. I don't think Dennis Allen would ever go out and try to get a quarterback to bring in here to compete with Derek Carr to push him. They believe in coddling this guy. And I think that's a punk move. I think that's stupid. I think that's weak, because we don't play coddling games. Either you belong or you don't belong. And if you're there and you need to step your game up. We shouldn't be protecting these guys. So he mentioned that, and I actually accept that. I actually believe that he'll never upset Derek Carr. That's for certain. And of course, he mentioned the fact that he hadn't communicated with Lattimore, and people say, well, why are they at odds? Because of Dennis Allen, how he is. That's why they're at odds with Dennis Allen. Dennis Allen is a backstabbing weasel. And a lot of these people, and this is nothing that people didn't know. This is what it is. He has certain attributes that are unfavorable to certain guys in the building. That's why it was a split, and it talked about it during the season. And word on the street was it was a split in the locker room of people that had faith in this guy. And then it culminated really bad at the back end of the season, when he basically threw his whole team under the bus and apologized to the Atlanta Falcons, when the whole matter should have been handled in-house. And I've documented many different times of really off-code, weak team-destroying behavior by Dennis Allen. The thing with Jameis not allowing him to play when he was healthy a couple of years ago. A player losing his job to injury, which is a unwritten rule that a player is not supposed to lose his job to injury. But Jameis never seen the field after he got healthy a couple of years ago, and he said that he lied to him. He told him that he would let him back, and then he didn't let him back. And then when all of that hit the fan, he still didn't let him back. So, I mean, it's a lot of stuff that I don't like about this guy. And as long as he harbors these type of weak, garbage emotions, the team it's not going to, come on. People, real players is not going to play for no guy like this. They're not going to buy into a system of some guy they can't trust. I mean, seriously. And then, of course, Kool-Aid McKinstry, no work until June. And, of course, that goes along with the article I just showed you, family, about him having a foot issue that he's currently rehabbing for. So that's some of the notes right there that I picked up in Dennis Allen's presser. And once again, the Saints, man, in day number 2, they make a move. They do pick up a new cornerback in Mr. Kool-Aid McKinstry. He's the Saints' new draft pick. And I actually, like I said, I really like the kid. I think he'll really help the Saints. And a lot of people not really I know a lot of people wanted to get a wide receiver, but there's a bunch of wide receivers that's remaining in this draft that we could be looking at when we finally touch down. And remember, the Saints currently right now do not have a pick until the 5th round. And I'm going to go through the picks with you. Again, let me show you some of the picks. And right here, I'm going to put it on screen for the family members so we can go over it once again. Saints 2 picks right now. Day 1 pick, Talisi Fuaga from Oregon State, the tackle. Today in the trade, they sent a couple of picks to move up from 45 to 41 to take Kool-Aid McKinstry out of Alabama. And like I said, this is the breakdown of McKinstry. This is what they said in the post-draft analysis. This may not appear to be a pressing need considering Paulson Adebo is playing at a high level and starts opposite of Marshawn Lattimore, but Lattimore missed 7 games with an ankle issue. In addition, second-round pick Alontae Taylor hasn't played well as hoped. McKinstry can win the nickel job and develop into a starter in time. That's what they were saying. Now, the pre-draft analysis of McKinstry 2023 tape was inconsistent, but he is fundamentally sound press corner who started 33 games at Alabama. He has good length, runs well enough to stick with receiver, and locates the ball well enough. McKinstry also has instincts and body control to smother receivers underneath. He makes it difficult for wide receivers to finish catches, and he broke up 20 passes over the past 2 years. He's a dangerous punt returner with good open field vision and burst. We said with an injury to his foot, he still managed to run a 4.47. That's absolutely amazing. What is he running without the injury? What is he running? A 4.44? That's pretty eye-opening. So, and of course, that's what they say about him. And of course, if you look at the rest of it, these are the picks. The Saints have 5 picks remaining in the draft. They have, as you can see, 3 5s, 1 6, and a 7. And of course, rounds 4 kicks off tomorrow. So the Saints, will they just stand back and just do what they got to do? Or will they take 2 of these picks, 2 of the 5s to move up into the 4 and then go 4, 5, 6, and 7? Will they do that? I think there's a trade somewhere along in there where the Saints could possibly do that to jump into the 4th round to get a 4th round selection. I think that would be pretty cool for them to do that. I can't see them standing pat and allowing the entire 4th round to go for them to step up in there. And then, of course, to make mention of it, there's a few players that are also still available that we can cycle through and look at for the team, depending on the need. Now, we mentioned some of the needs in the draft. Right now, the family members have the biggest need right now, offensive line. And so far right now, almost 50 picks in the new poll that I just put up. What position do you think the Saints look at in day 3? Offensive line, 37%, wide receiver, 33%, 19% for the combination of either a safety, linebacker, or a tight end. And 12% for a defensive end. So that's some of the current poll that is up for the team. But anyway, as we look at players that could be available at different positions, looking at the quarterback position, no quarterbacks taken in the 2nd or the 3rd round. So You had all the quarterbacks went in the first round, second round, and third round passed. I don't think any quarterbacks were taking in the mostly a lot of wide receivers. We expected a run to happen. So in rounds 4, you'll see Michael Pratt. You'll see guys like him. You'll see Jordan Travis, which is another quarterback that, boy, I wish the Saints would take that guy, man. He'd be a good guy you pick, but of course, it's Dennis Allen's not going to do that. You look at some of the running back positions right here. There's a few guys. Ray Davis is pretty good from Kentucky. If you're looking at a good, he's kind of undersized, but Braylon Allen from Wisconsin is another really solid running back. A lot of productions from him. Aldrich Estime from Notre Dame. This is a solid dude right here. Aldrich Estime, S-Time. And there's a couple other. Isaac Davis from South Dakota State. Tyrone Tracy Jr. from Purdue's another dude. If you're looking for running backs, wide receivers, Troy Franklin, the fast speedster, the speedster from Oregon is on the board. Jerry Rice, son Brennan Rice. Javon Baker from UCF. Devontae Walker, we talked about him from North Carolina. Johnny Wilson, the big wide receiver from Texas, who's about 6'6", 231, projects as a tight end at the next level. We talked about Bub Means. Jamari Thrash is there. Cornelius Johnson from Michigan, I mocked him as well. Aeneas Smith is also is up available on there. Jordan Whittington, Xavier Weaver, Jaquan Jackson from Tulane, undersized but a player. Jalen Cooker from Holy Cross is another very productive player that's available. These are some of the guys. The tight ends, still a lot of good tight ends on the board. Jatavion Sanders, Jared Wiley, Theo Johnson's a real good one. Jaheim Bell, Eric All, those guys are still available. And if you need to go offensive guard help, Christian Jones is still up there. That's still available. They got quite a few of them as well. That's still available that you can use if you're looking for another offensive guard to help solidify inside. Actually, hold on. I'm sorry, that was tackle. Guard as well as they got a few people. Christian Mahogany is still up there. That's a surprise. I thought he would have been gone early, but he's still available. The Saints looked at him. KT Levinston is still up here. Keaton Bills. There's quite a few people that can help you that's still remaining in the draft. You got a couple of centers. The Saints wanted to go after a center, and then we shift the defensive tackle. I think a lot of people are looking for defensive tackle. Mekhi Wingle from LSU, the big interior guy. That's a Christian Boyd. The Saints actually went and looked at him from Northern Iowa. They like him. Marcus Harris from Auburn. Jordan Jefferson's another really good one. Keith Randolph Jr. for Illinois. And then if you need a linebacker, there's a couple of linebackers that's available. Cedric Gay, Jeremiah Trotter Jr., the great Jeremiah Trotter used to play. Curtis Jacobs from Penn State's another good one that you can look at. And there's a couple of good ones on here that's actually pretty that can help you. And then, of course, the edge guys. Looking for another edge rusher there. Muhammad Kamara. I think Tramal asked me about Kamara. I love Muhammad Kamara. The dude, he undersized but incredibly productive. Incredibly productive. Muhammad Kamara, I like him a lot. Incredibly productive. I think I like Javon Solomon a little better, than him, but those, you can't go wrong with either one of those guys, to be honest with you. And that's pretty much it. If you look at some of the safeties here, Jaden Hicks is still up on the board. Katan Oladipo, the big safety from Oregon State. Jalen Simpson from Auburn. Bo Braid, I mocked him from Maryland. That's another dude that's available. So they got quite a few. Josh Proctor from Ohio State is another dude that we'd like to talk about. Vaki from Utah is another dude, kind of a solid dude. Mark Perry, man. Mark Perry from TCU, man. That dude is a baller. I kind of talked about him, threw some game about him as well. And if you need a kicker, I ain't going to even go there. Got a couple of kickers if you need a kicker. All right, but anyway, man, with that being said, fam, we're going to get ready to out on that. But listen, man, the black and gold, man, they got 2 picks in, and we got 5 picks remaining in the draft between rounds 4 through 7, starting at 11 o'clock. I want to say it's 11 o'clock Central Time, if I'm not mistaken. Let me make sure I give you the correct time when the draft kicks off. So we all know, I think it starts at 11 my time. Let me make sure, fam. Let me just make sure when it all starts, when day 3 starts for us. Make sure. Oh. All right. Yeah, it starts for actually starts pretty early. It starts for 10 o'clock. Yes, 10 a.m. So it starts at 10 a.m. and it goes all the way to 6. So tomorrow, 10 a.m. kickoff time for day 3. Picks 4 through 7. Starts at 10 o'clock. Yeah, 10 o'clock Central, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm in the 10 Central Time Zone, so that'll be 10 for me. All right, so anyway, with that being said, fam, we're going to get out on that. Listen, man, I appreciate y'all chiming in. Shout out to all the callers. Shout out to the super chatters and all the family members in the chat. We're going to come here tomorrow and we'll finish off the draft. And of course, later on that same day, the Saints will be signing and draft the guys. We'll cover that as well. We'll get your full reaction for the family members that won't chime in. We'll get all you guys full reaction on the entire summation of the draft. How you think the Saints are handling business, man? The Saints stepped up and did some positive stuff in the draft today in terms of trading up to go and get the cornerback that they want. What do they do tomorrow? Do they fortify, get them a defensive end? Do we add another wide receiver? They got quite a few good ones that can help us as well. Do we get a tight end and for the future? Do we get some more help at the offensive line? What do we do? 5 picks remaining in the draft. Do the Saints trade up into the 4th round and keep it pushing? All that'll be answered tomorrow, man. We'll be here kicking off the show at 10 o'clock in the morning. We'll get it going. So with that being said, man, y'all enjoy your night. Appreciate y'all for chiming in. Y'all, please feel free. If you hadn't already did it, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and by all means, feel free to share the show on your social media feed. If you're listening to us on Twitter, hit the retweet button. Please retweet us. It helps out the stream. And once again, we appreciate y'all for chiming in, man. I'm going to open up the phone lines again for the final time for the draft weekend tomorrow to get all y'all analysis and breakdown on how you think the Saints did. So with that being said, I'm going to holler at y'all on the next one. Much love. And who that take?
Yeah. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Long as I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. Sports Coma, yeah, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Somebody please better help. Running this thing like Elf. Thank God every day I'm not a felt. Go to YouTube Live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out your shame for the championship. Bucking on Tampa, duck down. Falcons, pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you could probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy and you probably smell the crooked referees on Roger Goodell. Yeah, probably like this and I'm a who that. Every day I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. It's the Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. It's the Sports Coma, this is where we do that.
You're listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys on the PRO Media Network.
Say they gon' beat them Saints. Who that? Who that? Who that say they gon' beat them Saints? Who that? Who that? Who that say they gon' beat them Saints? Who that? Who that? WhoThatDaily.com. That's right, the WhoThatDaily.com. Your one-stop shop for everything New Orleans Saints, New Orleans Pelicans, LSU Tigers, even the top flight boxing news. So if you're a Who That and you're looking for a place to stay up on your team, WhoThatDaily.com is your site. The WhoThatDaily.com for the sport Who That in all of us. That's right, the Pro Shop is the platform store where you can go and buy all the latest merch to support the platform. Available at the Pro Shops, we have dozens of hundreds of products available for you and your family. Unisex tees for men and women, hoodies and sweatshirts, tank tops, kids and baby items, long sleeve tees, mugs, pillows, wall art, bath bedding, face masks, phone cases, stickers, bags, fanny packs, socks, hats, and many other items. Please feel free to check out the Pro Shops. The link is in the description section below. And remember, it helps the platform continue to grow. Check out the Pro Shop and Who That too.